Rankandels, swordsmen who conquered half the world. It was a family of renowned swordsmen, where everyone has exceptional talent and strength. Its members have become the unsurpassed rulers of the world. Fight, conquer, enslave. That's the motto of the Rankandel family. The family to which he belonged, Jean Rankandel, the youngest of the Rankandels. At the selection ceremony, which determines the future fate of the Rankandel family, he chose the sword of the head of the family. It is he who will lead the family in the future. His father, the head of the family, was pleased with him. He had no doubt that success and, of course, fame awaited him in the future. But this was not to be. His dreams, ambitions, and goals were shattered the moment it was discovered that he had no talent for fencing. Others were laughing at him behind his back. Where has it been seen that a member of the illustrious Rankandel family did not know how to handle a sword? He became a disgrace, dishonoring the whole family, earning himself the title of the worst swordsman of the Rankandel family in its entire 1,000-year history. Jin tried not to notice all these taunts behind his back. He concentrated on training, which did not bear fruit, but he did not give up, believing that one day he would be able to proudly bear the name Rankandel. His brothers came at every convenient moment to beat and humiliate Jin. The bullying of his brothers, the complete lack of talent, contempt, all this was not important to him. You need to train. Jin believed that only by diligent training he would be able to get the recognition of the family. He believed that he would be recognized as a Rankandel. How naive he was in those days. He was expelled from his family at the age of 25, condemning him to a miserable and purposeless existence. Since his relatives saw his exorbitant efforts, they decided to expel him without killing him. It was then that he met his master. Jin was unspeakably surprised to learn that his talent was not in the sword. Magic. The guy was incredibly gifted in magic, gifted with a gift that was forbidden in the Rankandel family. 3 years after learning magic, Jin was studying magical treatises when everything turned dark in an instant. The one who dragged him into the darkness was none other than the Lord of Shadows, Solderit. He offered Jin a contract. If he agrees, he will not only gain power over the shadows, but will also be able to remove any curse. Solderit saw that there was a strong curse on him. According to Solderit, someone has been holding a grudge against Jin since his childhood. His talent was sealed by this curse. This curse was called the Blade Illusion. It suppressed the ability to fence. Such a terrible curse could not have fallen on one of the Rankandels. Apparently, that's what attracted Solderit. Needless to say, the guy himself didn't know about him until Solderit told him about it. He easily lifted the curse that was tormenting Jin. The blood-red chains hidden in the guy's body swallowed up the shadows. From now on, no more curses will touch him. Now it remains only to become an outstanding swordsman-magician. Solderit said he would be happy to watch him. Jin picked up the sword that he had once thrown aside. With each strike, his skill increased. The sword was light and weightless as a feather. The worst swordsman in the entire history of the Rankandels no longer exists. Magic in one hand, the sword is in the other. In 10 years, he will become so powerful that he will no longer have to hide from his family, who once just threw him out. All that remained to be done was to become the strongest swordsman mage in history. Several steel-clad knights watched its development from the side. Jin spat out a large clot of blood. His blood was pouring from everywhere, including his eyes, nose, and ears. Death hovered over him. He wasn't even allowed to use his magic or Solderit's power. The guy was fatally wounded while in a dream. There wasn't much Jin could do. He couldn't even react because he was too tired after training. What a funny death. He wanted to scream in a fit of madness, reaching the point of absurdity. But all his mouth full of blood could produce was a delusional laugh. He was on the verge of death, and no one was around. No teacher who took care of him. No relatives who expelled him, not a single person. Even Solderit didn't answer him. He was desperate. Why had heaven given him such hope and then mercilessly taken it away? Jean Rankandel closed his eyes. He didn't feel anything anymore, but there were so many regrets about his life left in him. Opening his eyes, Jin saw that he was on the green grass. There were a lot of people he knew around. Jin was confused. Didn't he just die? Next to him, Nurse Gina was encouraging him with a smile. His eyes were the first to notice Barisada. He realized that the selection ceremony. It was a ceremony when adults put dozens of objects on the floor and forced the child to crawl to one of them so that he grabbed something from the one in front of him. There was a superstition that the object chosen by the child could predict his future and fate. Jin returned to the past. This was already an obvious fact for him. He was only a year old now. In his previous life, he chose Barisada by pure chance, but in this life, he did everything according to his will. Jin's relatives were curious to see which sword the youngest child would choose, whether it's double swords, a big sword, a long sword, or a completely different one. When the gazes focused on Jin, he began to crawl towards the sword he had chosen earlier. People all over the world probably had no idea that the famous Rankandels forced their children to go through such a ridiculous ceremony every time. Jin was annoyed that he couldn't move faster. Crawling took a lot of time and so much energy. Through the many swords stuck in, he finally reached his goal. Jin finally chose his sword and touched it. The gazes of those present slowly moved from the kid to the sword, and the jaws of the brothers and sisters instantly dropped. His hand was touching the barricade. That was the name of this sword, and it was the emblem of the clan. For many generations, this sword could only be wielded by the heads of the Rankandel family. To be more precise, these were the heads, authoritative and recognized by all members of the Rankandel clan. The number of times a barricade has been chosen during a ceremony in the history of the Rankandel clan can be counted on the fingers of one hand. And every child who chose Barasada grew up and became the patriarch of the house of Rankandel. Every child except Jean Rankandel in the first life. The head of the family solemnly announced that Jean Rankandel had chosen Barasada. A few people were rejoicing in joy, and the rest tried their best to hide their dissatisfaction. The ceremony was over. The head of the family ordered Jin to be taken to the Tempest Castle, Castle of the Storm, a castle separated from the main castle of the Rankandel clan. As the name implies, there was a storm around the castle all the time, during all 4 seasons. Rain, storm, and lightning continuously hit the top of the mountain where the castle was located. No child of the Rankandels can leave the Castle of the Storm until he is 10 years old. It's been 6 years since Jin chose Barasada. At the moment, he was bored. He picked up another book to pass the time. But before Jin could even open the book, he heard the cry of his servant. She reported that there was a dead bird in his room. Only 2 people in the castle were capable of such a thing. These are his 2 brothers, Daytona and Hayton Rankandel, 11 and 12 children of the Rankandel family. As one might guess, these 2 were twins. They began to mock him, asking if he liked their gift. They also asked where he had put his barricade. Jin knew they would grow up to be ruthless killers. Now they are only 9, and they have already killed a defenseless bird to torment him. Seeing that they were being ignored, they began to mock him even harder. The twins approached their younger brother with long strides. Hayton grinned and suddenly hit the genie. Hayton's fist was caught in a vice by Jin. From his fists emanated a certain dark aura similar to living shadows. He looked at them with an indifferent look, telling them to shut the hell up. A blow to the chin pushed Hayton away. He did not have time to answer something intelligible, as he received a blow to his stomach and face, losing consciousness from his injuries. Dayton suffered the same fate. It all happened too fast. Jin had been patient for a long time, but his patience had just snapped. He advised them to catch his eye more. Sensing the unusual atmosphere in the castle, the knight in charge of their protection ran down the corridor. He was a top-class guardian knight and normally wouldn't be shocked by a fight between children, even if they were from the Rankandel family. However, even he couldn't look without disbelief at Jin, who was indifferently looking down at the unconscious twins lying on the ground. In a hurry, he asked what had happened here. Jin replied without much emotion that they had a fight and then plummeted. Of course, the knight did not believe this, but he did not ask unnecessary questions. He didn't expect anything else from the Rankandels. Even their children were merciless. He was going to take them to the doctor. When he picked them up, Jin ordered the knight to follow him. Jin buried the dead bird by the tree, leaving the unconscious twins next to her. The knight asked if it was worth leaving them there, because the rain was increasing. Jin replied that they needed to think about their behavior. After that, Jin left, leaving the brothers. First of all, the twins didn't wake up to order him not to do it. All he could do was carry out the order of Rankandel, who was in front of him. It is not he who should consider the consequences of these orders, but the patriarch and the elders. Even if the twins die of hypothermia, the Rankandel clan will not put the blame on the knight. The knight watched Jin thoughtfully. That aura was similar to magic. If he's right, then there was something more serious than the brothers' quarrel. He should rather be shaking the head. Saddling his horse, the knight left the Castle of the Storm at the same moment. Jin watched it through the window. He knew that the knight wanted to report this event to his father. This knight not only guarded them, but also watched over them. Since he decided that Jin had magic, he wouldn't back down so easily. He looked thoughtfully at his hand, on which the shadows were writhing. The energy of shadows, proof of his contract with Solderit. Thanks to this power, he realized that even death did not break the contract. And thanks to his immunity to curses, the illusion of the blade did not touch him. The shame of the Rankandel family no longer exists. Jin promised himself that everything would be different now. Now he decided to prepare for his father's visit. The eastern region of the continent, an unprotected area, also known as the Black Sea. Shiren Rankandel had been meditating on this monster-infested land for several days. He was just sitting on the ground, but the nearest monsters didn't dare approach him, even those that were the size of a building. Soon, a man covered in the blood of countless monsters walked up to Shiren. It was the guardian knight who obeyed Jin's orders and left the twins in the rain 10 days ago. The knight quickly reported the incident. After listening to the knight's report, Shiren ordered him to gather the standard bearers. The children of Shiren did not understand why their father decided to visit the Castle of the Storm. Marie Rankandel, the seventh standard bearer of the Rankandels. She asked her brother, Diff Rankandel, the fourth standard bearer of the Rankandels, if he knew why they had been summoned. Diff replied that Shiren had gone to the younger one. At this time, their older sister Lunar Rankandel and the first flag bearer of the family asked for silence. Their father has arrived. Shiren's children and the clan's guardian knights stood in 2 rows on either side of the stairs leading to Storm Castle. The atmosphere was tense, matching the nasty rain. Everyone present seemed determined, as if they were ready for war. When Shiren came to the entrance of the Storm Castle, they all raised their swords into the air at the same time. The mountaintop trembled with resonating voices, as if landslides were about to begin. The Rankandel children exchanged glances, silently sharing their thoughts. As Shiren walked past them, they slowly started following him with serious expressions. The guardian knights stayed behind to guard the gates of Tempest Castle. However, none of them understood what was going on. The reason why Shiren came to Storm Castle was because he wanted to see his youngest child. At this time, Gina's nanny was preparing him for a meeting with the head of the family. Shiren called the twins first. The brothers, who had not yet recovered, knelt before their father. Their runny nose was accompanied by snuffling. He asked what their fault was. Jin was waiting in his room so he couldn't hear the conversation. The twins hesitated before answering. They were still at the age when their strict father scared them. Moreover, the word strict is an understatement. And not only that, the father asked them to tell them about what they had done. They were beaten by their younger brother. If they had to blame anyone or anything for this, it was Jin. The twins, most likely, have forgotten how they pursued their brother before. When they came to this conclusion, the twins made a decision, saying that they had not made any mistakes. Shiren rested his chin on his hand, as if waiting for his son to finish speaking. Meanwhile, the twins continued to talk. They said that it was Jin who attacked them, striking them with a force that did not look like an aura, but rather magic. A power that was not an aura in this world. There can only be one answer when it comes to a power that is not an aura. Magic. If a 7-year-old Jin used an aura to beat them, he would be praised by the others. However, magic is a completely different case. A child with Rankandel blood using magic. That would be blasphemy. Therefore, the twins tried to convey the fact that Jin used magic to defeat them. Their older siblings shook their heads and sighed. That was enough for Shiren. He was completely dissatisfied with his sons. He said they wouldn't survive in the Rankandel family that way. Now it was Jin's turn to appear before him. As Jin walked down the hallway, he thought about the twins who had come for him. They were depressed and close to collapsing to the ground, as if they were trapped in a beast's cage and barely escaped with their lives. Shiren Rankandel, the strongest and most indifferent person in the world, the greatest hero of their time, a demigod, the quintessence of a knight. After he became a knight, and not a simple man, he lost his emotions. Now he is obsessed only with his family and his development. For him, someone without a talent for fencing is just an empty place. But that was in the past. Jin will still make them all respect him. Jin finally saw the throne. His father was sitting and waiting for him. He was walking cautiously towards Shiren. Jin knelt in front of Shiren and greeted him. He behaved like an adult clan member who had long since left Storm Castle. He greeted Shiren not as his youngest son, but as a member of the clan. Shiren nodded in satisfaction and asked his son why he called him master and not father. Jin pretended to think about the question. He had already anticipated Shiren's reaction to his greeting. Jin replied that his brothers, sisters, and several hundred knights were here. So he decided that the visit was official, so he chose the appropriate, in his opinion, address. Shiren liked Jin's answer. He told Jin that he could address him as a father. Although it was unthinkable for a 7-year-old child to show such impressive manners, Shiren did not suspect anything. He just believed that Gina had brought him up right, and that his son had a keen understanding, just like when he chose Barasada during the ceremony. However, Jin was not a real 7-year-old. He had the mind of an adult from his past life. Shiren did not know about this, despite having reached the semi-divine realm. When Shiren looked at his son with a blank stare, he spoke again, asking the same question as the twins, asking what prompted him to such actions. Once again, Jin pretended to think about the question. To some extent, he anticipated the development of the dialogue in this direction. The answer that Shiren wanted to hear was already predetermined. The reason called Jin was revenge. Every Rankandel should give what he deserves. It doesn't matter if they did him good or evil. There was silence. Jin was sure that his father's lack of reaction was synonymous with satisfaction. Shiren ordered Jin to stay and kicked the others out. Left alone, Shiren asked another question, asking what kind of special power the twins were talking about. If it was magic, he wouldn't let it go. Jin replied in a calm tone that he didn't know. Maybe magic, maybe aura. He said that he himself was wondering what it was called. He asked if his father is not busy to help him figure it out. The sound of the flames spinning rang out. Jin created a small amount of dark energy on his palm. It was the power he used to beat up the twins. He gained this spiritual power through his contract with Solderit, the god of shadows. Even though Jin was acting like an ignorant child, he knew better than anyone else what kind of ability it was. He also knew that Shiren recognized this power, the power of the founder of the Rankandel family. Jin possessed the energy of shadows, Barasada, and now the energy of shadows. Shiren thought about it. It seems that his youngest son is indeed destined to lead the family. Shiren began to explain to Jin about what kind of power it was. According to him, the power of Solderit, the god of shadows, flowed in him. Solderit made a contract with Lord Temer, the founder of the Rankandel family. Since then, Solderit has become their patron. However, with Temer's death, no one saw the shadow god anymore. Shiren couldn't say why Solderit decided that, but it looks like the shadow god is trying to contact the Rankandels through Jin. When Shiren stopped, Jin asked his question. Who is stronger, his father or the god of shadows? Shiren thought about it. The question was interesting, having devoted his time and energy to training for countless years. His emotions and spirit were stirred up for the first time in a long time. After a couple of seconds, he gave his answer. He didn't know, because he hadn't had to fight with the gods yet. A truly proud answer. He didn't know the answer only because he hadn't tried fighting the gods himself yet. Shiren showed a snow-white smile. He really made the right decision to see Jin. His innocent question became a great topic of conversation. Will he be able to defeat God? Shiren called the issue a great topic. As soon as Jin came up to him, his father patted him lightly on the head. A handful of shadows were still swirling in Jin's palm. Shiren asked how Jin wanted to use his power. Jin replied with a righteous look that he was using this power for the benefit of the family. There was no need to answer truthfully. The only thing the family gave Jin in his past life was bullying and contempt. Shiren suddenly laughed. The echo reverberated throughout the storm castle and shook the earth. Jin beat up his brothers, leaving them outside in a thunderstorm. Having done this, he still dared to say that he uses force for the benefit of the family. After a while, the laughter subsided, and Shiren, as usual, became unperturbed. Shiren ordered not to lie to him. Jin didn't expect such a situation. However, he suppressed his shock and spoke slowly. He wanted to use this power to achieve his goals. This answer pleased Shiren. He said he would look after Jin. Shiren walked past Jin and left the room. After his father's footsteps disappeared into the distance, Jin finally noticed the cold sweat running down his face and back. A mixture of surprise and relief showed on his face. He was glad he got away with it. His shadow energy was justified. But who would have thought he was able to interest his father? He hadn't expected this. This life was the opposite of the last one. His older sister, Marie, decided to make a gift, giving the box into the hands of the babysitter. She asked me to cook it well, chew it thoroughly, and grow big and strong. Having said these words, she left with the others. Jin opened the box in his room. Her eyes widened as she checked the item left by Jin's third sister, Marie. In front of them was the heart of a phoenix. To give something like that to a child, she was definitely abnormal. Marie Rankandel, Knight of the 6th rank, 7th standard bearer of the Rankandels. She was nicknamed the Furious Wind, and also, although few people knew about it, the Fury of the Southern Lands. It was obvious why the battle-mad sister had given him such a gift. If you eat a phoenix heart at such a young age, not only will you gain fire resistance, but you will grow up faster. The phoenix heart was also needed by 6th rank magicians for a shameless summoning. In this life, he might even be able to summon a phoenix. The phoenix's heart was ready. A strong and rich aroma began to spread throughout the castle. The twins had been idling outside the room for some time. As soon as she left, they stood at the entrance next to the door and began to look in the direction of their younger brother. Jin chuckled when he noticed that the twins were drooling over the smell. Jin coldly asked them if they had anything to say. Despite knowing perfectly well that they had come for the phoenix heart, the twins writhed awkwardly, as if they desperately needed to go to the toilet. They wanted to ask Jin to share a part of the phoenix heart, but they were too afraid to do so. The beating last month and the father's swearing traumatized them. Jin found this situation very entertaining. In his previous life, the twins always stole something from him or beat him up if he ran into them in the hallway. He could not imagine that they would be careful with him now. Jin smiled, asking if they wanted to try the soup, to which the twins nodded their heads. Jin gave them a task to dig into the hole, enlarging it. It was located next to the grave of the bird killed by the twins. The twins' legs trembled. However, if they didn't have to face their terrifying brother in another fight, and they could eat the phoenix heart soup after such a trifling task, they didn't have any complaints. Despite the fact that they were soaked in the rain, the twins continued to dig the ground with a shovel. They reached the underground wall around midnight and then finally stopped digging. Under the place where they dripped there was a structure where a man was in a glass coffin. Tired and dirty twins arrived for their reward. However, they received only 1 teaspoon of soup each. The twins belatedly realized that they had not decided on the proper amount during the agreement with Jin, and were angered by their so-called reward. However, they couldn't express their disappointment for too long, as Jin glared at them as if he had graciously allowed them to enjoy one spoonful. The next morning, Jin went to the pit that the twins had dug. It turned out that the twins did not resort to small tricks. They dug a pretty big hole. Inside the deep pit, Jin saw a golden stone wall that was on the side at the very bottom. Jin walked over to the stone wall. There were scratches from shovels on its surface. The wall itself was not very strong. There were no metal bars or wires inside it to increase its strength, so a spell of the first rank would be enough for such a wall. Jin suddenly laughed because he couldn't help himself. Then he spread his arms and rested his palms against the wall. Immediately, the stone wall began to vibrate slightly. In fact, the center of the wall, where Jin's hands were, had already crumbled into small particles. A small hole appeared, through which Jin could barely squeeze his body. The guy looked at the hole in the wall. An old long corridor resembling ancient ruins came into his field of vision. A large steel gate could be seen in the distance, the secret vault of the Rankandels. In his previous life, he never got into it. To enter the vault, you had to say a passphrase. The child of the Rankandels wants to comfort Mirakin. It was a code phrase that Jin said. The secret vault of the Rankandels. Here are kept the secrets of the families that the Rankandels have destroyed over the past millennium. Only Rankandel standard bearers could enter here. He heard the code phrase from his brother, although he was sarcastic, saying that he wouldn't need this information anyway. The first thing Jin saw when the door opened was not a shelf with countless books, but a glass coffin. Inside the glass coffin was a human body. It was Mirakin who turned into a human before falling into a deep sleep. Faced with an unexpected sight, Jin's body froze with surprise and alarm. Then he slowly began to approach the glass coffin. Black Dragon Mirakin. They say the founder of the family defeated the Black Dragon, sending him into a deep sleep. Jin thought they were fairy tales. Jin didn't know much about Mirakin. The legends and myths of the clan rarely mentioned him. They weren't even worried about some dragon that disappeared a long time ago. The real problem was the living dragons, and they were much more worried about them. The glass coffin shone with cleanliness. There was not a single speck of dust on its surface. However, no one wiped it. Such perfection was maintained because of the mana surrounding the coffin. Jin touched the mana with one hand, and goosebumps instantly ran down his spine. Swallowing his saliva, the guy took another step forward. If it had been a living dragon, things would have gone differently. But Mirakin was sleeping inside the coffin, so Jin was more interested in finding secret manuscripts. The cave seemed wider than the central hall of the Storm Castle, although it was a little empty here, since the room was not decorated with all kinds of decorations. Jin quickly began searching for the manuscripts. As soon as he pushed open the heavy door, he found the library. In fact, this place was too shabby to be called a library. The secret library of the Rankandel clan consisted of one bookcase and several chairs, but there was enough space to hide the secret manuscripts. The rest of the books were manuscripts of other clans. The library didn't need a lot of shelves. Dusty books were neatly arranged on a 1.5-meter wide shelf. This literature was once written by various military clans and was defended at the cost of the lives of many people. These manuscripts could only be read by the standard bearers of the military clans. Jin calmed his pounding heart and started checking the titles of every book on the shelf. He decided to start with the Kunjin family. After all, they are also swordsmen. Several hours passed while reading. Jin wanted to take the whole mountain of books, but then he might get caught. To prevent this from happening, he decided to come and rewrite. The scratching of a pencil on paper could be heard in the quiet dungeon. It took Jin exactly an hour to copy 10 pages. Then he covered up the traces of his stay and left the library. He closed the hole in the wall with earth magic and dirt lying on the ground. So 2 months have passed. During this time, Jin rewrote all 3 volumes of Kanjin. As the days passed, Jin became more and more energetic and enthusiastic. He had never felt so good getting out of bed in the morning before. An hour passed in the underground library. After incessantly copying, Jin's thin and soft fingers were trembling, so he decided to take a break for 3 minutes. Jin heard a sound behind the sliding door. He immediately jumped up in fright and focused. It was the sound of a glass coffin opening. During the 2 months he spent in the dungeon, Jin did not hear a single sound here, except for the scratching of a pencil on paper and occasional gusts of wind. Now, even being outside the library door, Jin knew for sure that Mirakin's glass coffin was opening. Anyone in Jin's place would have come to that conclusion. Jin didn't remember anything about Mirakin's awakening in his past life. He couldn't help but hear the news about the dragon awakening, especially while living in the Tempest Castle. A low, deep voice reached Jin's ears through the door. The dragon asked who he was, but the guy was still wondering how he could get out of this trap alive. A few seconds passed, and Jin decided how he should behave with the dragon. He tried to calm down. In his opinion, the dragon was the guardian of the family. It is necessary to show respect, and then he may spare the child. Jin deliberately stuttered and spoke tensely. He said that he welcomed the guardian of the family. He hoped that he would be able to play a child frightened by a 1,000-year-old dragon. The Rankandels sometimes called Muraken their protector, so Jin decided to strengthen the effect of his words in this way. Muraken boiled with anger. He, the black dragon Muraken, was called the guardian of the family whose founder defeated him. He was just talking loudly, but the mana in the room started to shudder and swirl like in a whirlpool. Muraken's body disappeared into the black smoke and immediately materialized before Jin's eyes. Jin replied that he had been told that Muraken was the guardian of the family. The dragon was furious. He cursed Rankandel. Muraken said that he would not take it out on a small one. Jin breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the dragon's answer. He doesn't seem to be so cruel to children. Muraken suddenly took a deep breath, like a dog who has been thrown something delicious, or like a smoker who has finally lit a cigarette. Muraken asked why he smelled of shadow energy. He clearly remembered. He may have slept for 1,000 years, but he has not forgotten this smell. It smelled like that only about those who signed a contract with Solderit, as Temur once did. Jin thought about it. Does this mean that Muraken has awakened because of his power? Muraken completely ignored Jin. He closed his eyes and concentrated on the smell of energy. Jin decided to try something. A small dancing ball of energy appeared on Jin's palm. Muraken smelled the energy before he opened his eyes. He couldn't hide his surprise. In fear, Muraken began to retreat. He almost fell because of his shaking legs. His panic was growing. Muraken seemed to have his whole soul sucked out. The one he had been waiting for thousands of years turned out to be a child. Muraken fell in front of Jin and looked at him. There was silence. Jin wanted to continue their conversation, but the atmosphere wasn't right. He just couldn't bring himself to see Muraken lose his cool. Muraken said that he had once made a promise to Solderit, and it seems that in order to fulfill it, he will have to team up with Jin. He said he would explain everything later. He wasn't thinking straight right now, but I decided that at least I would introduce myself properly with a follower of Solderit. A strong wind swept through the room. Dark energy began to condense and swirl around Muraken. He transformed into the form of a dragon. A black aura covered Muraken's body like a cloud, and a dragon that almost completely filled the entire dungeon appeared in front of Jin. He's a Muraken, the representative of Solderit, his friend, the last descendant of the first being created from the shadow. According to the millennial contract, from this very moment he will serve Jin. Muraken asked to give his name. Jin replied, barely restraining his trembling heart. Black Dragon Muraken. Mount Muraken, a place with violent winds, is named after this dragon. A long time ago, the Black Dragon Muraken ruled the lands of the Rankandels. However, 1,000 years ago, Temur Rankandel defeated Muraken. They say that as a result, the Castle of the Storm was destroyed, and Muraken fell into a deep sleep. Anyone who enters into a contract with a god must do it in tandem with a guardian dragon. However, nothing was known about the dragon guardian of Solderit. Jin had been hiding Muraken in a secret library for a long time. Since they would be spending the near future together, Jin decided to ask Muraken about everything that was interesting to him. Jin asked Muraken why he and Temur were fighting. Muraken replied that he did not remember because it was 1,000 years ago. Jin was sure of one thing. Muraken was crazy about strawberry pie. Over the past 6 months, his admiration for dragons has been completely destroyed by this brute sitting in front of him now. As a wizard, he imagined legendary dragons, wise, mysterious, and powerful beings. But the dragon in front of him was very infantile, capricious, and absolutely lazy. He was constantly lying, scratching his sides and complaining about everything he could. Muraken asked what he does all the time. Jin replied that he records everything the dragon tells him in secret. Muraken perked up, asking if he understood any of them. Disappointed, Jin replied that he understood only 30%. Muraken consoled. It was quite good for someone his age. The other kids weren't capable of that. This only concerned ordinary children, and he was a Rankandel. He can't afford that. He has 12 older brothers and sisters, and mom, dad, grandparents. If he wants to crush them, he'll have to try. Jin asked how many percent Temur would understand from these books. He was wondering what he would look like against the background of the strongest man in history. At his age, Temur wouldn't have understood a line. But talent cannot always be measured by knowledge and understanding of sword techniques. Muraken noted that Jin has the potential of Temur, but he was not his equal. Jin lowered his head. Seeing this, Muraken decided to cheer Jin up. Jin signed a contract with Solderit like Temur, and read something so complicated. He was still young. He needs to be patient and train more. Then he will become as strong as Temur. Who knows, maybe even surpass him. Jin raised his head, asking if he believed it. Muraken smiled broadly. He asked if he knew what Solderit's nickname was. Infinity. Solderit's power is limitless, which means that he, as a follower, too. So Jin doesn't have to hang his nose. To cheer him up, Muraken promised that he would teach him a secret technique. the release of shadow energy. Everyone who is connected with shadow magic should be able to do this. However, if he has not mastered everything, it can be dangerous. Therefore, Muraken will train him carefully and gradually. The first step was to learn how to reveal mana. The release of shadow energy is the opening and movement of mana flows. It turns out that he must master mana flawlessly. That's what they'll be doing for the next 2 or 3 years. You can't learn something advanced without knowing the basics. 2 or 3 years seemed long to Jin. Jin created a sphere of mana on his palm, and Muraken stared at this sight in surprise. Muraken was shocked. He asked how he did it. Jin replied that he had been able to do this for a long time. Now it was necessary to learn how to move mana. The mana in Jin's hand moved from the right to the left. Muraken was very surprised. Only the greatest geniuses were capable of such a thing. Since he knew how to do all this, Muraken decided to show him what the release of shadows looks like. The energy of shadows is drawn from shadows. Soldred created all the shadows in this world. Therefore, Soldred is the lord of all shadows in the world. Muraken's spiritual energy began to swirl in countless tiny whirlwinds, no bigger than plums. Then they suddenly merged and created a bright and colorful pattern. Jin concentrated all his senses and began to listen. It seemed to him that time had slowed down while he was trying to see what changes the release of energy would bring. There were several candlesticks and torches next to the glass coffin behind Muraken. The shadows from these light sources in the underground chamber stretched out like long streams of water and began to flow towards the Muraken energy whirlpool. Jin turned to look at the other objects in the room, and the same phenomenon was reflected in the shadow of the bookshelf. Soon, he suddenly felt dizzy. The guy seemed to have fallen out of reality. He could feel the wet sweat in his tightly clenched fist. He had the urge to take a few steps back. The shadows of the objects and their surroundings really gathered in the direction of Muraken. It looked like a supernatural sight. The overwhelmingly threatening aura around Muraken made Jin's hair stand on end, as if no creature in this world could resist this power. And Jin instinctively realized that he couldn't let this threatening aura overwhelm his spirit. According to Muraken, those who should have been trembling with fear were shadows, because one day Jin will be the one who will possess this dark and terrifying power. Muraken grinned as he saw the fear disappear from the child's eyes. 6 months after Jin met Muraken, the twins left the Tempest Castle. He was 9 years old. I made a cake. Servants and knights stood nearby and congratulated him on his birthday. Jin asked everyone to put a piece of cake. There was a smile on his face. While they were celebrating their birthday, a guardian knight ran into the room. He announced that Lady Luna had arrived, the first standard bearer of the Rankandels, a knight of the 9th rank, the firstborn of the head of the family, White Whale Luna Rankandel. Although she is stronger than her brothers and sisters, the struggle for power is not interesting to her. She is not involved in a dirty war for the throne, and in fact, she's like a lonely white whale. That's why Luna never cared about other children. He would say they were like strangers, not family. They were so far apart. She is not one of those who comes to congratulate her younger brother on his birthday. Jin wondered why she was here. Has something terrible really happened? A lot of thoughts were spinning in the boy's head. Jin and Luna came face to face in the central hall. This was the first time he saw his older sister after the ceremonial selection. Dazzling silver hair, porcelain skin, and deep eyes that seemed to burn through everything they saw. The deep gaze of the moon caused an inexplicable sense of danger and threat. These were the eyes of someone who had killed myriad powerful warriors all over the world on the way to becoming the Emperor of the Sword. When their eyes met, Jin's heart started pounding wildly. However, Jin didn't have time to admire her forever. He couldn't dismiss the possibility that she had come all this way because she had somehow sensed Muraken's awakening. If that were the case, Jin would have to come up with a solution to his problem. A dry and cold voice was heard. She said that he had grown up. He said he would have dressed appropriately if he had known she was coming. It was cute for Luna. She replied that she really needed to notify someone to see her younger brother. At the same time, she began stroking Jin's head. To think that his older sister, whom he had barely spoken to in his previous life, was stroking him. Jin couldn't understand what was going on. Why? Why is she acting like this? The same question was constantly spinning in his head. She noticed that Jin didn't look well, so I asked if he was ill. Jin bluntly replied that he was a little nervous. The hand stroking Jin's head froze. He said that he was all on nerves since it was the first time he saw her so close. There was silence. The atmosphere around the moon was ambiguous. In the Rankandel family, it is normal to follow relatives, steal from them, trample them into the mud. She decided that Jin thought that she wanted to follow him or something. She suddenly apologized. She shouldn't have forgotten that Jin was a Rankandel after all. There was sadness, regret, and bitterness in her gaze. The moon tilted and was at the level of his brother's eyes. She wanted to talk in private, so she asked Jin for the knights and the nanny to leave them. As soon as the guy nodded, the knights left, although Jin still couldn't figure out his sister's true intentions. He believed that Luna didn't mean him any harm. She wanted to report something, so she came without an invitation. When their father visited him, he attracted all the brothers and sisters by his behavior, which meant that they would be watching him closely after he left Tempest Castle. She also expressed the hope that he would be able to live happily without getting involved in a family conflict. She didn't want Jin to suffer from the customs of the family. Jin was grateful to her, but he wasn't going to drop out of the game. Luna tried to reason with him again, but Jin replied that there was no turning back. He said that an attempt had been made on him. He angrily asked who dared to do this. From the cry of the moon, the aura began to come out of her body, expanding in the empty hall. A rumble shook the enclosed space as energy swirled in a whirlpool. Jin replied that he didn't know who did it. Despite his dry response, Jin was pleased that Luna was furious with him. There was no need to continue this conversation. Luna could only come to terms with the fact that her younger brother was already too involved in the family feud to break free at the moment. She hugged him, saying that it saddens her. While the girl was trying to sort out her mixed feelings, Jin gently put his arm around her neck. Who would have thought that the famous white whale was such a sweet and gentle sister? Jin no longer thought of her as a scary 9-star knight, but instead considered her a simple person who suffered in this confusing family. He asked her not to get upset. She congratulated him on his birthday, giving him a pendant with a blue stone. If Jin breaks the dark blue gem on the pendant, the moon will be sent to the place where Jin is, but only once. So she asked Jin not to take it off. Jin's gloomy and dreary birthday was brightened up by the presence of his sister. After their conversation in the hall, Luna stayed in the castle for another 2 hours before leaving. After she left, Jin went to Murakan. When he saw Jin, he pointed to the pendant on him in shock. He noted that the one who gave him this pendant seems to love him very much. It was an artifact of the Demon King Orgel himself. Thousands of years ago, people risked their lives just to get one of his artifacts. The pendant gave its owner resistance to attacking magic no higher than the 5th rank, and also enhanced magical power. Murakan was sure that the pendant also had the ability to summon. Murakan asked if this gift was from that person with very strong energy. Jin was surprised that Murakan could sense her from here. Murakan was sure that she had noticed him, too. Jin began to worry. Murakan calmed him down, because his sister gave him something so valuable. She would definitely not give up her brother to watch him die. Leaving, Luna uttered the words that no matter what he did, no matter who he became, she would always be on his side. Jin thought that life in the Tempest Castle would be incredibly boring. But it brought him a lot of things: the recognition and hopes of his fathers, the heart of the phoenix from Marie, friendship with the moon, and even acquaintance with the dragon guardian Murakan. He could not have dreamed of such a thing in his previous life. He is already 10 years old, so the preparations for moving to the central castle began. Currently, Jin was training 2 skills at the same time. He studied the release of shadow energy with Murakan in the dungeon, and Khan, a knight from the castle, taught him the martial arts of the Rankandels. As a result, the boy had no time to rest at all. Looking at Jin, Han thought that this was to be expected from someone who the head of the family was interested in. When he trained others, he evaluated their abilities. But, apparently, it was Jin who was here evaluating whether he was fit to be his teacher. After the training, Han bowed, saying that it was an honor to train him. There's not much time left before Jin leaves the castle. Khan promised that he would do his best to prepare him in the best way. Jin touched the candle flame with his index finger today. The fire touching the tip of his finger had absolutely no effect on him. Jin didn't feel a burning sensation, as if he had dipped his finger into warm water. He ate about half of the heart. He'll finish the rest in a couple of years. She was preparing the necessary things, because at dawn they would leave the Castle of the Storm. He was leaving tomorrow, so he asked Murakan how he could take him with him. Murakan has been waiting for this day for a long time. The dragon replied that although he was weakened, but it was all a trifle. He would go after him and no one would even notice him. Has Murakan weakened? Jin was very surprised. Jin asked if he could recover his strength. They will be getting stronger together, because he is his guardian dragon. Murakan asked him to quickly become a strong swordsman magician, like Temur. In a previous life, Jin had heard from Solderit that his family were swordsman magicians, and the founder of the family, Temur Rankandel, was the strongest swordsman magician in history. Now everyone has forgotten about it. According to Murakan, the Rankandel family rejected magic and seek only swordsmanship because of a humiliating contract made 1,000 years ago. Although Murakan is revered as a guardian of the family, it is unlikely that anyone will be happy about his return. If it had been thousands of years ago, Murakan was sure they would have been revered for bringing the most noble creature back into the world. Jin was incredulous. Murakan asked not to worry. He promised to hide well, and he will put an illusion on an empty coffin so that no one will know that he is not here. Although he won't be able to maintain the illusion for too long, he will support her for as long as he can until he recovers his strength. As a sign of gratitude, Murakan asked for more respect and reverence. Jin smiled. A bottle and a basket appeared on his hands. When Jin opened the basket, the stars shone in Murakan's eyes. The basket was filled to the brim with strawberry pies. The pie was from the first strawberry this year, and he stole the wine. Jin asked only not to get drunk. He was afraid that Muraken would impose some strange illusion. The dragon said that it was not in vain that he raised him, looking greedily at a bottle of wine. The next day, around lunchtime, 2 knights from the main castle of the Rankandels came to the castle. There were fewer escorts compared to when the twins left the castle, but this time both escorts were 7-star knights. Knights Jerome and Holtz. She spoke in a solemn tone, looking straight into Jin's eyes that his life would no longer be as calm as in the castle. Besides, she won't be able to cook him a pie all the time anymore. Jin's days at Tempest Castle were rarely calm and peaceful due to his constant training. But he had already adapted to such an atmosphere. The knights from the main castle greeted the boy politely. A steel carriage pulled by horses was waiting for them at the foot of the mountain. October 30th, 1790. Finally, he leaves the Castle of the Storm and goes to the Rankandel estate, the Garden of Swords. Jin's days at Tempest Castle were accompanied by constant rains. However, as soon as they descended the mountain and reached the bottom, the landscape turned white. It was the first snowfall this year. Moreover, heavy snowfall. A few hours later, the snow rose to knee level. Because of this pure white landscape, the crew had to slow down. The knights Jerome and Holtz dismounted and began to sweep away the snow on their way with swords. She said they needed to wait out the snowfall in the nearest village. If there is a lot of snow, they will be able to teleport. Although this was the first time Jin had seen snow in a long time, he wasn't particularly excited because of their serious circumstances. A carriage slowly approaching and a snowfall that seemed to be trying to swallow the whole world. Jin was leafing through his notes transcripts of secret volumes from Castle Tempest to kill time. But the unexpected happened. Suddenly, the 2 horses pulling the carriage screamed in horror. The 1-star magic spell ice spears pierced the sides of the horses. The carriage shook as if it was about to turn over, and the next second the coachman was killed in the same way. Ambush. Jerome and Holtz shouted loudly, immediately covered Gina with her body, and began to watch what was happening outside. The usual gentle and kind look was nowhere to be seen. Her eyes seemed to burn with anger as she displayed a fierce intent to kill. She told Jin not to worry, because the knights were of the 7th rank, just like herself. About 20 enemies. There are mages and warriors there, maybe even archers. Jerome and Holtz were fighting now. She reported on her own observations of the situation. Although she tried to calm Jin down, he was much calmer than the nanny herself. Jin's pupils dilated. He shouted that they needed to get out of the carriage now. Under no circumstances should guardian knights leave a Rankandel child unattended. One of them had to stay. This meant that at least one of them was a traitor and an impostor. Something must have been planted in the carriage. They had to leave. I checked the situation outside through the window. As Jin had noticed, Jerome and Holtz had abandoned their positions as soon as the attack began. Her face contorted with rage as she ground her teeth. Anger was directed at the 2 traitors, as well as at herself for noticing the situation only after Jin pointed it out. Suddenly she waved her claw. The steel carriage was neatly divided in half and easily fell apart. Jin could now see the sky from inside the carriage. Then the woman jumped out of the wreckage and picked up the boy, running like an arrow flying in the wind. Since the traitors had prepared the crew, there could be hidden functions to prevent them from escaping. Therefore, she had to act quickly to avoid all possible traps. She said that she would accept any punishment as soon as they arrived at the estate. Jin replied that now was not the time for that. He wanted to make sure of something. The ambush could have been set up by their allies. If the attackers needed him, they would have attacked when Jinny got out of the carriage. But it was too quiet. If the opponents Jerome and Holtz were fighting were Jin's allies, then the boy and the babysitter were saved. But Jin couldn't dismiss the possibility that the attackers were actually other enemies who had different goals than those 2 traitors. Nevertheless, she took the boy in her arms and ran to the battlefield. The voices of the attackers were heard. On closer inspection, Jerome and Holtz were fighting on equal terms against about 20 opponents. Demon and Black Sakura, the Utah family, part of the Mytol family of magicians and mercenaries of the Black King's squad. The attackers were indeed allies of the boy and the nanny. A knight with short red hair and a scar in his left eye stood with his back to him. He introduced himself as Murika. Murika was the captain of the Black King's squad. They came to rescue Jin on the orders of the Rankandels. Jin immediately realized that Jerome and Holtz were not traitors, but impostors. If they were of the 7th rank, they would easily cope with all of them. Gilly wrapped her aura around the claw and glared at the knights. The faces of the 2 traitors visibly distorted. Smiles began to appear on them. She also realized that these 2 knights were not the Rankandel knights she knew. Like Jin, she was aware of the might and power that true 7-star knights possessed. She asked who they were. Jerome replied that he would not say anything to the Rankandel mutt. The fake Jerome let out a sickening laugh and fell silent. It looks like they weren't going to give more information. She asked Jin what she should do. Jin had no hesitation in ordering one to be killed and the other to have his hands cut off and brought to him. Jin didn't have time to look back, as she already rushed to the two imposters. As she swept across the snowy landscape, the air was torn apart by a sonic boom. She was a swift arrow. The mercenaries and magicians couldn't believe that it was possible to reach such a speed by running through such a thick layer of soft snow. The three-pronged claw tore the neck of the fake Jerome. The imposter didn't even have time to react to the speed of the babysitter. He noticed the approaching death only when his head touched the snow. The fake Holtz, who was next to Jerome, turned around to find the figure of Gilly, who rushed past them. However, he couldn't follow her movements with his untrained eyes. When he tried to take revenge by swinging the sword in his hand, soon, the sound of his right hand falling with a sword reached his ears. Soon she cut off Holtz's other hand as well. She dragged the fake Holtz along with her and approached the boy. It seems the patrons of these two did not underestimate the Rankandels. To become a nanny in this family, you need to be at least a warrior of the 7th rank. If they want to kill one of the Rankandel children, it is worth sending 3-4 knights of the 8th rank. Holtz shouted that the Rankandel rule would soon come to an end. Jin suddenly replied that he was expecting the same. Jin's statement caused surprise and confusion among the mercenaries and magicians. The rule of the Rankandels will end, and the rule of Jean Rankandel will begin, Holtz shouted, praising the Zippels. Zippel, a famous family of magicians, ruling the other half of the world. Unlike the Rankandels, who pursue the mastery of the sword, they hone the mastery of magic. 1,000 years ago, after the death of the founder of the Rankandels, Zippel and the Rankandels made a humiliating treaty forbidding the Rankandels to use magic, and all their magical abilities were sealed. Zippel has been a sworn enemy of the Rankandels for 1,000 years. Since he was a follower of the Zippels, there was no need to drag him back to the family for questioning. He ordered to throw Holtz somewhere nearby. There was no point in talking to an imposter. Whether they find him alive or dead, he will still serve as a good example for his comrades. Of course, the Rankandels are the sworn enemy of the Zippels. They still instill fear in the Rankandels. They were not involved in what happened today. Their followers did whatever they wanted. But something was wrong. No matter how good the disguise was, it was not so easy to get the 7th rank. Jin thought about one bastard. Perhaps this person helped these imposters. Jin thanked Murika, saying that he would report it as soon as he arrived at the castle. The family will reward him generously. He asked them to take care of the teleportation gate for now. Murika was all on edge next to a seemingly small boy. He remembered the boy's recent words to the imposter. Maybe what he said wasn't a child's fantasy. He seemed serious. Murika turned to his people. He ordered them to monitor their behavior. No nonsense. She informed Murika that they were ready to leave. Murika awkwardly put his fist on his heart, which was what knights usually did in front of their masters. This amused his people. He had a calm expression on his face, but the boy caught a slight melancholic look that lasted for a moment. Jin asked not to blame himself. Even the Khan, a knight of the 9th rank, did not suspect anything. And it's even harder for her, a warrior of the 7th rank, to notice something. Besides, the fact that Jin knew about the rules of the Guardian Knights better than his babysitter wasn't a big problem either. At least, Jin didn't think so. Nevertheless, I was still thinking about this incident. She apologized. Hearing her answer, Jin smiled bitterly as he recalled some memories. The fate of each Rankandel nanny is connected with the fate of the child entrusted to her. Never makes excuses. She will never say excuses like I lost my sensitivity after spending 10 peaceful years in the castle of the storm, or I felt out of place, which dulled my senses. And in a previous life she was his nanny. And because he had no talent, she got it too. But she never blamed Jean. When Jin was exiled from the family, she was exiled with him. But she only bowed her head and asked for forgiveness for not being able to serve him properly. That is how she treated him. Therefore, he will not be harsh to her. But the new life was radically different from the past. And it also does not hurt to temper the character. She wanted to apologize again, but Jin screamed at her not to blame herself. It was a direct order from him. Jin didn't want to talk to her in such an overbearing manner, but it was the only way to make her listen. In this life, it was his turn to protect his nanny, even if Jin sometimes had to behave coolly. He had to make sure that the harsh reality would not crush her kind and warm heart. It was the boy's turn to lead his nanny to a better life. She replied that his word was the law. She knew that Jin's indifferent tone was caused by his goodwill towards her. When she made a promise to herself, she clenched her fist and raised her head, feeling relieved by her determined face. Jin began to think about the killers, fake Jerome and Holtz. They were part of a radical group of followers of the Zippels and perfectly disguised themselves by deceiving everyone in the Castle of the Storm. It was impossible to create such a perfect disguise with magic. Transformation was a special privilege granted only to dragons. And even with this power, it was impossible to perfectly reproduce and imitate another person. In that case, how did the assassins recreate the knight's appearance without any flaws? Jin already knew who was guilty. The magician of reincarnation, Buber Gaston. In the whole world, only one Buber is capable of such a thing. With the help of his magic, he committed far more than one crime to wreak havoc around the world. If Bauer Gaston was involved in this, everything became more complicated. By the time Jin turned 20, Buber's identity was revealed to the world. The Bement Empire sent a group of special troops to hunt down the unknown criminal behind the crimes and finally captured him. He could be useful, but it was necessary to win him over to your side. But Jin decided that there was no need to poach the one who pointed the sword at him. Behind his thoughts, Jin did not notice how he dozed off. The cat's continuous meowing could be heard. The cat was outside the window of the 3rd floor of the hotel. Inside, she could see the boy sleeping quietly on the bed. The adorable little feline raised its front paw and started knocking on the window. He was no different from an ordinary cheerful cat. When Jin woke up, he sat up and rubbed his eyes. After sleeping for a few hours, his body became as light as a feather. Noticing the change, the cat began furiously scratching the glass with both front paws, as if desperately wanting to get inside. Seeing the cat's behavior, a short laugh broke from the boy's lips. Who would have thought that this ultra-charming cat was actually the great black dragon Muraken? Muraken began to lose patience and get annoyed. Jin realized that if he continued, he would get tired of pacifying an angry cat in the future. Then he stopped his taunt and opened the window. Muraken immediately turned back into a human and began to fall face to the floor. A heavy sound shook the room, and the nanny, who was standing ready at the door, immediately rushed inside. As soon as the unknown person on the floor came into her field of vision, she quickly pulled out the claw. He was already covered in a layer of aura, ready to engage the enemy. It was all over. An unexpected situation completely disrupted his plans and put him between a rock and an anvil. Before Jin and Muraken could utter a word, she rushed to the man lying on the floor and pressed a claw to the back of his head. Jin tried to stop him. Hearing who the nanny was, Muraken quickly perked up, changing in a second. He was glad that he had finally met his strawberry pie. In an instant, Jin came up with dozens of excuses that he could use to peacefully deal with this unplanned situation. Sighing, he decided to tell the truth. Gilly couldn't believe her ears. This shabby, pathetic man was the great black dragon Muraken. This person was the guardian of the Rankandel family. Asked for forgiveness for her actions, Muraken laughed and said that he forgives his strawberry pie. I was a little embarrassed by such a nickname. She asked why he called her that. All because she was wonderful, beautiful, and baked the most delicious strawberry pies. As soon as she heard these words, she finally understood. The reason Jean was always drawn to strawberry pies. The reason why he always went down to the burrow in the backyard of the Tempest Castle. And why he always took these pies with him. Jin began to tell and explain his last years spent in the Castle of the Storm. Although he didn't mention his regression, he told her about his census of secret folios and sold her its contract status. Surprisingly, she remained calm and collected during Jean's story. However, she was nodding intensely all the while. It was at this moment that an informal group of 3 Rankandels was formed, consisting of a nanny, a child, and a dragon. She asked if the noise was because of the transformation. Muraken laughed out loud, answering that he just fell. She wasn't sure now if she could trust the dragon or not. Jin replied that they could, sort of. The middle teleportation gate. Over the next 2 days, the Black King's mercenaries duly escorted Jin and company to the capital of the Kingdom of Middle. It would not be an exaggeration to compare mercenaries with real knights for their amazing dignity and the courtesy they showed to their clients. However, they never understood why their client picked up the black cat halfway. The Black King's mercenaries only came to the conclusion that the tiny but ruthless overlord named Jin also had a childish aspect. It's time to say goodbye to the Black King's squad. I told them that they did well. The Rankandel family will reward them handsomely for their work. Before leaving, Murika asked a question. Why did she, having such a talent, leave her family and become the nanny of young Rankandel? His expression immediately darkened. Murika quickly apologized, realizing that it was impolite on his part. As soon as the Black King's mercenaries left, she took a deep breath. After that, she joined Jin and Muraken, and they went to the teleportation gate of the Middle Kingdom. Gilly showed a dagger with the Rankandel emblem, the black sword engraved on it. They had to go to Kelowna to Hewfester to the Allied troops. The teleportation gate manager was happy to personally escort someone from the Rankandel family. He asked them to wait 2 hours, after which they would be home in no time. There was a waiting room at the special gate that was as luxurious as a rich nobleman's living room. There were no other customers in the first-class waiting room. Jin jumped on the soft sofa and took out his notebook. He got into the habit of using any free time to study when he was a magician in a previous life. Gilly laid out her concerns about Jin's magic. If it is discovered, it will be very bad. Jin calmed her down, saying that he understands, that's why he won't reveal it. Suddenly, the door to the first-class waiting room swung open. It was a young man, apparently from a noble family. He had light brown skin and seemed taller than Jin. He was accompanied by 2 warriors. As soon as they entered the room, The atmosphere changed. Tension grew in the air as Gilly and the noble boy's escorts stared at each other. This situation was inevitable. As the Rankandels and the Zippels met face to face, Jin calmly watched the boy's face and pondered. His face seemed somehow familiar, but Jin couldn't remember who it was. He hadn't seen many Zippels up close in his past life. The boy looked at them haughtily. He said that he now wanted to go to Hoofester. He didn't expect to see these scum here. It was just a childish provocation. Murakan walked in circles between the opposing groups, mowing as if he found the situation amusing. Murakan came up to him and hit the outstretched hand with his paw. Then, with a proud look, he jumped back onto Gilly's lap. When the escorts tried to draw their swords on their belts, the boy raised his hands to stop them. He also warned them that it was better to keep their swords sheathed in front of the Rankandels. The boy deliberately provoked Jin as soon as he entered the waiting room to test his reaction. He wanted to know if the Rankandel's youngest child, who had just left the Tempest Castle, was promising. The boy immediately deduced the Rankandel in front of him. It seems that the younger Rankandel was very restrained. The boy approached Jin by extending his hand and introducing himself. This boy's name was Veridin Zippel. He apologized for his rudeness. As soon as he heard that name, Jin finally remembered why the boy in front of him looked so familiar. Veridin Zippel is a genius magician, most likely the next head of the family. Young magicians are equal to him, both in terms of skills and in terms of character. He is the one whose magical abilities Jin considered an unattainable ideal. But that's what he thought before. He did not expect to meet Veridin at such a young age. It even turned out funny somehow. Jin said that he was also interested in what he was like. He said that he was glad, because Veridin did not turn out to be a complete idiot. Veridin asked why he decided so. If his guards really had drawn swords, then he would have gone to Hoofester without a guard and a couple of fingers. Veridin's guards, who heard this, were drenched in cold sweat. Veridin laughed awkwardly, noting that even the jokes of the Rankandels were cruel. Was Jin joking? When Veridin met Jin's cold gaze directly, he shuddered and pursed his lips. Veridin had warned Jin not to inadvertently start a war between the two clans. This was really serious advice from a member of the enemy clan. Jin replied that it was ridiculous. His father, Shiren Rankandel, and Veridin's father, Celiac Zippel, will not start a war over some childish quarrel. Veridin's eyes widened as if he had nothing to say to Jin's words. Even if Jin had chopped off Veridin's fingers today, the Rankandels and Zippels wouldn't have gone to war. They'll just have to pay a few thousand gold bars or something. Veridin stared at him dumbfounded and blinked several times before nodding. Veridin laughed, saying that it was instructive. He wanted to repay Jin later now. Jin said that he should pay back now. Veridin asked how to repay him. Jin replied that he would be glad if Veridin would be silent until the gate was activated. Veridin Zippel returned the favor as requested by Jin. He didn't say a word until the teleportation gate was activated. From time to time he glanced at Jin to check what the boy from Rankandel was doing. Jin Rankandel. Veridin was sure that in a few years he would shake the world and spread his name. He was very curious. He wanted to talk to him some more, but Jin didn't want him to do that. Veridin's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he continued to glance at the 10-year-old boy. They only had a short conversation, but the meeting was refreshing and exciting. Consequently, there was a certain amount of benevolence in Veridin's curious gaze. If it wasn't for their origin, Veridin would definitely have made friends with Jin. Wait a minute, if Jin is a Rankandel, then they can become sworn enemies. Veridin chuckled softly, letting his imagination soar to the skies. Meanwhile, Jin also thought to himself, is everything all right with the Zippel's head? It's time to teleport. They were warned that it could cause headaches and nausea. Blue Mana began to color the special waiting room. Then she gently covered the participants inside. Veridin excitedly shouted that he was glad to meet Jin. He will be looking forward from the next meeting. Jin, on the contrary, hoped that he would never meet Veridin again. As soon as they left the waiting room, they were greeted by the quiet scenery of the Alliance teleportation gate. In general, there should have been countless people in this area, but since the youngest Rankandel master was coming today, the administration set strict rules. A group of knights approached Jin and his team. They were the guardian knights of Rankandel. A middle-aged man among the knights spoke up. His name was Pedro. He was the second manager of the house. He and the others headed towards the Garden of Swords. The Garden of Swords, a place that symbolized and represented the Rankandel clan. As the name suggests, the vast garden had more swords planted in the ground than flowers or trees. Thousands of swords belonged to deceased Rankandels and clan members, but not all. No one got the right to plant their swords in the garden just because they were a clan member. This was a special right granted only to clan members who had contributed to growth and prosperity. Once upon a time, Jin hoped that after his death, his sword would be placed here in the garden. In the past, he was weak, devoid of potential. He was neither a leader nor a blade. Why did he even think that hard training would change anything? But now, his life in this worthless place will make sense. Jin thought he would be nervous on the way to the Garden of Swords, but it was the opposite. In fact, the sight of the swords planted in the garden gave him confidence and mental fortitude. Standing in front of them were Jin's 12 siblings, his parents, the masters of the Rankandel clan, and all the potential heirs to the throne gathered in one place. Gathering together all the direct descendants of the Rankandel bloodline was extremely rare. His mother was the first to speak, saying that it had been a long time since we had seen each other. Black Panther, Rosa Rankandel, the lady of the Rankandel house. Jin slowly approached his parents. Moving forward, Jin could feel the eyes of his brothers and sisters who were standing in line on both sides. Murakan was the reason for this. Their younger brother, who attracted the attention of his father, lovingly cared for the cat. They expressed a mixture of surprise, amazement, and mockery. When Siron frowned, he asked Jin, "Did he pick up this cat?" Jin expected his father to ask this question first before any greeting. And he also knew what to say to satisfy this picky man who turned out to be the strongest in the world. He replied that he did not pick up, but sheltered. The corners of Shiren's mouth turned up in a slight grin. That's how a real Rankandel should answer. The expressions of some of his siblings became somber, probably because they used to be severely punished by their father when they picked up a cute pet. Or maybe some of them just didn't like Jin. The cat jumped into Rose's arms. Surprisingly, she just caught him and began to calmly stroke his fur. She asked what the cat's name was. He replied that his name was the Rankandel moth. There was a flurry of complaints, but as soon as Shiren opened his mouth, everyone immediately shut up. Shiren asked why he gave his last name to the cat. Jin gave the last name to be responsible. It was the first time he had sheltered someone, so the name had to be significant. Shiren asked if he understood the significance of their last name. It was a difficult question, but Jin nodded without hesitation. If someone offends a moth, he will pay for it. Shiren noted that Jin seems to have a talent for making enemies. He glanced at his children. They quickly lowered their heads. Jin grinned. He had a talent for getting rid of his enemies as well. Shiren grinned. He warned his children that they should be careful with the younger one. 4 years later, summer of 1794. Over the past 4 years, Jin has become a knight cadet of the 2nd rank. Garen Altamir informed Jin that the training was over. Garen was a guardian knight of the House of Rankandel, who trains low-ranking cadets. Garen also reminded Jin that Lunar Rankandel planned to train him. Jin had almost forgotten about it. He decided to have a snack first. Will Jin be having lunch with the cadets again? Garen said that Madame Rosa would be upset. Jin sighed. He didn't want to play peekaboo with his brothers and sisters while eating. Garen said he understood. He will inform Rosa Rankandel about it. The servant started bringing food to the training ground. It was a huge pot of rice, vegetables, and meat. The food was simple and rough enough, but the ingredients were first class. Cadets stood in line, waiting for food to be distributed. Jin didn't follow them, as Bellup was in charge of his food. Bellup Schmitz, a low-ranking knight cadet, a 13-year-old boy, a commoner, a year younger than Jin. Due to a lag in training, he was stripped of his rank and expelled. At least, that was the case before Jin's regression. Jin asked him if it was delicious. Bellup was very grateful to the Rankandel family that he could eat such wonderful meat. Bellup was especially grateful to the young master, because he was always ready to share meat with him. Because Bellup wasn't going to stop himself, Jin had to tell him to stop talking. Bellup said the same thing yesterday. Jin asked if he had memorized it. Bellup blushed a little with embarrassment. Jin said that Bellup should learn to behave more carefully, because he says what's on his mind. Everyone looks down on him. Jin told him to straighten his shoulders and raise his head higher. Bellup needs to be a little more confident. Bellup must not forget that he is a knight cadet of the House of Rankandel. Bellup replied that he had terrible grades. He didn't even reach the 1st rank. Jin sighed and replied that it was very difficult to become even a cadet. No matter how bad his grades were, he's still better than his peers who didn't get here. Bellup was so pure and sincere that Jin would not be surprised if even his relatives bullied him. Jin asked himself one question. How did someone so pure, trained by the swordmaster Karin, become a loyal dog of the Bement Empire, turned into a ruthless killer? When Jin found out that Bellup had become an imperial bodyguard, he was shocked, and when he found out that he had committed suicide, he was upset. Jin looked around. After making sure no one else was looking in their direction, he quickly passed some of his food to Bellup. He said he wasn't hungry, so Bellup could finish eating. Jin will personally make sure that Bellup is not kicked out this time. He's already dead. Jin won't repeat his mistakes again. The release of shadow energy is the 2nd rank, mana is the 4th, fencing is the 2nd. Everything was going well. At this rate, in a couple of years he will reach the 3rd rank in fencing. Jin was Luna's favorite little brother. She said that today they will continue yesterday's training. However, this time everything will be somewhat different. She told Jin that the heart is his eyes. He must look with his heart. Jin has never heard of such a workout, but apparently he has no choice. For those who live by fencing, it is extremely important to open the inner vision. Luna told him not to open his eyes. Only knights who had reached the 7th rank could comprehend inner vision, and she wanted to teach someone who had recently received only the 2nd. In addition, usually inner vision was achieved by scattering the aura, but during training with the moon, he could not use the aura. However, Jin obeyed his older sister's instructions and kept his eyes closed because he knew her identity. Moreover, she was widely known as the strongest among the 13 Rankandel children. If any of the other brothers and sisters had started teaching Jin, as Luna was doing now, he would have thought that they were trying to prevent his growth with some nonsense. Or maybe they have become fanatics of some kind of pseudo-religion. Jin decided to trust her. He was sure she had thought of something. He focused on training. He was sure that someday he would figure out how to do it. They stood facing each other, eyes closed, until evening came. When their lesson was over, Luna smiled. She praised him. He could be coming back. Jin had no idea what he had done well, so he could only nod at her statement. When Jin started to leave, Luna was thinking, looking at his back. Jin showed a concentration unusual for knights of the 2nd rank. She was sure that with such potential, he would understand everything in a couple of years. Luna smiled contentedly. Cadets gathered at the training ground. Today they will have sparring matches, so there was a strange mood between them. The results of the duels were very important for their overall scores and rating, and higher scores would give them a bigger scholarship and the opportunity to become a knight guardian with special treatment. No wonder all the cadets were on edge. Karen said that today was an important day for Jin as well. His mother, Rosa Rankandel, said that if he defeats 10 opponents with a higher rank, he will be able to start training in an advanced group from next year. This was great news for Jin. Jin turned his attention to the corner where Belop was standing. As expected, the cowardly boy looked around nervously. He reminded Jin of a small prey that barely escaped from a predator and hid in a small hole. Jin needs to do something to prevent Belop from being kicked out. But Belop still lacked confidence. Garen arrived at the training ground, and the cadets immediately got in line. After a simple warm-up and physical exercises, Garen announced the sparring order and schedule. Today they will fight 3 opponents in turn. The top 10 will fight one-on-one with Jin. There wasn't a single cadet in Garen's class who could beat Jin. Therefore, whenever sparring took place, Jin fought several duels more than others. Duels began. Their duels were quite good. The training was not in vain. These sparring sessions continued for another 2 hours, and finally it was Jin's turn. Among the 24 winners, Garen chose the top 10. Jin grabbed a wooden sword and faced his first opponent. Jin quickly finished this duel, as there were still 9 sparring sessions left. Jin won 8 in his previous life, but this one needs 2 more. Jin lightly swung his wooden sword, waiting for the next opponent. Jin's next opponent was Meza Milkano, Knight Cadet of the House of Rankandel. The usual group. Meza Milkano is one of the few who, after completing her training, will become a guardian knight. The battle with her is the most important moment in the test. Meza promised that she would beat Jin, no matter what it cost her. Jin nodded, saying he was looking forward to it. Meza attacked first. Jin noted that she was even stronger than before, but it wasn't enough to defeat him. True, he will have to fight 8 more, but holding back his strength and energy in front of Mesa is a bad idea. Jin needs to defeat her in a direct clash to sow fear in the minds of his next opponents. Jin planned to plant a thought in the minds of the other cadets during his duel with Mesa, that they would never be able to defeat Jin in a head-on battle. This time, Jin was the first to make a move. His attacks consisted of the simplest and chopping blows. Not a single wrong or strange movement was added. Meza easily parried and dodged his attacks. But as the offensive continued, her thoughts became complicated and heavy. Why does he only hit her with ordinary punches? Before that, he demonstrated a wide variety of techniques. Although these were standard attacks, every move was heavy and sharp. Mesa's hands and wrists were numb from parrying them all. However, that wasn't the reason her mind was confused. While Meza was racking her brain, Jin continued to swing the wooden sword with a calm expression on his face, even when Mesa twisted her body to avoid his series of simple attacks. He still stuck to the basics. Did he underestimate her, thinking that she was incapable of defeating him? Meza gritted her teeth and stamped on the ground to stabilize her position. As soon as Meza took a pose and gripped her wooden sword tightly, her anxiety disappeared. She also started using only the simplest attacks to counter Jin. Soon, all the bizarre techniques and complex movements completely disappeared from their duel. Each of them took turns attacking and defending. It was a very simple fight, a simple brute force battle. She wouldn't let Jin push her away. This time she decided to surpass Jin. Suddenly, Meza screamed loudly, lowering her wooden sword. She tried to regain full control of her emotions, but this was the reason for her defeat. Jin didn't dodge the blow that contained all of Mesa's strength and took it head-on. Mesa expected him to step back to evade her attack, so she planned to quickly rush forward to deliver the final blow. The wooden sword she swung down with all her might shattered when Jin's sword deflected it. "How is it?" When Meza subconsciously asked herself this question, Jin's wooden sword had already reached her neck, waiting a few millimeters away from her skin. Jin told her that the fight was great. While he calmly answered, Jin's forehead was wet with sweat. Then Meza turned her gaze to her broken sword. It was neither a trick nor an illusion. Jin didn't use the aura, so why did only her wooden sword break? Watching Jin head to one side of the training ground to get a new wooden sword, Meza finally understood the reason for this phenomenon. Every observer believed that the duel between Jin and Mesa was a brute force duel without any intricate or complicated techniques. However, there was one hidden truth in the battle. While Jin and Meza exchanged blows one after the other, the boy aimed at the center of Meza's blade each time. On the other hand, Mesa's attacks affected the entire surface of Jin's wooden blade. Jin's determination to break Mesa's sword is against Mesa's determination to face him head-on in a head-on battle. Mesa's broken wooden sword was by no means an accident. She thought it was a battle of brute force, but in fact it was a battle of precision. There wasn't much difference in their strength and endurance. However, the reason for her loss was the difference in their accuracy and perseverance. She confidently declared that she would devote herself completely to training and would definitely win. She didn't want to lose anymore. Everything was going according to Jin's plan. After the duel with Mesa, Jin met with the remaining 8 cadets. However, he was able to defeat them without much difficulty. No one else has come face to face with him like Meza. Therefore, none of them could steal control of the battle from Jin. When the last opponent fell in front of Jin, all the other cadets gulped loudly. In their eyes, Jin easily defeated all the rivals after Mesa. However, it wasn't as easy as it seemed. Facing 10 extremely talented cadets one after another, Jin was a little out of breath after his last battle. Jin made an example out of Mesa not only to save his energy as much as possible, because he was afraid that he would not be able to defeat all 10 cadets. After the 10th victory, Garen came up to him with his congratulations. Jin will be taught by real Rankandels from next year. Jin thanked Garen, saying that he was counting on him for now. It was already time for lunch. Garen invited Jin to sum up the results of the morning workout. Jin asked how much time they had. Garen replied that there were about 10 minutes left. Jin told him he wanted to fight another one. Jin suddenly shouted Belop's name, to which Belop instinctively stood up. The eyes of all the cadets instantly turned to Belop. Jin told Belop that he couldn't survive in the Rankandel family that way. Jin ordered him to come out and fight him. He promised that he would destroy it. Belop stood in front of Jin, clutching the hilt of his wooden sword, cold sweat streaming down his face. He hadn't received this much attention since becoming a guard cadet, which explained his restlessness. The other watching cadets could already see Belop's soul slipping away while Jin's gaze continued. Everyone involuntarily recalled the words spoken by the boy from Rankandel to the coward. You won't be able to survive in this family if you continue to behave like this. Belop wondered why Jin had summoned him. Because he's weak. Jin wanted to teach him military discipline. Such questions flashed through Belop's mind. Jin's gaze was fixed on Belop, and he tightened his grip on the sword. Jin called Belop's name again. Belop nervously answered loudly. Restrained, contemptuous laughter rang out among the audience. But the cadets who reacted immediately corrected their expressions and attitudes, as they were afraid that Garen would punish them. However, not to mention Garen, even Jin didn't look at them and kept his eyes on Belop. Jin said that he was quite tired from all the battles, and Belop, on the contrary, was full of energy. Jin said that despite this, he was still stronger, which is why he called Belop. Belop wanted to ask something, but Jin instantly closed the distance between them. His wooden sword flew to Belop's shoulder, but the latter somehow managed to avoid the blow at the last second, despite the panicked footwork. After that, the attacks continued non-stop, like an endless river. Belop parried and avoided the sword by retreating. Jin unexpectedly praised him for his good blocks. Jin suddenly threw a handful of sand at Belop's face on the training ground. He started rubbing his eyes, and therefore his stance became unstable. Jin kicked him on the shin, which caused Belop to let out a groan of pain and fell to the ground. Belop asked in a trembling voice about what Jin was doing. Jin walked over to the seated Belop, who could barely open his eyes. He said that he had not summoned him for the sake of a simple fight. Jin wanted to fight it with Belop. Jin pointed his sword at Belop, saying he could kill him. He ordered Belop to get up. He won't spare him anymore. Jin turned around and started to increase the distance between them again. Belop lowered his head and took a deep breath before getting up and taking up the wooden sword. The cadets who had been watching until now began to wonder if Jin was really abnormal. No matter how stupid and cowardly Belop was, the young master had gone too far. At least that's what some observers thought. Belop's wooden sword shone with an aura. It was pale and dim, but nevertheless a real aura. Even with such a small amount of aura, the swordsman's slashing power would increase exponentially and become deadly. The weakest in the class, the eternal loser. This boy suddenly had an aura, so the cadets were shocked and confused. At this speed, one of the two fighters could potentially die during this duel. Meza asked Garen to stop the duel. If this continues, Jin may suffer. Jin turned to Garen, saying that they should take to the grave what they were about to see. Garen could only meekly agree. Belop asked if that was what Jin wanted. However, his face was no longer tinged with fear. He seemed depressed, but furious. Jin nonchalantly replied that he shouldn't hold back since he had an aura. Belop clenched his teeth in anger. He said Jin had made a terrible mistake. If he wanted to fight him, then he should have acted earlier. Belop made the move first. He instantly swept across the field and appeared in front of Jin with surprisingly agile movements. Jin blocked Belop's heavy wooden punch, but Jin's sword broke under the pressure. Jin knew that Belop was strong, but he had no idea that he was so strong. During training sparring sessions, he always managed to understand the opponent's strategy, evaluate his skills, and then deliberately lost. Jin had no idea that Belop already possessed an aura. A sudden heavy blow landed on Belop's arm, causing the sword to fly away. As the sword flew away, the recoil shook Belop's body. Losing his balance and support, Jin quickly grabbed him from behind and strangled him. Belop could do nothing but struggle for a breath of air as he was being strangled from behind. After a while, Jin removed his hands himself. Belop was coughing and gasping for air. Belop turned to Jin with a displeased look. He was asking why Jin stopped. If he wanted a decent fight, then it's worth fighting to the end. He asked Jin if he liked playing with people like that. Belop's pent-up anger burst out. Jin shook his head. He replied that it was unpleasant for him to provoke Belop himself. He had no idea how much. Belop was still offended when he asked about what Jin knew about him to persist so much. Jin got down on one knee, saying he didn't know anything about him. But one thing he knew for sure, to be kind and caring, you need to be strong. Belop was weaker than Jin, but kinder at the same time. Of course, Jin liked it in Belop, but in this hell, the good will not survive. Jin stopped and put his hand on the boy's shoulder. Belop raised his head and their eyes met. Jin asked Belop to become stronger in order to protect the good together with him and the others. He also apologized for his rudeness. While Jin was talking, the other cadets couldn't utter a sound. As a result, Belop's crying and tearful sobs could be heard everywhere. Suddenly, servants appeared at the training ground, carrying large pots of soup and with a lot of bread in boxes. While the servants were hesitating what to do, Jin told them to bring in the food. Belop told Jin to go to lunch. Jin grinned, saying that he would bring a portion for him. The strongest knight in the world, Rankandel. After he greeted his youngest son in the Garden of Swords 4 years ago, he immediately left for the Black Sea again. The question that the boy had once asked was still spinning in his head. Is God stronger than him? He can be stronger than God. The monsters of the Black Sea did not attack Shiren. They didn't even get close to the center of the Black Sea, where Shiren was sitting now. This was their method of preserving the natural ecosystem. Eating and being eaten. Shiren really liked the simplicity of this system, which is why he came to the Black Sea so often. A few days ago, a knight was looking for him on the Black Sea. The knight in question fought and killed countless monsters and bathed in their blood to see Shiren. It was a knight of the 9th rank Khan. Shiren did not turn to face him, but simply opened his eyes. He was sitting cross-legged. Khan approached him, wiping the blood from his armor. Then he reported with a frozen face, and Shiren waited with a straight face until Khan finished speaking. However, in the middle of the report, the corners of Shiren's lips lifted in a grin. So that's what his youngest son said. The content of Khan's report was the details of the outrage in the beginner class caused by Jin's recent action. Although Garen said he would not disclose the details of the incident to other Rankandels, he could not keep it a secret from the head of the family. Therefore, he informed Khan, Shiren's right-hand man, about the incident. However, he didn't say anything to other people. Garen wasn't afraid of the current genie, but he was afraid of the future boy. Shiren suddenly burst out laughing loudly. He understood what Jin's beliefs were. Did he want to rule by force and help the weak? In this case, you need to understand whether this approach is beneficial to their family. A wide smile appeared on Shiren's face. In recent years, he had laughed so much more than ever after reaching the demigod realm. Shiren ordered Han to return and tell Jin that it was time for him to go on his first mission. As a result, Khan had to spend a few more days getting out of the Black Sea and fighting monsters to pass on the order of the head of the family. January 1795. Jin, who is now 15 years old, has become a 3-star knight and was enjoying his last rest in the beginner training group. The first holidays have begun. The cadets either left for their hometowns and villages, or stayed to continue individual training. When they move to the advanced group, then you can forget about wooden swords. They will have to use personal swords made especially for them. Some cadets have already given instructions regarding their swords. Jin wanted a sword suitable for him in the armory, but Luna would choose his sword because she wanted it that way. In any case, Luna was much better at recognizing good swords than the current Jin, so he had nothing to lose by accepting her offer. He decided to trust her in this matter. Luna took a huge axe sword from her back and put it on the floor. It was a different sword compared to her favorite Krantel. Jin couldn't help but look confused. The axe sword that the moon had laid down seemed even bigger than himself. On the other hand, Luna's eyes were shining with impatience. She explained some points about this sword. He was called the Veil Killer. Luna often used one at Jin's age. Then she wanted to use something like a sword axe of a similar shape. The form of the Krantel with which she fought came from him. She asked Jin if he liked this sword. The moon spoke with innocent eyes full of hopes and expectations. A shiver ran down Jin's spine as he coughed awkwardly. He replied that he was grateful to her for her help with choosing a sword, but it was unlikely that such a sword would suit him. The joyful and hopeful mood of the moon immediately disappeared. She smiled grimly as a gloomy atmosphere formed around her. She said it was a joke. It didn't sound like a joke though, but Jin didn't dare say those words out loud. For a few more seconds, Luna cherished the impossible dream that Jin would take her sword. However, she soon gave up and took a deep breath. She understood him. He will have another sword. She really tried, choosing him. I thought which one would suit him best. Which sword would suit only him. And then she thought of him. Since Jin chose Barasada at the selection ceremony, this sword will suit him best. The sword that the moon showed was in a neat, black scabbard without a single ornament or decoration. He seemed ordinary, but when Jin received the sword from Luna, his eyes trembled. When he grabbed the handle and pulled, a snow-white blade appeared in his field of vision. Jin admired the clean, unpainted sword as he mentally shouted out the name of the weapon. He looked at the multicolored reflection that shone like a star diamond, with a look as if he was head over heels in love. Bradamante. He is the brother of Barasada, the blade that Temur Rankandel once used. With the exception of Barasada, there were very few swords in the Rankandel arsenal that surpassed Bradamante. Luna noted that Jin seemed to like the sword. You bet. This sword was unique. Even other swords from the family collection can't compare with it. Jin would do anything to get him. To think that the moon had chosen Bradamante for him. Bradamante and Barasada are best compatible with the energy of shadows. If Jin had chosen it himself, the brothers and sisters would have resisted. Others also wanted Bradamante. Jin said he didn't even know how to thank her for it. Something didn't add up here. Luna said she thought Jin was uncomfortable with her. It upset her. Jin quickly began to justify himself, saying that he didn't mean that, but she was already upset, so he would have to comfort her. She told him to close his eyes to start training. She wanted him to remember one thing. Among all the brothers and sisters trying to trample each other, there are those who disinterestedly love him. He should remember this well and not upset her anymore. She had already spent enough time alone. Long before he was born, Luna wanted Jin to understand that she didn't want Jin to be alone like she had once been. Jin decided not to question Luna's goodwill and love from now on. It's true that this kind-hearted sister turned a blind eye to Jin and his suffering in his first life, but Jin was ready to turn the page and forget about her past neglect of him. Jin showed his new sword to Muraken. Muraken didn't even turn away from reading the comic. He told Jin to put the sword away. It was too early for him to use it. He has not mastered the energy of shadows enough. To properly use Bradamante, shadow energy must be at least of the 3rd rank, and Jin is still a 2nd rank Brad. He won't even be able to awaken the sword. Jin didn't agree with that. In his opinion, he will soon reach the 3rd rank, and will be able to use Bradamante. Muraken forcefully closed the comic book in his hands and stared at Jin. Muraken was displeased with Jin's carelessness. He told Jin to listen to him carefully. Barasada and Bradamante could not be used at random. We needed the energy of the shadows of the 3rd rank, and this is the minimum. Muraken insisted that he use an ordinary sword until his strength reached the 5th rank. Jin removed Muraken's hand, saying that he did not like to wait long. You just need to reach the 5th rank in a year. From these words, the veins on Muraken's head swelled. It was impossible, even if Jin wins the shadow energy contest or absorbs it. Muraken said all this because he was worried about him. Jin said such nonsense that even dogs would laugh at him. Muraken demanded that Jin no longer talk such nonsense. Jin grabbed Muraken's comic book with difficulty. He started threatening Muraken with this, saying that he would tear up the comic. The quarreling duo stopped and turned to Jilly, who was running towards them. She seemed to be in a hurry. She reported that Coach Garen had called Jean to his office. Garen was supposed to come in person, but he said he had to explain the task strategy to Jin, show everything on the map, so Jin would have to go. Garen will help him in the first task. Jilly said he'd be moving out as soon as he rested. They had recently been awarded the 3rd rank, so it was about time. But it was strange that they would move out after the rest. Jilly assumed that this was due to the complexity of the task. Usually, such tasks were assigned from an advanced group and above. Jilly was full of worry. Jin only said that he had apparently proved that he was worthy. He told Gilly to wait here with Muraken while he found out everything. There were already 4 cadets in Garen's office. Garen smiled faintly at Jin's appearance. With the arrival of Jin, Garen began to explain everything. Only 10 cadets from the regular group, including Jin, received this assignment. They will be divided into 2 groups. This is a search task. They will go to the southern border of the Jin Kingdom. The Jin Kingdom was not far from the land of monsters. It was located near the base of the White Wolf tribe. Travelers avoid this area, and mercenaries hate it. Jin thought about it. Low-ranking cadets should not be sent here. It's quite difficult for the first task, and they were given out earlier than it should be. The squad included cadets with average performance, and Bellup, whose grades constantly fluctuated. It seemed to him that someone had deliberately arranged everything. Had his father been informed of his battle with Bellup and decided to test him like that, Jin became more serious. He will show his father what he is capable of. After all, his beliefs are unshakable. 3 days later, the southern border of the Jin Kingdom. They must find Sember Villa, the heir of the Villa family from the Jin Kingdom. As soon as they arrive, they will set up camp in the central section of the border. After that, each squad will go in search of Sember Villa. Every day, at the designated time, a selected person from each squad will come to the camp to share information with the rest. Jin ordered them to call him commander, not master. The injured must remain in the camp until they fully recover. That was it. They could only hope that their target was still alive. Bellup reported that Eddington had spotted a monster from the Watertail tribe. The Watertail tribe is an obedient and gentle tribe that fishes in rivers or seas using their harpoon-shaped tails. They cannot be found in areas inhabited by the White Wolf tribe, so they won't run into the White Wolf tribe. Because of the snowfall, Bellup couldn't walk fast, so Jin told him to leave 2 hours earlier. After that, he will need to return to Sector 13. Jin ordered the others to start searching in Sector 13. Jin had a bad feeling. His father had personally assigned them this task, but everything was going too smoothly. Perhaps he misunderstood everything, and this is a simple task, not a test. There were also no incidents in Sector 13, and they could not find any clues about the missing person. The only special incident that happened was that they were presented with fried fish by beastmen from the Watertail tribe, which they found by coincidence. Jin thanked them, saying that he would definitely repay them for their kindness. Beyond Sector 13 begins the land of the beastmen. Cadets from an ordinary group are no match for them. Jin came to the conclusion that it is not worth straining for the sake of results. For the next 3 days, he will only confirm the results of searches in each of the sectors. Bellup finally returned from the camp. He was in such a hurry that he completely forgot to call him captain. The preparing cadets got up and also rushed to Bellup. Bellup reported that the second squad was ambushed. Jin quickly ordered the others to get ready to move out. Meanwhile, Bellup continued his report. The second squad dispersed to get away from the enemy. Only one of them was able to get to the camp and tell about what happened. The ambush wasn't set up by beastmen, but by humans. Only 3 people. Jin didn't expect the cadets to be attacked by humans, not beastmen. Bellup was confused. Why would they attack the Rankandels with such a small force? Jin concluded that there were a lot more of them. He ordered Eddington and David to return to the camp to guard it and the surrounding area. Jin also forbade making contact with the enemy upon detection. If something happens, the first thing they have to do is report first. As they hurriedly ran, Jin thought about the whole situation. A lot of people could have ambushed them. But what is their purpose? Why did they attack the second squad and not the first, in which Jin didn't know who they were, but he personally made them pay for daring to touch the Rankandels. Soon they found blood and traces of battle. Bellup assumed the worst. Maybe Meza and the second squad are already dead. Jin calmed Bellup down. The blood was fresh. There are no signs of a fall, no pieces of flesh. Here they fought, but the second squad escaped. Judging by the tracks, they were attacked by only one person. Sierra reported that she found someone's bandages. Jin quickly joined Sierra and saw a strip of bandage. It was definitely made in Hufester. She found them on the west side. Jin came to the conclusion that while the second squad was bandaging the wounded man, they were attacked by someone else, and they had to flee to the west. Jin ordered Sierra to go to Eddington and David to explain everything. He took Bellup with him and ran after the tracks. The hasty pursuit of Jin and Bellup was crowned with success. After about 30 minutes of the chase, they heard a noise in the distance. Bellup noticed the sounds too. They both stopped on their way to find the source. When the two sneaked through the trees and approached the source of the noise, they were finally able to check on the cadets of the second group. They were in the middle of a fight in the middle of the forest. None of them suffered fatal injuries, such as the loss of limbs, but all had minor injuries, such as small cuts on the body. They saw 3 cadets, but Mesa was not with them. There were 2 masked enemies. After seeing their movements, Jin came to the conclusion that they were indeed 4-star warriors. Jin told Bellup to close his eyes and attack in 2 seconds of the one on the left. Why did Jin tell him to close his eyes in such a situation? Bellup was not the type to ask himself such questions. If the young master had ordered him to close his eyes, he would have closed his eyes. As soon as Bellup did this, Jin coated the dagger with shadow energy. Shadow energy could enhance the cutting and destructive power of such weapons, as well as aura. However, it had another effect. When the weapon is covered with shadow energy, the presence of the object becomes less significant. Therefore, it could significantly increase the chances of success of a surprise attack, especially if the dagger was thrown accurately without making a sound. Jin dropped the darkened dagger. The blade cut through the wind, sweeping over the forest, and stabbed into the back of the right enemy's head. The attacker, who was brandishing a sword, immediately stopped. But before his ally on the left could even turn his head to check on him, Belop ran up behind him and stabbed him in the back with his sword. The attacker quickly noticed the attack and turned to parry Belop's sword, but Jin's subsequent sudden attack cut his Achilles tendon. Jin did not immediately take the attacker's life and hit him on the back of the head and temple with the hilt of his sword. When the enemy fell to the ground in a semi-conscious state, Jin pressed his knee to the back of his head and completely suppressed him. The cadets of the second group ran up to Jin. Relief and hope for survival were reflected on their faces, but they were soon replaced by despair that they had disrupted the very first mission of the young master. They were fine, but Mesa was captured. They felt guilty about it. Jin didn't blame them. He told them to take care of himself. Jin exhaled deeply, grabbed the surviving attacker by the hair and took off his mask. It was the face of a 30-year-old man he had never seen before. The man immediately began to beg for mercy. Jin replied that for a follower of Zippel's, he valued life too much. Jin gave the man a choice, or he will tell you who they are, what their purpose and base are. Then only he will die, or he will keep his mouth shut. And Jin will kill not only him, but also his loved ones. Jin will keep his promise. He's Jin Rankandel. Jin swore to the man the honor of his family. The attacker's eyes trembled as he listened to Jin's cold voice. There was no choice. The man gave up and told everything. He didn't want anything to happen to his loved ones. They were a group of revolutionaries Kinzello. As soon as he heard this name, Jin remembered that it was a terrorist organization that was active just shortly before his death. The world was overwhelmed by panic when they killed a bunch of people in King Jin. They call themselves revolutionaries, and revolution is for them to overthrow kings and put their own at the head of the whole world. Jin asked the man if they wanted to cause riots in the Jin kingdom by killing the Rankandel cadets. The man replied that he didn't know anything. He was a simple 6. He didn't even know where the main base was, but his group was located right near the Beastmen's lands. There were about 24th rank warriors and more magicians. Jin asked his last question. Why did they kidnap Mesa? Just for the sake of propaganda. To promote the revolution, they were ordered to take all the girls alive. The cadets clenched their teeth in anger. Jin pulled Bradamante out of the scabbard, and the attacker closed his eyes. A thud. With this, Jin kept his promise. The head fell to the ground, and Jin swung his sword one last time to wipe the blood from the blade. Jin asked how long it had been since Mesa went missing. About an hour. This meant that they were already close to their camp. Jin ordered the cadets to give first aid to everyone and request reinforcements. The cadets were surprised. Did he really want to go alone? All the cadets raised their voices disapprovingly. According to the now-dead attacker, there were 20 members in their squad in total. The cadets were right. Chasing them to save Mesa was reckless, especially if he goes alone. They're just cadets, and cadets often died during the mission. The cadets tried to dissuade Jin from this dangerous venture. Jin calmly looked around, making eye contact with each cadet. Once one of them was captured, Rankandel could not leave him. Jin said he's stronger than they think. He told them to carry out the order. Any objections will be considered insubordination. All the cadets erased their distressed faces. They couldn't say anything more because of Jin's powerful tone and gaze. He called out to Belop. All of the second squad were wounded, so the strongest among them was Belop. Jin told him to be on his guard. Now that everything was said, Jin ran, as time was of the utmost importance. He didn't want to be late. There are about 24th rank warriors in the enemy's squad. Jin's swordsmanship and shadow energy are of the 3rd rank, and magic is of the 4th. He grew up pretty quickly, but now he can't cope with everyone. The main thing was to save Mesa. Therefore, he will try to avoid battles and focus on the search. After calming his breathing, Jin created a ball of mana on his right palm. He planned to use mana to search for enemies. Reconnaissance of the area. As the mana ball on Jin's right hand gradually penetrated into the ground, Jin created a second mana ball on his left hand. This one was partially transparent, as it had the attribute of wind. After the wind blew around Jin for a few seconds, he detected a slight reaction and started moving in that direction. The wind followed the information provided to it by the magic of the earth. The wind was pointing towards the meadow. The kidnappers couldn't have gone far. An arrow was flying at him from the tall grass. Jin effortlessly dodged it and aimed his own in the direction from which it was released. Jin saw 2 warriors and a mage. Jin cut one of the warriors in 2 with his magic. When one of the warriors approached, Jin pulled out his sword and blocked the enemy's sword. At this time, the enemy magician prepared a spell and released it into the genie. Jin didn't escape the attack and took it with his body. The corners of the warrior's lips lifted as he saw the mage spell work. Jin then used the fact that his body was covered by flames to hit the warrior with Bradamante. Jin grabbed the fire whip clinging to his clothes with his hand and extinguished it. Sparks flew around as the mana in the spell scattered to the wind like ashes. Since he had completely absorbed the Phoenix's heart, all fire spells of 6-star or lower rank could no longer deal damage to Jin. The magician began to cast a new spell when he realized that Jin had a high resistance to fire magic, an icy shot, the same spell that attacked Jin's carriage on the way to the Garden of Swords. The icicle shot flew towards Jin, but this time it fell apart and fell to the ground without even reaching him. The pendant of the Orgala Demon King, given by the moon, protected Jin. It will be difficult for a magician to penetrate the mana of the pendant with spells of 5 stars or lower. The mage could do nothing but watch as Bradamante's blade sliced through his own flesh. It looks like the people from Kinzello weren't trying to hide. They most likely expected that the opponents had no combat experience. Now Jin could also see the tracks of the carriage wheels. Jin stopped for a moment to examine these footprints. Kinzello had its own hierarchy. Jin suggested that they divide the loot according to the position in the group. This meant that they would not dare to touch the share of the one who is in charge. So far, there was a chance to save Mesa. Jin was already near the Beastman's lands. Kinzello's base was somewhere nearby. In this case, they needed to be distracted and to find the right moment to save Mesa. A ball of fiery mana formed on Jin's hand. It was the same spell that the enemy mage had used earlier. Jin swung the fire whip in all 4 directions. The spell has decent firepower, but its real advantage is that after hitting the target, it is not so easy to separate it. In other words, there was no better spell than this to burn the sodden forest. Jin cast the same spells over and over again. Magical arson was a serious crime in this world. However, such restrictions did not matter to Rankandel. As soon as the area was ablaze, Jin summoned wind mana. As soon as he finished using it, a bluish wind filled with mana began to carry the flames forward. As the name suggests, it was a spell that created a huge gust of wind that undulated forward like a wave. Flames engulfed the forest. Initially, he couldn't burn wet trees, but as soon as the flame got big enough, it started to consume everything in its path, wet or not. So, Jin went through the forest, burning it. He hid his body behind the flames, taking advantage of his resistance provided by the Phoenix Heart. Now he could see the building in the distance. It was the headquarters of the Kinzello branch. People left the building one by one in a panic. Kinzello's members were running around chaotically. Since the fire had not yet reached the headquarters, it was planned to extinguish it in advance. Jin was observing the situation among the enemies. The person who seemed to be more senior than the others seemed to have noticed something. He began to lead the others and give orders. Jin flew to the commander, who was left alone, like a whistling arrow. He quickly neutralized the enemy by taking the keys from him. When he opened the rusty iron door, the first thing he saw was the entrance to the basement. When he came down the stairs, he saw Mesa with her hands tied. As soon as he saw her, Jin felt relieved. She hasn't experienced anything alarming yet. She was still wearing her cadet uniform. He cut the rope. Mesa didn't understand why Jin was here. It was very dangerous here. Putting one of Mesa's hands on his shoulders, Jin was about to stand up. An explosion sounded. Both started and raised their heads. From this sudden explosion, the entire building trembled. Mesa asked Jin to promise her that if he was in danger, he'd better leave her. She couldn't let Jin get hurt here because of her. Mesa was incredibly serious. Jin nodded silently, but that didn't mean he agreed with Mesa. If he really agreed with her, he wouldn't have come to save her alone. However, he decided that pretending to agree with her was the best way to calm her down in this situation. Jin left the headquarters accompanied by Mesa. Once they were outside, he finally realized what was going on. When he finally came out, he was greeted by the corpses of Kinzello members. They seemed to have been cut by large claws, as their bodies were covered with scratches and laceration. Jin realized that it was the hands of beastmen from the warrior tribe. Something was slowly coming out of the fiery inferno not far from them. His fur was too white to belong to someone who had just come out of the fire. Height exceeding 2 meters and frighteningly glowing eyes. The White Wolf tribe. Their opponent held a huge hammer in his right hand. Mesa quickly said that she would distract the wolf, so Jin had to leave. Jin hit Mesa on the neck. Her trembling body swayed as she passed out before she could say anything else. The wolf heard everything. He was unhappy that people could not put out the fire. The White Wolf turned to Jin, asking if he was to blame for this. Jin nodded his head. He introduced himself to the beast. He is the son of Shiren Rankandel, Rankandel. Jin told the wolf to tell his name. The beast grinned when he heard the name Rankandel. A few days before the start of the search task, the Rankandel house. The day Jin received the sword from Luna, he actually tried to wake up Bradamante that evening. When he awakened the sword, Jin felt a wave of power overflowing and wrapping around him. However, Murakan intervened and beat him up, so Jin was unable to complete the awakening. This was the first time Jin had seen Murakan genuinely angry and shouting so furiously. Murakan was angry, saying he wasn't ready yet. If Jin tries to awaken the sword now, he will be poisoned by the energy of the shadows. If he doesn't want to die from an overabundance of shadow energy, Then he should forget about awakening the sword for now. The wolf was excited about the upcoming battle. Rankandel. Today he will hunt the real Rankandel. The white wolf also introduced himself. His name was Kuajito Truka. He is a warrior of the Truk family. The white wolf tribe was created for battles and carnage. An adult white wolf is at least a warrior of the 6th rank. Everyone knows that the white wolf tribe can't stand Rankandels, all because a long time ago, the founder of the Rankandel family called their god, the great white wolf Javier, to him and killed him. Jin couldn't escape with Mesa. Quajit said that he would sacrifice Jin to Javier, and the soul of their god could rest in peace. Quajit gave Jin a choice: fight him in a fair fight, or he'll tear Jin to pieces while he's running away. Jin filled his sword with aura. He chose a fair fight. Jin made this decision taking into account the characteristics of the white wolf beastmen. As a rule, they considered people to be simple prey or toys with which they could play. They never showed honor or dignity and brutally killed their prey. However, there are certain situations in which they risk their honor by fighting the enemy. This happens when they consider their enemy strong enough, or a Rankandel is in front of them. In these cases, they try to arrange an honorable duel with their opponent. The beastmen of the white wolf tribe will put aside all behind-the-scenes methods and treat their opponent with respect. Since those who die in this duel do not experience injustice, they can be offered to Javier on the altar. Quajit charged forward, swinging his hammer. He was incredibly fast, and no one would have thought that this speed came from a carcass with more than 200 kilograms of pure muscle mass. Jin dodged the blow by stepping back with a skillful movement of his legs. Kuajit skillfully changed his position to make a crushing attack. Jin could only helplessly retreat from the giant enemy. In those few seconds of exchange, their weapons touched each other only once. But that single blow was enough to make Jin feel like his wrists were about to fall off. No, it wasn't just his wrists. His whole body was burning and aching, from his head to the tips of his toes. He had almost no strength to block Kuajit's blows. Although the situation was difficult, Jin believed that he had a chance to win. He had an ace up his sleeve that the enemy didn't even know about. A pendant given by my sister in the energy of shadows. But he wasn't sure it was worth spending the pendant on such a threat. Moreover, if he could not overcome a simple problem like this, then he would have neither the right nor the qualifications to become stronger. All the strong and powerful people Jin knew overcame the deadly battles in their lives and became symbols of strength. In such cases, having a weapon that the enemy did not know about was always an advantage. There were two important things that Quajit didn't know about Jin. The fact is that he could use both shadow energy and magic, but he couldn't use magic. Magic was out of the question. Furthermore, rank 4 magic wouldn't be strong enough to pierce through the thick hide of a white wolf beastman. And if a guardian knight is sent to find out about Canzello, he will immediately see traces of mana. Then he will be discovered and expelled from the family. There was no other choice. He will forcibly awaken Bradamante with the energy of shadows. The awakening of Bradamante, an exclusive feature available only to the contractor controlling the shadow god's shadow energy, a function that Murakan advised Jin not to use until he reaches the 5th rank of shadow energy. Jin groaned loudly, blocking the heavy blow of Quajit's hammer. Despite Bradamante's perfect defense, the boy's body was at its limit. Quajit praised Jin's sword, but for some reason the sword was not black, like the famous swords of the Rankandels. Quajit raised his hammer high. If this boulder-like weapon falls on Jin, he will undoubtedly die. Jin tried to remember how he felt when he tried to awaken Bradamante. He must remember, Bradamante has awakened. At the moment when he was about to deliver the decisive blow, Quajit felt his vision suddenly darken. It was only a moment, but for some reason it seemed to him that several hours had passed. Quajit couldn't swing the hammer. Time stopped for him for a moment. When he regained consciousness and looked down, his now clear eyes saw a black blade slicing through his body. A black blade that seemed to be colored by shadows in the darkness. Quajit had always wondered before why the Rankandels were famous for their black swords. But now everything became clear. A moment later, Quajit dropped dead. Jin said that the fight was good. Fortunately, Jin successfully woke up Bradamante. Unfortunately, when all the shadows in the area were pulled into him, Jin felt a burning pain, as if his body was being torn into thousands of pieces. Severe dizziness seized him when he began to hear auditory hallucinations. Most of the hallucinations were related to the events of Jin's past life. Things like you're a disgrace to the family or a loser like you shouldn't have been born into our family. Such auditory hallucinations constantly disturbed him. However, such words and slander did not affect the current genie. He completely ignored what his ears heard and focused on the energy of the shadows within himself. At that moment, Murakan's silhouette appeared. He asked Jin about whether he would wallow in the mud poisoned by the energy of shadows. He told him to get up. If Jin loses, it's over. He couldn't resist it forever. Jin had to do something to overcome this crisis. And the answer was obvious: the release of shadow energy. The boy barely managed to sit cross-legged on the ground, after which he began to collect the energy of shadows inside his body in one place. Dark red blood gushed out between his trembling lips, and his eyes completely rolled back, unable to return to their original position. He was constantly coughing and gasping for air. Jin felt like he was walking a fine line between life and death right now. However, he couldn't control the violent and chaotic shadow energy within himself just by releasing the third-ranked shadow energy. Starting the release, Jin spat out a clot of dark blood and fell. The energy of the shadows surrounding him destroys everything. There was no way to use the release, but it was impossible to give up. He tried again. It didn't work out. One more time. And so on until the moment it doesn't work out. Soon his surroundings regained their original colors. When he exhaled deeply, the energy stopped. She didn't do Jin any more harm. He did it. The pain went away unexpectedly, and it couldn't help but bother. It was too weird. The body hadn't changed in any way, but it was overflowing with shadow energy. Jin could move, but with little effort. I had to pick up Mesa and leave. He found someone. Someone was behind the ruins. Jin saw a terrified young man who raised both hands defensively. He looked frail and weak, as if he had never faced difficulties in life. Jin couldn't help but bow his head in confusion. He begged him not to kill him. At first Jin thought it was someone from Kinzello. The young man was even more scared and gave his name. This person was Sembaram Villa from the Jin Kingdom. Jin was surprised. This was the man they had to find. Jin introduced himself to Sember. As soon as Sember heard Jin's name, his eyes glistened with tears. He was too happy to be saved. The name Rankandel alone was reassuring. Sember said he would never forget Jin's kindness. After receiving the heartfelt thanks, Jin could only stand awkwardly and feel awkward. Ever since the members of Kinzello attacked the cadets, he had completely forgotten about the existence of Sember and their mission to find him. Throwing Mesa's arms over his shoulders, Jin suddenly turned back to face Sember and asked about how it happened that he was captured by Kinzello. They initially thought that Sember was just lost. Sember replied that he was following his beloved. But the thing was, she died 2 years ago. However, the face, the voice, even the 2 moles on her arm, everything is exactly as when she was alive. Maybe he was crazy, but everything Sember said was true. He said he couldn't have been mistaken. Jin already had suspicions about Buber Gaston. An exact copy of the people was similar to his work. They probably wanted to kidnap Sember for money. Was there any connection between Bauber and Kinzello? The last time Jin ran into him was when he was 10, and here he is again. Something was wrong here. It was necessary to meet with Buber to understand what kind of person he is. Fortunately, his studio was located in the Principality of Kirano. Jin decided that when he moved to the advanced group, he would definitely look in on Buber Gaston. When Sember finished his story, he smiled shyly. He thanked Jin for listening to him. Jin replied that the Guardian Knights would be arriving soon, so it was time to return. Sember thought that Jin had summoned them for him. Sember was touched by Jin's kindness and looked like he would willingly give everything if he asked for it. Jin didn't have the heart to say that it was all for Mesa's sake, so he just nodded awkwardly. Ignorance is bliss. At home, Jin was greeted by a joyful Gilly, who congratulated him on the successful completion of the task. Jin was probably tired, so she made him a bath. But before Jin could enter the bathroom, an angry Muraken got in his way. When Jin tried to stroke Murak, the cat bit his fingers. Jin threw Muraken into the wall out of pain and surprise. Muraken started hitting Jin's face with his paws. He was scolding Jin. Muraken has said many times not to awaken Bradamante. He was very worried about him. Jin wanted to make excuses, but Muraken turned into a man and began to move him back and forth. Muraken didn't want to listen to Jin's excuses. In his opinion, nothing could be more important than the life of Solder, its only follower. Jilly tried to stop Muraken. Muraken looked at her with a strange look, and then said that they had problems because she did not bring strawberry cake. Jilly took his hint. Jin objected to Muraken. His friend was abducted right from under his nose. Should he have dropped it? Who knows what would have happened then? Muraken asked that the pendant around his neck was just for beauty. Why didn't he use it? Jin, escaping from Muraken's grip, replied that he did not want to waste this pendant in vain. He may meet much more powerful enemies in the future. Muraken grabbed his head with his hands. An excited Gilly quickly ran up and helped him. Jin wondered how Muraken found out that he was trying to awaken the sword. Muraken replied that the rank of his shadow energy had jumped sharply from 3rd to 4th. And how can I not guess? Jin felt that the energy was overflowing him, but he could not imagine that he would jump a whole rank. Muraken told Jin to thank Solderit for his mercy. A total of 11 people have experienced shadow energy poisoning, and 9 of them died. Jin knew he was one of the survivors, so I asked who the second survivor was. He was thinking about the founder. Muraken replied without much emotion that he was the second survivor, and Temur would have simply died. Jin waved it off, saying that they were similar. He told Muraken not to worry. Jin wasn't ready to experience such pain again. After saying that, he left to wash up. Muraken told Gilly that Jin needed to be starved to death so that he could finally pull himself together. Gilly apologized, saying she needed to cook dinner for Jin. Muraken was left alone. He was very jealous of Jin. Anna Rankandel, the 9th Rankandel standard bearer, and Mu Rankandel, the 8th Rankandel standard bearer, were chatting among themselves. They had heard the news that Jin was able to defeat a warrior from the White Wolf tribe, but they did not believe this, saying that he had defeated only a bandit who had put on a wolf skin. Mu wondered how Jin managed it. He only reached the 3rd rank. Anna replied that Jin might have been able to defeat him if of course he met the weakest white wolf. Mu objected, saying that even in this case it was impossible. It made even less sense that their mom immediately believed Jin. The two disgruntled ladies shook their heads. Meanwhile, the two young men were white as a sheet. Needless to say, it was Daytona and Hayton. From the very beginning of their ill-fated relationship with Jin in the Castle of the Storm, the twins could not see Jin as a younger brother. To them, Jin was a monster. Hayton whispered to Daytona that maybe Jin really killed the White Wolf. Daytona replied that it was impossible, no matter how much Jin was a monster. But the problem was not that, but that Jin was moving to an advanced group. If he studies with them, then they are definitely finished. Despair was born in the twins' eyes when they clearly lost the will to live. In truth, deep down they hoped that Jin would fail miserably in his mission. They expected that his promotion would be delayed due to failure. And in the meantime, the twins would train harder than ever to become stronger. And once Jin finally moves into the middle class, they won't have to tremble in fear of their little brother. However, it was all over for them. Jin not only successfully rescued the missing man, but also defeated the White Wolf. In fact, Jin was considered a hero among the elementary class cadets. The twins lowered their heads again and sighed. They were fully aware that they were below Jin in the food chain. While the brothers stood in confusion, Mu and Anna snorted and grinned. Mu asked if they were afraid of Jin. Anna said with a smile not to lie to her. Her face quickly changed, becoming menacing when she said she hated being lied to. She hates them so much that she's ready to rip out their tongues. Daytona and Hayton replied in a trembling voice that they were afraid of Jin. Anna asked if they wanted their older sisters to help them. She told them to take their slaves. They could use them. The twins' eyes sparkled with delight. In an advanced group, everything obeys the laws of the jungle. Both knights of the 3rd and 5th rank are engaged here. Newcomers are mixed with those who have been here for 10 years. Mu and Anna chose several cadets and turned them into their slaves. The sisters told them to take the slaves and show the place to the youngest. They didn't like him either, and if they could not cope with it, then they could not wait for mercy. Relaxing out of the bath, Jin thought about the fruits of his last mission. He strengthened the admiration and faith of the cadets in him. Where else would someone find a Rankandel who would voluntarily sacrifice his life to save a simple cadet? Normally, 100 cadets would have to risk their lives to save one master. Many of the novice cadets had great potential. Meza and Bellup were clearly very promising, but also most of the cadets involved in the mission were also very gifted. None of them will ever forget Jin's kindness. Saving Mesa wasn't a calculated plan. Jin lived 100 years, considering his past life. If Jin hadn't saved Mesa during this mission, he would have been tormented by guilt and shame for a long time. He didn't regress in order to survive such a life. He had experienced more than enough feelings of helplessness in his first life. Jin completed the first task, so it was finally decided to transfer him to the advanced group. In addition, his shadow energy has reached the 4th rank. If he wants to use it properly, then he should reach the 6th rank in fencing in 5 years. The knights of the 6th rank are excellent swordsmen, the 7th are masters. However, there are countless masters around the world, which is not surprising given that 2 billion people live on the continent. Those who have reached the 8th rank and above are considered an exception to the rule. For 2 billion inhabitants of the continent, there are hardly 100 who have reached the 9th or 10th rank, and only one was able to go even further. A demigod, a star knight. This man was Jin's father, Shiren Rankandel. In this life, he can also become a star knight. No, he will surpass him. This was Jin's firm intention. Jin was called by his mom. Rosa Rankandel was doing paperwork when Jin appeared in front of her. She was very pleased with his results. She received Petro's report. Jin refused her advice to move to another room. Only the child who would become the next head could use these chambers. It's been empty since Joshua lived in it when he was younger. It's time for Jin to take it too. Jin thanked her. He replied that he could not accept it. No matter how good the room was, it remained just 4 walls. She was too big and luxurious for him. Rosa wanted to convince him again, but Jin replied that he had already decided everything. She tapped her fingers on the table for a bit, and then released Jin. Left alone, Rosa Rankandel thought, was there no greed in her youngest son? Or is there too much of it? What she offered was a room for those children who would become the head of the Rankandel family in the future. She was sure that Jin also knew about the support he would receive from the moment he entered this room. However, he will also become a target for those who have not received this opportunity. Jin probably realized that she was testing him. She will look forward to his progress in the intermediate class. Jin came out of his room with Bradamante on his hip. He was going to check out the cadets he would train with starting tomorrow in the intermediate training class. The cadets stood in front of the genie. Although they pretended that everything was fine, tension and anxiety could be seen in their eyes. Starting tomorrow, they will be transferred to an intermediate training class. It consisted of several factions. They found a place in his faction. They will get into territorial battles and face aggression. They knew better than anyone else that they were the only people in Jin's faction. They also knew that because of this they would become objects of persecution, threats, and coercion. It was a natural phenomenon. Although the other cadets could not torment the pure-blooded Rankandel, they could still target his faction. Jin told them not to be afraid. After all, he wasn't going to just watch if something happened. All of this will disappear once he completely restrains the intermediate class. Up to this point, he had ordered them to move in groups of 3, even if they were not in training. They also shouldn't have acted alone. The cadets answered with resolute faces. Zed Rankandel stood in front of the cadets. He was the eldest member of the Rankandel family, a knight of the 8th rank, the younger brother of Shiren Rankandel. 10 recruits were accepted this year, and 27 of them dropped out. Zed spoke with a dissatisfied look, standing on the platform. He was unhappy that there were more dropouts than newcomers. He told the newcomers to gain experience from their mentors in the intermediate class. Zed only taught them swordsmanship and evaluated their results. They have to deal with all the troubles on their own, except for the murder. Zed asked the mentors a question. What does he always repeat? Rankandel doesn't need weaklings. The mid-level cadets suddenly shouted in unison and continued to chant the motto while looking at the newcomers. Moreover, there was obvious malice in their looks. Jin's cadets were pressured by their stares and shouts, which made it difficult for them to keep their heads straight. Anyone around the world would also feel oppressed by a ceremony in which elders greet them with a painful warning. Among the group of people shouting the motto were the twins. There were several knights with 4 and 5 stars standing around them, who were part of the Mu and Anna factions. They tried to intimidate the recruits, but Jin has to let them know that they got it all wrong. The singing continued endlessly. The mid-level cadets looked like they were going to shout out a warning until all the newbies lowered their heads. Suddenly, Jin stepped forward and approached the twins. His steps were light and relaxed, as if he was out for a walk. Why did he go there? The twins told each other not to be afraid, because their older sisters supported them. The twins exchanged glances and started screaming louder than ever. Jin's pace didn't slow down. It seemed that he wouldn't stop until he was inches away from the twins. The other mid-level cadets shifted their gaze from the newcomers to Junior Master Rankandel. Jin drew Bradamante out of nowhere and waved his sword. The deafening singing of the cadets instantly stopped. Their jaws dropped as they watched the amazing scene in front of them in shock. The twins were petrified like stone statues. Jin chopped off a human hand, a hand belonging to one of the cadets standing around the twins. As a member of Anna's faction, he was a 5-star knight. In other words, he was at the top of the food chain in the middle class. Until now, there was no way the cadet could predict or defend against this sudden attack, even if someone was a pure-blooded Rankandel. Who in their right mind would swing a sword on their first day in intermediate class? Besides, during the preemptive welcome ceremony organized by Zed Rankandel, when blood gushed from the cadet's wound, the twins couldn't do anything because they panicked. The heat and excitement that had engulfed the training ground a few minutes ago had completely disappeared. All 150 pairs of eyes were focused on Gina. But the boy in question did not give any explanation for his actions and simply sheathed his sword. Instead, he said in a restrained tone to call a doctor. Everyone stood silently in shock as the cadets' moans echoed on the training ground. Other cadets simply could not believe what they saw, doubting their eyes and ears. The twins began to demand explanations loudly, although the twins objected to Jin's actions. Their eyes were trembling anxiously. All the twins could think about right now was how to deal with this problem, no matter what. Otherwise, they would have had to endure 2 disasters. First, on the first day, they allowed one of their older sister's slaves to be injured. In that case, their sisters would have beaten them to death. Secondly, if they don't immediately avenge the cadet and take action against Jin, their dignity will sink to the bottom. The news that the twins had been humiliated by their younger brother in front of all the other mid-level cadets would instantly spread throughout the Rankandel house. Goosebumps ran down their backs as they looked into the calm Jin's eyes. But they could not allow themselves to recoil from fear. How will they explain themselves to their sisters? We are terribly sorry. We were afraid of the youngest, even though your slaves were with us. As if they could say something like that. In the end, the Tone twins drew their swords at the same time. Jin completely ignored the twins and turned to the cadet holding the bloody hand. The cadet raised his head and stared at Jin. Jin asked for his name. The cadet's name was Kajin Romero. Jin asked if Kajin knew why he had drilled his arm off. Daytona pointed his sword at Jin, telling him to draw his sword. Jin tilted his head slightly to meet the twins' gaze. He made it clear to them that he was talking to Kajin right now. He would accept their duel later, so he told them to sit tight. Hayton blurted out in a fit of rage, calling Kajin his disciple. Hayton almost instinctively put his hand over his mouth. Hayton's words meant that Kajin was part of their faction. Jin said he crippled him because he was looking at him bloodthirsty. Silence descended on the training ground again. The twins could only stare in surprise with their mouths and eyes wide open. They planned to fight Jin, but got stuck in his teeth. After a verbal altercation, Kajin Romero has just become part of the Gemini faction. In other words, Jin's actions just now were not just a rebellious outburst, but rather part of a long tradition within the Rankandel family. It was part of their battle for hegemony. Jin suddenly screamed, raising his head. He said that they could point their swords at him or suddenly attack him, as he did himself. But they should keep in mind that if he sees even a hint of hostility, he will not hesitate to respond in kind. Zed turned to Jean. Everyone expected that the instructor would reproach the boy. The twins especially hoped that their uncle would severely punish their brother. Jin didn't call him uncle intentionally. His father and uncle were similar. It seemed that all the older families preferred to be treated with respect according to their rank. Zed asked Jin about how he dared to do such a thing in front of him. Color returned to the twins' faces as they froze. Zed Rankandel. Their awe-inspiring uncle. Zed's thunderous roar could make anyone shudder in fear, even their monstrous little brother. Jin replied that he was sure that he would not fight with the twins, but with him. A white sword formed in Zed's hand. He pointed that sword at Jin. Zed demanded an explanation, and depending on the answer, he could decapitate him right on the spot. Jin stood calmly, as if not noticing the blade from the aura. He replied to Zed that Zed decided to use a unique technique to intimidate cadets, despite the fact that Jin was in class. Zed swung his sword slightly, and a small wound appeared on Jin's left cheek, but the boy stood motionless and waited for an answer from his uncle. Zed asked his question. Jin didn't like that he was scaring the cadets, so he decided to make this commotion. Except for the part that he didn't like, it was just as Zed said. In that case, Jin should have challenged Zed. Why did he hurt another cadet? Zed was interested to hear his nephew's answer. Jin replied that he didn't attack him because he couldn't defeat him now. If he thought he would come out victorious, he would not have attacked Kajin or his brothers, but his uncle. Zed said Jin didn't seem to value life, or they hoped too much for the status of the patriarch's son. The sword-shaped aura on his arm dissipated. Jin replied that this was not the case. Sitting back just because his opponent is stronger is not what a member of the Rankandel family would do. The legs of the cadets nearby were on the verge of trembling. They had no idea on what basis this 15-year-old newcomer could stand on his own and talk like that. Zed spoke again only after a few seconds of thought. Death will be only a moment, and honor will be a legacy. How stupid. But that was what Zed Rankandel wanted to hear. Z grinned and suddenly burst out laughing. Jin's bravado was so absurd in his eyes that it made Zed happy. Zed recognized Jin. He was really worthy of his surname. Zed loudly told the cadets to remember this day. Today they saw what it's like to be in the Rankandel family. Jin decided to show that the Rankandels are crazy fanatics. Zed told the cadets to fight and not forget who they are. After these words, the cadets were free. Training starts tomorrow. Cadets began to leave the training ground in an organized manner. The twins felt the blood being sucked out of their bodies. Jin spoke as he passed them. As their younger brother, he gave them advice. Now they could be more afraid of their older brothers and sisters. But will it be the same further? He told them not to dwell on what was happening now. They'd better think about the future. The twins couldn't even answer Jin when he smiled gently. Jin finally returned to his room. He put his Bradamante on the sofa. He turned to Jilly, who was carrying a tray of tea. Jin said that he announced the battle for hegemony to the twins, but the older sisters, Mew and Anna, were probably covering for them. He injured one of the twin students. After some questioning, it turned out that he was from the faction of his older sisters. He learned all this because the twins did not know how to keep their mouths shut. Right now, Kajin belonged to the Gemini faction. If Mew and Anna find out about everything, they will surely be furious. His brothers would never have been able to take a knight of the 5th rank into their faction, because they usually recruit those who are weaker into their factions. Jilly froze instantly. She stopped dead in her tracks. She expected Jin and the twins to fight for hegemony when the younger boy moved to other classes. It was an inevitable conflict while they were all inside the same fence, called the intermediate class. However, Jilly did not expect the twins to have a patron. Soon her gaze darkened and became deeper. She was full of anxiety. Mew and Anna have already reached the rank of flag bearers. There is an unspoken rule that flag bearers could only fight with other flag bearers. In fact, the fact that his older sisters are already trying to keep Jin in line is good news. This meant that they were already worried about him, despite their age difference. Since they are both flag bearers, they do not have the opportunity to attack him with their own hands yet. The only thing they can do is disrupt the distribution of his team and increase the complexity of missions due to their authority. Then there will be a chance that he will be wounded or killed. But there's one thing his older sisters don't know about. Most difficult missions are tasks for one person. But if he gets assigned single missions, Jin won't have to hold back and hide his true abilities, will he? Unlike group missions, Jin will be able to use magic and shadow energy when performing single missions. He could use magic, shadow energy, and combat techniques recorded in the secret folios of various battle clans while no one was around. Therefore, single missions are a great opportunity for him. If his older sisters send Jin on solo missions, he will be immensely grateful. It's suffocating to limit yourself only to fencing. He will just complete missions, use his hidden abilities to destroy his enemies, and get some achievements. Achievements and missions. This was an absolute criterion by which teachers evaluated cadets of the intermediate class. There were cases when a cadet was an excellent swordsman, but lagged behind in completing tasks, and vice versa. Needless to say, missions were a more important criterion. Moreover, single missions with high difficulty were the best missions to complete in order to get the most points. Solo missions usually consisted of assassinations and espionage, so they were the most dangerous. He was also sure that no one would mind if he took the cat with him, but he won't take Murakin on assignments. Murakin will do something else. Until then, they need to lay low. The intermediate class began its training in earnest. Compared to the initial training class, there are no special differences in the mode, except for the fact that the cadets used real swords and the difficulty was higher. However, when the afternoon classes began, Jin and the twins were taken to a hidden area inside the training ground and taught Rankandel fencing. It was a privilege only available to Rankandel's direct descendants. Zed started his little speech. Their family's fencing prowess is, in simple terms, overwhelming. It is destructive and unshakable. The individuality and virtues of the Rankandel family are perfectly embodied in their fencing. Rankandels fight, win and own. These character traits of the Rankandels were reflected in this art. The twins' faces were bruised and swollen, just as Jin had predicted. They were beaten all night by their sisters. However, Zed didn't even bother to ask why the twins were in such a deplorable state. He didn't care. He already knew that the twins didn't have much potential even before Jin moved into the middle class. Zed continued his speech. Rankandel fencing has no specific definition, but there are secret techniques that can only be learned by being a flag bearer. Fencing does not have a fixed form, whether it is the position of the legs or the stance. This is the main difference between the Rankandels and other noble families. Zed asked the twins and Jin why their swordsmanship was shapeless. Jin replied that it was because of the unique physical abilities and talents possessed by the Rankandels. That was true. To be a Rankandel is to have a great pedigree. Their physical performance and swordsmanship skills were not even dreamed of by an ordinary person, even if they have minor flaws. Their level is still much higher than average. That's why it was so easy and simple for them to learn. Now Zed will give each of them a steel ball. Holding the steel ball in his hands, Jin felt that there was something inside the ball. These steel balls were called pure stone. When they hit, they made a ringing sound. Zed slowly unsheathed the sword attached to his belt and applied it to the clean stone. Now they will hear 3 types of sound, so they should be more attentive. The first blow. Zed didn't put much effort into his sword and just lowered it slightly onto the ball. A rather thick and muddy sound echoed through the room. There was a feeling that someone would feel nauseous if they listened to it for a long period of time. Soon Zed hit the ball again. This time, there was much more power and speed in his swing than before. This time, a clear and elegant sound worthy of the name of pure stone rang out in the room. The sound seemed to have penetrated their ears and calmed their entire bodies from the inside out. The twins exclaimed in amazement. Jin's eyes also widened as he looked at the pure stone. It's been a long time since Zed last heard that sound. As they saw, a pure stone makes a thick and muddy sound when you hit it weakly, but it makes a beautiful sound when hit with perfect force. Jin seemed to understand everything. The essence of the training is to make the sound perfect with every beat. This was done to train the strength of spirit, willpower, perseverance, and concentration. If we take into account the physical abilities of the Rankandel family, this exercise is ideal, although its essence is simple. However, they only hit a piece of steel. Jin thought it was too boring for the Rankandel family's special training. Jin was curious, what was the third strike? He could definitely hear the rattling inside the stone. Jin found the answer to his question. When Zed raised his sword for the last time, he immediately grabbed the necks of the twins standing on either side of him and pushed them. The surprised twins fell to the ground together with their younger brother because of his strength. As soon as they touched the floor, the twins were ready to curse Jin, but they could only blink in shock as they watched the situation unfold. After Zed's final blow, the pure stone exploded with a deafening roar. A lot of steel balls flew out from inside. They flew in all directions like arrows. An ordinary person would have easily died from being pierced by all these powerful projectiles. Surprised, the twins looked around. They felt their hearts sink as the balls rolled on the ground. Zed praised Jin's reaction. These stones were designed to explode if they took too much of a blow. Zed spoke with a satisfied smile on his face. They've learned everything they need. Now they finally start training. If you hit too hard, it will end like this. Zed said that they were the first after the moon who did not suffer from the stone. Most of their siblings studied with Zed, so this cruel provision is part of the dedication. Zed didn't think there would be another unharmed child. Jin asked how the moon was able to avoid damage. Zed replied that maybe Jin would be disappointed when he found out about it. At least his brothers were annoyed. Jin was ready for this. Zed said that unlike Jean, she didn't shy away. Like the others, Luna took the hit, but it was so strong that there was not even a scratch left on it. As Zed had warned them, it was a somewhat discouraging story. Nevertheless, Jin was quite satisfied. If one of his siblings had escaped all the balloons, unaware of the dangers of this demonstration, it would have meant that they were more gifted and talented than Jin himself. After the story, Zed made them train. They should be pure stone until they give out a clear sound at any time and in any situation. The Room of the Moon. The woman in question was spending a peaceful and relaxing time inside, sipping a cup of tea with her babysitter. Her nanny's name was Nanny. Nanny turned to the moon. She thought Anna and Me were very suspicious. There was an incident when they tried to keep Jin under control. Two of them were talking about potential suspects in the assassination attempt on Jin when he was just a year old. Ever since Luna first heard Jin's words when she visited him at the Tempest Castle, she has been searching for the culprit to this day. She didn't give up even after 5 whole years. It was because she cared a lot about her younger brother. But that wasn't the only reason. It was a long-standing and traditional taboo within the clan when a pure-blooded Rankandel living in the main house touched the life of a family member who had not yet left the Tempest Castle. If Luna had informed Cheyenne about this incident, it would have caused a lot of chaos in the clan. However, she decided that it would not benefit Jin, so Luna decided not to report to her father. Moreover, they didn't have any evidence. It's true that these two are very domineering and tend to overstep their boundaries, but Luna didn't think they would be crazy enough to try to kill someone in the Tempest Castle. To be honest, Nanny thought there was a possibility that Jin had lied to Luna. Then he was only 10 years old. They haven't learned anything in all these years. Luna didn't think Jin was lying to her. Then he was wary of her. Not because it was awkward for him to communicate with her for the first time, but because he was on guard. His look. It was the look of a man whose life was in danger. Nanny asked if they should take a closer look at Mew and Anna. Yes, Luna will leave this matter in her care. The moon is more concerned about the fact that they haven't found anything yet. Something was wrong. She had an ominous premonition. Nanny was worried, too. Worried about what her brothers and sisters might do to her. Luna smiled, telling her babysitter not to worry. She had already survived her 30th birthday, so she thought that her nanny's worries were unnecessary. Luna hoped Jin was doing well. She believed that her mind's eye training would help Jin pass Zed's initiation. Pure stone really hits hard. Luna is sure that Jin will be fine. It was great to watch Jean Ross. She smiled warmly every time she remembered him. A day passed. 4 hours have passed since the start of the training. Jin and the twins still had to create a beautiful sound by hitting clean stones. Fortunately, until now there have been no cases when someone accidentally burst steel balls. Unpleasant sounds have been echoing in the hidden training room for 4 hours in a row. Jin could say with confidence that among all the training he had done in his life, this was by far the most unbearable. These disgusting sounds made it difficult for him to concentrate. The twins have already vomited on the ground a couple of times. Meanwhile, Jin was sweating like a bucket, but somehow managed not to let go of the sword and fall to the ground. In the morning he experienced the hellish training of the intermediate class, and in the afternoon he constantly knocked on clean stones. Jin was on the verge of death. He couldn't get used to these unpleasant sounds and echoes, no matter how hard he tried. Zed announced a 5-minute break. As soon as the words left Zed's lips, the 3 boys sat cross-legged on the floor. However, the Tone twins' posture was terrible as they were exhausted both mentally and physically. In fact, the 5-minute break wasn't exactly a break. According to Zed's training regime, the boys had to hold their swords straight and cover them with an aura while sitting straight, and maintain this position during the so-called break. So the break was, in other words, an exercise during which they trained their aura. Jin's hands were shaking as he gripped the hilt of the sword, while the twins couldn't even hold on properly. The purpose of this training in the first place was to increase the destructive power of their aura. Zed destroyed the pure stone without using any aura, but that was only possible because he was a knight of the 8th rank. The 3 boys first had to train and develop their auras to hit the pure stones with enough force so that they would make a beautiful sound, not to mention make them explode. Jin closed his eyes and focused his senses on the aura covering his sword. Even his stupid brothers in a previous life could have done it, so he can, too. So Jin didn't need to be impatient. Zed noticed it on the first day, but Jin was special. Gemini isn't so bad either, but Jin can even break the moon's record. Zed mentally praised Jin, but didn't say it out loud. He could always praise the boy who broke Luna's record. Training with clean stones ended only in the evening, after the twins collapsed from exhaustion. They had completely exhausted their physical and mental strength, so they eventually lost consciousness. Zed clicked his tongue, calling them pathetic. Zed told Jean to tell the twins that if they kept being stupid, they might not come. Zed followed Jean and the twins with a thoughtful look. The twins were exhausted much later than he thought. After all, they are real Rankandels. But the youngest, despite the fact that he was 2 years younger than the twins, he managed to survive today's training without losing consciousness. It was an incredible feat considering that his body hadn't developed as much as their bodies. Zed loudly lamented that Jean was the youngest in the family. Judging from what Zed saw today, Jin was the most talented child among Shiren's 13 children, although it was debatable whether he was better than Luna. He was much more gifted than Joshua, the future patriarch. However, he was too young. Jin was only 15 years old. Even if he trained seriously and became a 9-star knight by the age of 30, Joshua would already be the leader of the clan by then. These days, the authority of the patriarch has gradually begun to pass to Joshua, very slowly but steadily. If Jin had been born 10 years ago, then all of Rankandel's powers would have been concentrated in his hands. It was truly a disgrace. A month later, March 1795, training of middle-class cadets. The assistant instructor of the intermediate training class shouted loudly, demanding attention. In total, there were 3 assistant instructors in the middle class. He announced that the middle class had received its first mission. Those cadets whose name he calls should come forward. The first mission is security. They are tasked with protecting the recruits from the Blacksmith Association. The guards will be Houston, Wyden, and other cadets. So the second mission was announced. The third mission is the destruction of demonic creatures. Their target will be orcs. Location: unprotected lands of the Principality of Kurano. When the assistant wanted to announce those who would participate, his hand stopped as soon as he turned the page. He frowned before making sure he read the names on the document correctly. Meza, Bellop, Scott, Tamant, Kiko, Yusin, Eddington, Sierra, Pills, David will participate in this mission. This 10 was from Jin's faction. There are 2.5 dozen orcs on them, which must be destroyed. Since they move in rootstock or in groups, they must gather their determination and give their all. That was it. The assistant wished them good luck. There was a commotion among the middle-class cadets. The target was not only the orcs, but also the entrance to the unprotected zone. Half or more of the junior squad members will surely die during this mission. However, there was not a word of protest addressed to the assistant instructors. Since the flag bearers chose this lineup, they had no say in it. If anyone objected to this, it had to be the faction leader, Jin himself. If Jin personally went to look for the flag bearers to complain, he could easily replace the participants of the third mission. He could either make a deal or use the authority and influence of the moon. However, it will eventually bite him later. He would publicly admit that the members of his faction are not experienced enough to send them on official missions. And if he uses the power of the moon, Jin will prove that he himself has no strength or qualifications. In that case, Jin would checkmate himself. Thus, the junior squad had no choice but to go along with him and complete the mission. The senior cadets pitied them, and the cadets from the Gemini and Elder Sisters faction mocked them, saying that it was worth preparing their graves. Tamant was furious at the ridicule, so he wanted to fight back, but Meza kept him from rash actions. So far, they weren't strong enough to compete with them. There is a mission ahead. He will still have time to injure himself. Tamant didn't want to let them get away with these insults. Meza even had to yell at him. They should focus on the mission they have received and return intact after its successful completion. That's how they'll put them in their place. It was the only way at the moment. Daytona's pure stone exploded. The steel balls flew past Daytona and headed towards Jin, who focused on his sword and steel ball. Jin was hit in the side. If it had been his own steel ball, Jin would have avoided the projectiles. But someone else's ball explodes and balls fly into it from the side. It was inevitable even for him. Hayton timidly approached Jin. He said he didn't do it on purpose. Jin was fine. But from that moment on, he wanted the twins to train somewhere away from him. They moved away, pushing their desks into another corner. It's been a month since Jin started training with pure stones, and his older brothers started blowing him up. He still thought it would take more time. But what was that feeling? It was as if a path of iron beads appeared before my eyes, and it was sealed so clearly, like the trajectory of an arrow. If the fragments of the stone fly at him again, then he will definitely be able to dodge. Jin suggested that it had something to do with Luna's training. Before Jin could forget this feeling, he wanted to try again. But at that moment Zed appeared. Jin and the twins immediately ran up to him and corrected their position. Zed announced that they had been taught missions. The twins' mission was to attend the ceremony. They were ordered to attend several events and parties organized by Emperor Bement and the Dukes of the Empire to curry favor with them. To tell the truth, calling this invitation to parties a mission was a shame. There was absolutely no risk that they would see blood or conflict during this mission. All they had to do was eat excellent dishes prepared at parties and have fun in the Empire. However, the twins' faces crinkled when they heard the details of their mission. Attending ceremonies was a type of mission that was assigned only to direct members of the Rankandel family. The family could ignore invitations and the like from the average nation, but the Empire's invitation was a different story. The Rankandels couldn't turn them down so easily. Thus, one of the Rankandel children had to accept the invitation and attend the events. Therefore, whenever an invitation arrived from the Bement Empire, the children of Rankandel prayed that they would not be chosen. None of them wanted to attend these nauseating and boring parties. Zed said a few words of condolence. Thanks to the sacrifice of the twins, the rest of the brothers and sisters will not have to dance at the imperial reception. The twins could only sigh. Zed heard them sigh. Even though it's an invitation to a party, it's still a mission. If they showed this attitude again, he promised to beat them so hard that they would beg him to kill them. The twins nodded, hiding their disgust. Jin chuckled. His sisters Mew and Anna were mean. They were clearly punishing their ignorant brothers by sending them to a social event in the Bement Empire. It was a big event, and it will be difficult to refuse even if you are a Rankandel. Many bigwigs will gather there. Zed told them to learn something useful from them. Now it's Missy Jean's turn. Zed stopped in the middle of a sentence. The twins listened attentively to his next words. They were curious to know how crazy a mission their sisters had assigned to Junior. Rear to kill. The goal is the toy of the master of the Talaris Layan Palace. In other words, one of her many lovers. The Ice Palace is a huge tower in the middle of the western sea of the continent. It is owned by the master of the Ice Palace, the 51st Master Talaris Indorma, also known as the Spider of the Abyss. She became famous for being ruthless to anyone who attempted to kill her lovers. The Ice Palace is an independent force beyond the influence of Rankandel and Zippel. Jean's target was named Elcaro Shanderer. He was accompanied by the people of the Ice Palace and lives in the criminal district of Mamita. The twins exclaimed loudly in disbelief. Missions in Mamita were usually assigned to guardian knights. This was not a mission that a mere middle-class cadet like Jin could accomplish. The murder of the lover of the master of the Ice Palace in Mamita. The Tone twins already believed that Jin would never return alive from this mission. The customer is the Shanderer family. They ordered the murder of their own Dick. Zed said that they did everything possible to get him back, but apparently they didn't succeed. They decided that he would rather die than reveal the secrets of the family. Zed asked Jin if he could handle this task. Jin replied that he would do it. There was not a drop of doubt on his face. Zed was somewhat stunned. Jin probably knew about the master of the Ice Palace in Mamita, but he just agreed. If Jin had said that this mission was unreasonable, then he would have talked to the knights. But since Jin had no objections, he could only accept his choice. He liked Jin's straightforwardness. Zed said that the three of them would be leaving in 2 days. The twins still couldn't believe Jin was going to Mammoth. To make sure of this, they asked Zed about it. Zed replied, since Jin said he was ready, he didn't need to stop him. Daytime training sessions were cancelled for the duration of the missions. Zed told them to make sure that their personal studies would not interfere with the tasks in any way. The twins stood awkwardly around Jin for a while. Although they were thrilled that their brother was about to die, they were also unhappy about it, as if there was a bitter taste in their mouths. The twins did not know that they had a strong love and hate bond with their younger brother. They said that if he was pinned down, then let him reveal himself and say that he was a Rankandel. Then no one will dare to touch him for sure. Jin didn't expect them to worry about him. The twins began to deny it. Jin interrupted them and bared Bradamante, covering him with an aura. The twins froze when their brother suddenly pulled out his weapon. Before they could ask what he was doing, Jin swung his sword, aiming at the clear stone behind them. A beautiful metallic sound echoed through the room. Jin smiled with satisfaction. He suddenly felt that he would definitely succeed if he hit the pure stone right now. And this feeling turned into reality within a few moments. It's been a month since they started training with pure stones. Jin had no idea how incredible this recording was. The twins have to make a choice before he returns. They have to decide who they like best, sisters or him. Then Jin left the room, leaving the two of them in silence. Zed turned to Hayton and Daytona, explaining what Jin meant by that. Jin wanted them not to go against him if they wanted to live happily ever after. 2 days later, those who were assigned a mission finished their preparations yesterday. Before leaving, Jin met with his people. Everyone had grim faces, as if they were a herd of cows being led to the slaughterhouse. No one could guess how many of them would die in their upcoming mission. However, that wasn't the only reason they were depressed. They also heard that their young master was being sent to Mammoth. Yesterday he had already dyed his hair brown and was now dressed like an ordinary traveler. Bradamante was with the boy, but he covered the blade with a layer of metal coating to hide its real color. With such a disguise, no one would ever think of him as a Rankandel. This was his second mission, but his first solo one. He could not arrive in Mammoth as Rankandel. Jin's assignment was different from theirs, so he needed a different teleportation gate. Jin asked why they looked so gloomy. Meza said that everything was fine. They came to say goodbye before Jin left. The reason why the junior squad had come to salute him was quite obvious. This may be the last time they will see the young master. The probability that some of them would die during the mission in the unprotected zone was not only great, but the youngest master Jin was assigned a task in which he had a great chance of dying. Apart from Jin, everyone else in the middle class thought he was going to die. Jin replied that nothing would change from their excitement, so he told them to focus on the task until he got back. They should not waste their energy on vain experiences. They awkwardly said goodbye and left. Jin asked Murekin to look after them. He also said that he should not be caught or noticed. The black cat raised his front paw and waved it, as if to say, "Worry more about yourself, baby. Gilly will be lonely for a while," since they were both leaving, Jin and Murekin. Jin told her to consider it a vacation. He asked her if she wanted souvenirs from Mamita. She knew that Jin was stronger than the middle-class cadets, but she still asked him to be careful. Mammoth is a dangerous place. Thinking that he should kill the lover of the Ice Palace master, she was very worried. Therefore, he must take care of himself. Jin saddled his horse and set off. Mammoth is a criminal district. This is the place where the most repulsed criminal elements gather. There are even rumors all over the world that because of the evil energy emitted by these lawbreakers, this criminal-infested land became so desolate that no plants could grow on it. But it wasn't a rumor. In fact, Mammoth was a barren wasteland where not a single blade of grass grew. The scorching sun, criminals who crawled around a small town like disgusting insects. There was no gate to the city. There was only a broken sign surrounded by garbage. And as soon as you passed by this sign, you found yourself inside Mamita. A huge man screamed, breaking into one of the pubs in the city center. On his back was an equally large and intimidating iron mace. The people in the pub applauded joyfully, recognizing the huge man. One boy entered the bar wearing a torn robe. It was Jin. Everyone here immediately fell silent, watching the newcomer. Jin took one silver coin from his breast pocket and tossed it to the bartender. He ordered a glass of water and a light snack. The bartender caught the coin and snorted as if he couldn't believe what was happening. Soon the whole pub was filled with laughter. The big guy grabbed Jin's shoulder and asked why he was acting like them. He also asked if he was a knight of the 9th rank from some wilderness. The big man threateningly brought his face closer. He said that since Jin came to Mammoth, he should learn its rules. He was telling Jin to get on his knees and lick his shoes. The big guy wanted to say something else, but he was interrupted before he could finish the sentence. In fact, he would never be able to finish his sentence again because the tip of the dagger that Jin took out was stuck in his neck. The huge man was standing too close to Jin, not maintaining vigilance, so he didn't have time to react to the boy's attack. No one expected that this boy would pierce the neck of such a giant without the slightest hesitation. As soon as Jin put away his dagger, blood gushed out of Tonk's wound as he fell to the floor. A long minute of silence followed. No one made a single sound. Jin silently hurried the bartender, urging him to bring cold water and snacks. Soon enough, the men started laughing and joking again. They behaved as if the friendly conversations they had with the big guy until recently were a sham, and returned to their tables drinking beer in their original groups. This was a common occurrence. No matter how friendly they were with him, there was no real friendship between them. As Master Gina said, all the madmen gathered in Mamita. If you want to impress the local marginals, show them strength and fearlessness. These words of his master helped him today. Even in his previous life, he received a lot of support. Jin hoped that the day would come when he would be able to repay his teacher. The bartender put a glass cup and snacks on Jin's table, a cup of cold water. The bartender said he didn't put poison in the food. Jin replied that he knew that poisons were not favored here. The bartender was somewhat surprised that Jin was so knowledgeable about Mamita. He asked if Jin had any relatives in this town. Jin replied that it was none of his business. This time, Jin tossed a gold coin to the bartender, who only shrugged in response. The bartender asked what Jin wanted. Order a murder or find someone? Jin asked if someone who introduced himself as Easter had passed by. The bartender shook his head, saying no. He was sure of that. Jin was somewhat disappointed by this. Jin said he would be grateful if the bartender could tell him where he could spend the night, preferably without bedbugs and all that. There was only one place suitable for Jin's wishes. The hotel in the west of the city is the Moonwell. Even kings stopped there, so Jin could be calm. Western Mammoth, the Moonwell Hotel. Alcaro Shandor, the stupid offspring of the Count. He grew up not knowing what need was. He goes crazy with entertainment and pleasure. All he has is a noble name and a pretty face. A typical scumbag who trembles before the strong and mocks the weak. The reason why he is idly waiting in such a dangerous city is because he wants to attract the attention of the mistress of the Ice Palace. So the only place he can be is a hotel, since he is the lover of the master of the Ice Palace. He probably has a guard. First, Jin decided to scout the situation in the lobby. The atmosphere inside the Moonwell was very different from the pub, as it was home to the most influential people of Mammoth. The hotel was surprisingly clean and orderly, just like an ordinary hotel outside Mammoth. It couldn't be compared to an upscale hotel in a big city. But at least customers won't encounter petty criminals who behave like wild dogs. As soon as Jin arrived in the hall, he tried not to let shock and surprise show on his face. The young man who became hysterical in the center of the hall was Alcaro Shanderer himself. Jin had memorized his target's face beforehand, so he recognized him right away. It turned out that he was furious because one of his bodyguards wouldn't give him any more of his favorite treats. Jin was lucky to meet him so soon. All the guards of the Ice Palace had reserved looks, but Jin noticed a slight disgust in their looks that appeared for a moment. They refused him all the time, not giving him his favorite treat. My goal was to protect him, not kill him, Alcaro shouted and blamed them. But he said that he would deprive them of their heads when his beloved returned. The guards sighed. One guard suddenly punched Alcaro in the stomach. The arrogant aristocrat trembled on the spot for a few seconds before losing consciousness. The guards didn't understand why they had to protect this jerk. It would be nice if he just died. The guards carried Alcaro unconscious back to the room. Alcaro's escort is about the 6th rank or so. Killing Alcaro will be much easier than Jin originally thought. The problems will begin after the murder. It is necessary to remove it, avoiding the guards and remaining intact. Jin couldn't use poison. Not to use poison is an unspoken rule of Mamita. Everyone would be offended if he poisoned Alcaro. The guards could also interfere with him. You need to sew Alcaro quietly in the secret room of the Moonwell. Jin slapped the table. He made a decision. I decided to raise the Moonwell by magic directly from the room. As soon as he adds the shadow energy of the 4th rank, he will receive the permissive power of the 6th. So they will decide that this is a magician of at least the 6th rank. Who would think of a brat who was barely 15? That's right, nobody. Even Veridin Zippel barely reached that level. In addition, thanks to the properties of shadow energy, he will not leave traces of the use of magic, so there will not be a single reason for suspicion. Jin correctly started the release of shadow energy. As the room filled with more and more dark energy, the sounds from behind his door became fainter and fainter. The room was filled with the energy of shadows, as if ink had penetrated into all surfaces and into the air. The outlines of the furniture could not be seen. In fact, it was synonymous with total darkness. The only thing that retained color in the room was the genie. No matter how much he thought, this plan was a little crazy. Jin praised himself and his plan. He started collecting mana with both hands. A blue current ran down his arms to his hands, making a lot of noise. However, not a single soul could hear the sounds outside the room as Jin had planned. Then threads of shadow energy were mixed into the current, summoning lightning. The first lightning fell on the Moonwell, destroying half of the roof of the building. Before the injured screamed in pain, before the whole could raise their heads and look at the sky, a second streak of dark blue lightning struck the Moonwell. This was the second attack. People started running out of the ashes, screaming. A few minutes before that, the girl and her 2 guards were walking through the dirty streets of Mamita. They were wearing the distinctive robes of the Ice Palace. She asked one of the guards how many bodyguards Alcaro had. 6. He has 6 bodyguards. The girl crumpled the paper in her hands. All the difficulties are due to a puppy who does not know his place. The second guard smiled. He will be finished today. His mistress was here to personally get rid of Alcaro. She sped up to reach the Moonwell faster and tell the bodyguards the good news. A huge lightning bolt struck the Moonwell. The girl who was about to enter the Moonwell tilted her head in confusion. Watching this spectacle, whoever the people who attacked the hotel were, they definitely chose the wrong day. It was Ceres and Dorma, the commander of the 7 swords of the Ice Palace, as well as the daughter of the master of the Ice Palace. One of the guards suggested that some high-ranking magician harbored a grudge against the Moonwell, but it could be an attack on their Ice Palace. There are 6 people of their palace in the hotel, and her mother's lover is there too. Ceres hurried them on. I don't care about Alcaro. The priority is the lives of their people. The third bolt of lightning fell on the Moonwell. Ceres had to stop. Immediately, the last lightning struck the hotel. The 4th charge was much stronger than the first 3, as Jin strengthened the spell using all the energy of the shadows in his room, which, in turn, erased all traces of dark energy in him. A streak of electricity hit the hotel in the center, and the building split in half. The divided hotel was on the verge of collapse on both sides. Ceres entered the ruins of the building, hoping for the safety of her people. When she entered the ruins, Jin fell from the 2nd floor. The fall from the 2nd floor wasn't that painful, but Jin needs to pretend. Maybe it was because he had spent all the energy of the shadows on the last lightning bolt. But it was damn close to the 7th rank. Thanks to the pendant, he managed to avoid serious injuries. The boy looked at his surroundings, acting as naturally as possible. He had to check if Alcaro was alive or not. Although he didn't see the target of his murder, Jin noticed the bodyguards running around. There was still smoke in the lobby. If Alcaro has survived extremely powerful lightning spells, Jin should find him now and kill him. It was his only chance. Jin wanted to pull out his dagger, but froze. He looked up and saw a strange girl looking down at him. She didn't expect to meet her peer here. She asked if he was okay. Jin has to go outside to a safe place, so she told him to move. The guard reported that their people had gathered. All 6 were wounded, but with safety. It was a relief to her. Ceres ordered that if Alkero was still with them, then let them kill him. The lightning magic was homogeneous. It was definitely one person. She ordered the magician to be captured. The genie on the floor immediately understood after hearing their conversation. She is the daughter of the master of the Ice Palace. Judging by her behavior, she came all this way to deal with Alkero. An unexpected meeting. But Jin considered this meeting a blessing rather than a misfortune. According to what she said, even if Alkero survived the spells, they would still kill him, so he doesn't have to check it out and kill it himself. Moreover, the daughter of the master of the Ice Palace believes that this attack was committed by a magician and does not suspect Jin. From now on, the highest authority here at the inn was the daughter of the Ice Palace master. Even if the kings of Mamita were revered by the city and considered royalty here, they didn't stand a chance against her. It is very likely that she will suspect this as a terrorist attack against the Ice Palace. It wasn't just a girl. The rest of the visitors living in the Moonwall thought they were attacked by a wizard. Thus, the chances of Jin being charged with a crime were extremely small. However, there is one problem. If the daughter of the Ice Palace master remembers his face, then things may get complicated in the future. Alkero's guards reported that he did not survive the magical attack. While the girl was talking to the men, Jin grabbed a handful of soot and wiped his face with it. It was better than nothing to hide his face. Ceres drew a snow-white sword and lifted it into the air. She stated that the Ice Palace would gain control of this hotel. She is Ceres Indorma, daughter of the master of the Talaris Ice Palace. Everyone who is against it will be considered enemies of the Ice Palace from now on. The Mamita kings were against it. They didn't care about the name of the Ice Palace. Mamita kings ruled here, not the Ice Palace. Maybe it was because of the Ice Palace that they were attacked. She instantly appeared behind the loudest kings, chopping off their heads. As she said, the protesters will become enemies of the Ice Palace. King Mamita did playing the rulers of this cesspool allow them to look down on the Ice Palace. If it turns out that the attack was the fault of the Ice Palace, they will receive compensation. But what if they were the target of the magician, and the Ice Palace turned out to be an accidental victim? It was clear why the Ice Palace had to take control of this place. The Mamita kings could only agree. They did not want to become enemies of the Ice Palace. After that, she turned to Jin, asking why a kid like him was still here when she told him to leave. Unlike her conversation with the Mamita kings, Ceres used a much softer and gentler tone when addressing Jin. Jin replied that he was scared and hurt his leg. Ceres laughed, saying that Jin is quite timid for a man and too cute for a swordsman. Ceres took out an ointment made from healing mana. Jin was about to receive her with his sooty hands. Seeing this, she asked only to roll up her pant leg. Jin awkwardly pulled down his pant leg. Ceres sat down and rubbed the boy's shin with ointment. She declared that Jin was a real lucky guy. Not only did he manage to survive the magical attack, but she, Ceres Indorma, shares the medicine with him. She said to take it as the greatest honor. Jin asked how he could repay her for her kindness. Ceres smiled kindly. She said it was nothing. And how can someone like him repay her? Let him just think of it as a pleasant memory. She cut herself and left him alone. Jin waved after her with a smile. As soon as she was no longer visible, the smile on his face subsided. The mission was accomplished. Meanwhile, Gina's squad was carrying out its own mission. And contrary to the expectations of all representatives of the middle class, the members of the Jin faction coped well with the orcs. They had already subdued 17 of the 25 orcs they were tasked with defeating. The orc that had just been killed was the 18th. They now believed that they could return without loss. Taiment and Scut were already celebrating, laughing. They imagined how they would rub the nose of the freaks who laughed at them. Mesa seriously warned them, telling them not to relax. They still had 7 orcs to kill. While Mesa burst their little bubble of excitement, she was actually smiling deep inside, as if they were blessed by the gods. No, it could be their young master Jin was blessed by the gods, and this blessing touched them as well. All the members of Jin's faction were of the same opinion. Orcs usually moved in groups. However, for some reason, these orcs appeared one at a time, as if asking to be killed. At the same time, they were never in a hurry, but attacked the cadets sluggishly. No wonder they thought they were very lucky. After a short rest, they resumed hunting. While they were walking through the forest, one cat was watching the cadets from behind, hiding in the thick tall grass. Once they defeated the remaining 7 orcs, he would finally be able to return home as well. Mesa thought they were protected by the blessing of the gods. But in fact, it was the black dragon Murakin who acted as their guardian angel. Murakin arrived here, in the unprotected zone of the Principality of Kirano. Even before Jin's squad killed part of the orcs, he gathered them all, ordering them to walk one by one. If they disobey his order, he will destroy them all. The lower orcs could not go against the orders of the great black dragon. Moreover, he spoke to them in the dragon language, a language that personified the power of dragons. Dominating the minds of lower monsters with the dragon tongue was as easy as breathing for Muraken. He was the only reason why Jin's faction could safely defeat the orcs one by one. Needless to say, the cadets had no idea about this truth. Muraken was unhappy that Jin forced him to do such unworthy things. So what if he's a soldierate contractor? The black cat grumbled with displeasure. But still, he was watching Jin's faction. He will definitely make him buy him new comics. Muraken's pupils suddenly narrowed. He immediately transformed into his human form. He sensed a dangerous presence in the distance, slowly approaching the camp where the squad was staying. Muraken bitterly clicked his tongue and stood up. Fortunately, the cadets only had the 3rd rank. Thus, Muraken could erect a large barrier around the camp, and the children would not be able to distinguish the darkness of the night from the dark hemisphere protecting them. A handful of shadows gathered in both of his palms. It was on a completely different scale compared to the demonstration he had staged in the underground hall of Storm Castle. Since Muraken lived next to Jin on the surface of the continent, he slowly inhaled the many shadows around him every day. Thus, he regained some of his strength from the era when he was known as the Black Dragon that shook the world. While Muraken was covering the camp with a barrier of shadow energy, Belop, who was on duty in the night watch, tilted his head in confusion. It seemed to him that it was suddenly darker around him than before. However, he did not attach much importance to this. The boy just believed that it was dark, and did not notice the barrier. When a gust of strong wind shook the trees, Muraken also covered his entire body with spiritual energy. Soon, a huge black dragon emerged from its original position. This was the original form of Muraken. His giant pair of wings covered the moon. All the monsters, as well as animals and other living creatures in the area, began to tremble from instinctive fear and subconscious terror. Unsurprisingly, the powerful creature approaching the camp also stopped. He found Muraken. How dare someone send his warriors without his permission? There was no response. Muraken realized that this was not a living being, but a relic of ancient times, the grave giant. But Muraken was sure that their dragon clan got rid of them a couple of 1,000 years ago. Besides, the giant guarding the graves of the dead gods could not be here. Wherever he came from here, it wasn't the most pleasant meeting. The grave giant raised his huge shield. Muraken was preparing to exhale. Although it will leave traces, he has to finish this fight as quickly as possible. Muraken opened his mouth, and darkness gathered in a dangerous sphere. In a few seconds, he had accumulated enough spiritual energy to completely level an entire mountain range. When he exhaled, everything around him suddenly plunged into complete darkness. The grave giant lowered one leg and hid behind the shield, but could not resist the power of Muraken. All he could do was let out a final groan at death's door, just like the rest of the grave giants did 2,000 years ago when they faced the dragon. When he breathed his last, the grave giant fell apart into small pieces, and a rain of rubble rained down on the place where he used to stand. After the end of the battle, Muraken returned to his human form and was breathing heavily. His whole body seemed to be falling apart because he was using too much energy for the first time in a long time. The grave giant could not appear here by chance. No matter how much Muraken thought, the Zippel family was clearly involved. What the hell was going on in this world? It would be better if Muraken didn't tell Jin anything yet. If anything happens, he can protect him. Jin has grown a lot in 10 years. Muraken was sure that Jin would have enough strength in the future to go against the Zippel family. Gaston walked in circles and dragged his fat body. He was so excited that he couldn't stop biting his thumbnail. A man entered the room. This man was Bishkal Ibriano, the head of the terrorist group Kinzello. Buber informed him that his creation, the Tomb Giant, had been destroyed. Bishkek was aware of this. As far as he knew, the Tomb Giant had been attacked at night. Bauber clutched his head. He never thought that anyone would dare to destroy his precious creation. Bishkal replied that this is not the most important thing right now. The one who defeated the grave giant is a dragon. Moreover, a shadow dragon. Bishkal personally went there to check everything. Buber stopped fussing and silently looked at Bishkal. Did the dragons really notice their work? Bishkal wasn't sure yet, but he thought it was a warning. He told Bubara to look around here. He will send people to help him. He needs to meet with the Zippel family urgently. The successful return of Jin and the junior squad from their respective missions was the hottest topic in the intermediate class. No one predicted such an outcome. Most people believed that although some members of the junior squad would return alive, many of them would die during the mission. However, the biggest surprise was the Jin. He had to kill the lover of the master of the Ice Palace in Mimita, and no one thought that this was achievable. They all thought that Jin would return without completing the mission. No one in the world wants to die at the age of 15. Even Zed was surprised by the success of the mission. He praised Jin several times in front of the other cadets and expressed his satisfaction and delight. The flag bearers who gave him this task will obviously be surprised. Why, they'll be furious when they find out how it went. There was one group of cadets who gritted their teeth irritably while watching this, and the details of Jin's assignment reached them. By some miracle, on the same day, a magician staged a terrorist attack at the hotel where the target of the task was staying. They considered Jin a real lucky guy. They complained about the injustice of this world. Not only Rankandel, but also kissed by fate. No matter how hard some try, they will never reach above the average cadet. They were cadets from Mew and Anna's faction, including Kaj and Romero, who were sitting on the ground and complaining together. They used to be at the top of the food chain in this jungle-like intermediate class, but recently their authority and power have plummeted. The humble cadets who had once been wary of them were now sucking up to the junior squad, and it annoyed them to death. If Jin or the other guys were exceptionally strong, they would have accepted this outcome. But Jin is only a knight of the 4th rank, and the rest of the 3rd. They asked Kajin if they would leave everything as it is. And what did they offer? Even if Jin was arrogant and the youngest lord, he still had pure Rankandel blood in his veins. Until he gets a direct order from Mew, he can't do anything. Kajin suddenly fell silent. He noticed that Jin, who was sitting on the other side of the training ground, suddenly began to approach them. The cadets began to fuss. Had they been heard? Jin replied that he had excellent hearing. Unfortunately, he heard everything. Jin shrugged and spoke as he joined the group. The expressions on the faces of Kajin and the others darkened noticeably. Jin asked Kajin about how his hand is now. Kajin replied that the doctors said that due to how smoothly Jin cut it off, it was easy to restore it. Jin noted that they had quite an interesting discussion. Kajin told him not to pay much attention, because most ordinary people, when faced with someone like Jin, whisper behind their backs. Jin said it didn't matter what he did or didn't do until he became a flag bearer. Roughly speaking, it had nothing to do with them. Despite the shock and surprise, Kajin changed his attitude and chuckled softly. It doesn't concern them. Kajin asked if he would be whipped instantly for something like this, if only Jin wanted to. Jin was silent for a moment, and then he asked, why would he do that? Because he behaves extremely brazenly. Jin agreed with Kajin's words because he was like an eyesore. Kajin's sarcastic and arrogant tone surprised his own associates. Even the other cadets in the area who were having their own conversations fell silent and turned to them with their eyes wide open. The other cadets began to gather around them, whispering to each other. Classes have already ended for today, so Zed and the assistant instructors have already left. Kajin got up from his seat and decided to say whatever he wanted. In his opinion, it will be unpleasant for anyone to watch how Jin gets universal recognition, having completed the mission only on pure luck. It looks like there was a misunderstanding. Jin said that, not because Kajin was mocking and behaving impudently. Kajin Romero, as a knight of the 5th rank with outstanding abilities compared to intermediate class cadets, Kajin should be stronger than Jin. So Jin asked why he resorted to swearing behind his back. This time, Jin drew his sword and pointed it at Kajin. Jin has already said that everyone had the opportunity to challenge him. Jin took a few steps back and got ready. Kajin only looked stunned, while the other cadets couldn't hide their shock and tension. But why would young Master Jin do that? Everyone was asking the same question. Although Jin was strong, they all believed that he was still inferior to Kajin, that he would never be able to defeat a knight of the 5th rank. Kajin raised his head and silently looked into Jin's eyes, asking if Jin was sure of this. Absolutely. Jin was absolutely sure. He told Kajin to draw his sword. There was no need to give in to him. He wanted to deal with everything properly. This meant that they could not put aura restrictions. Kajin stood up and drew his sword. He said Jin would regret it. Kajin was the one who took the first step. He instantly closed the distance between them and used his superior physique to overpower the opponent in a frontal attack. Each sharp swing created deep reverberation that made Jin stagger. Kajin had really heavy attacks. Kajin Romero, 24 years old, knight of the 5th rank. He was only a mid-level cadet in the Rankandel clan. But in the outside world, he was strong enough that every group and organization around the world was trying to recruit him. Even if he left the clan right now, he could easily find a job as a knight and be revered by the public as a respected warrior. Among all the people Jin had faced in the swordsman duel, Kajin was the strongest opponent so far, even if you take into account Jin's opponents from his past life. But Kajin is no match for those with whom he has to fight. As the battle continued, Jin continued to retreat while Kajin pursued him like a predator. One could easily see the malice in Kajin's eyes as he brandished the sword. Kajin began to say that Jin was still too weak to fight with him on equal terms. Kajin instantly changed his stance and grabbed his sword with both hands. Then he enveloped him with an aura and swung with all his might. It was as if he was holding a war hammer instead of a sword. He even tilted his sword to strike with the flat of the blade. He was trying to destroy Jin's defenses. Even though Jin parried the blow, he received a kick, and Jin barely managed to hold his sword. However, his posture was broken. It was the same with Kajin, but that was his intention from the very beginning. Kajin swung with all his might, hoping to destroy his stance. Taking advantage of the recoil from his extreme punch, Kajin kicked his opponent in the thigh with a U-turn. The shields he wore enhanced his overall strength and damage. Jin gritted his teeth as his thigh throbbed in agony. He He didn't have time to moan loudly. Kajin had already regained his balance and launched a series of attacks. Jin started dodging Kajin's attacks. However, Jin didn't back down out of fear. He was trying to concentrate on a certain sensation. Just like the day Hayton hit him with a steel ball, he was beginning to understand the trajectory of Kajin's next strike. There are an infinite number of ways in which a single blade can move when sliding through the air, but for a knight of the 5th rank, there is a limited number of trajectories that he can choose with his skill level. This was especially true of opponents like Kajin, who allowed rage to control his mind and body. Thus, Jin decided to end the fight with the next 3 moves. He had to provoke Kajin even more to get him to use his hidden skills and techniques, if there were any. Jin said he was reading all of Kajin's actions. He couldn't win. Kajin shouted that Jin was saying meaningless things. Jin only had to dodge twice. He believed that Kajin would stick to the attack pattern he had used so far. There was no need to change plans or tactics. In fact, now that Jin had provoked him by saying he could read Kajin's movements, Knight 5 would never change his approach due to his rage and arrogance. But if Jin avoids Kajin's attacks perfectly 2 more times, he will have to make a choice. Either he would change tactics, or he would use his most powerful attack, which Jin would not be able to dodge or block. And needless to say, the fight developed exactly as Jin predicted. One left swing followed by an incorrect upward swing. Jin did not parry these attacks and calmly dodged them. He spread his legs and crouched down to avoid the first move, and stepped aside in advance to avoid the second. During this brief exchange, Kajin was in turmoil. He admitted that Jin could have dodged the first punch. However, the boy dodged the unpredictable upward strike even before Kajin started to raise his sword. Thus, Kajin released his entire aura to strengthen his 3rd attack. Will Jin dodge his attack by reading his moves? Or will the boy not be able to dodge it? The human body was not as free and flexible as water. Something unexpected happened. Jin didn't try to dodge the powerful attack. Instead, he also covered his sword with an aura and swung it with all his might, taking the attack head-on. When the 2 blades met, the one who was pushed away, oddly enough, was Kajin. The knight of the 5th lost to the knight of the 4th rank. He was thrown back in a battle of strength. A few seconds ago, he was overpowering Jin with his large physique, but this time, Kajin was stunned. His eyes were trembling as he couldn't hide his shock. The aura covering Bradamante had a color and luster that was much deeper than that of a 4th-ranked knight. Jin took advantage of Kajin's confusion and rushed forward. Anyone will find themselves in a difficult position when faced with an opponent who will be much stronger than they originally expected. Kajin finally realized that he had let his guard down when Bradamante's blade reached his neck. So, the winner has been decided. Jin himself did not expect that he would become a knight of the 5th rank so soon. Kajin said in a disappointed voice that Jin had tricked him when his sword fell to the ground. He didn't know that Jin already had the 5th rank. Jin wasn't lying. It's just that Kajin didn't know anything about him. Jin never gets into a fight if he knows he's going to lose. 2 men came running late to the training ground. It was the twins who had heard the news about this fight a few minutes ago. They asked what happened here. The twins couldn't hide their surprise when they saw 2 figures standing in the center of the crowd. Jin turned and sheathed his sword. Walking slowly past his older brothers, he calmly said that it was nothing special. The twins felt their little brother's words give them goosebumps. Mew and Anna couldn't believe what they heard from Kajin's report. It wasn't a surprise attack. Jin didn't attack suddenly, and Kajin didn't put himself in a dead end. A knight of the 5th rank had much more experience and physical strength than a boy. Maybe Kajin was bribed or he succumbed because Jin was a Rankandel. None of this. Kajin didn't make excuses. Then why? Was he seriously telling them that their junior had reached the 5th rank in such a short period of time? Did he really want them to believe that? Not only Kajin, but also the others could confirm that Jin's strength exceeded the 5th rank. Mew and Anna kicked Kajin out, calling him useless. As soon as Kajin left the room, the 2 women stared at each other. Their youngest showed them teeth. No, not just for them, but for the whole family. Next time, they'll send him to a place where he'll definitely come back dead. There was a commotion in the Garden of Swords. Everyone was amazed by Jin's abilities. The first chapter, His Father in the Moon, and the entire history of the Rankandels. Only 3 became knights of the 5th rank at the age of 50. So, here's what Jin had at the moment. The 5th rank of swordsmanship, the 4th of magic and shadow energy. Even he hadn't expected such a level of swordsmanship. I just trained with a pure stone in the usual mode and reached the 5th rank. It seems that if one of his 3 powers, shadow energy, magic, or aura, becomes stronger, then it affected the rest. When he was overloaded with shadow energy earlier, he opened a stream of mana and aura. In all history, no one had such abilities, so it was useless to search for records, but Jin was sure that these 3 forces were connected. Jin noticed flowers that hadn't been there before. They were brought into the room while he was gone, so Jilly didn't put them away. She asked if she should put them away. Jin shook his head. There were no curses on them, so let them stand. Returning to the topic of conversation, since they discovered that he had become a knight of the 5th rank at 15, His brothers would start to get a little nervous, including brother Joshua, who is vying to be the next head. Joshua Rankandel. When Luna Rankandel abdicated her position as the first standard bearer, the second standard bearer Rankandel became a strong candidate. With the support of his mother, Rosa Rankandel, he consolidated his position. Jin would like to hide his abilities until the time comes and he decides that revealing his achievements will bring more benefit. Since it became known that he had reached the 5th rank, news about him would spread beyond the Rankandel lands. Surely it will even be covered in the press. Nurakan in the form of a cat grinned. Their baby Jin has become so outspoken in compliments to himself. Nurakan was sure that if Jin was the center of attention, his brothers would become more obedient. That was true. But more importantly, Shiren Rankandel will personally arrive at the Garden of Swords. Shiren needs someone else for the role of heir. Other than Luna, Shiren has never been happy with any of Jin's seniors. Luna, who was the only one who got his attention, was not interested in the throne, so he decided that she was not suitable for the role of the head of the family. Then Joshua strengthened his position. Brother Diff, Sister Runsha, and Sister Marie became temporary successors. This line was carved in stone, but since Jin appeared, everything has changed. Shiren Rankandel does not look at age. He's the kind of person who gives everyone a chance, so he'll be chasing Jin, just like when he was a regular rank. Jin was sure that his father's orders would include 2 things. First, this is a test. Jin thought about it. Will he be able to overcome the age difference between him and his brothers? Secondly, it is protection. Shiren clearly wouldn't want Jin to die at the hands of relatives before he passes the test, and all because he is a special case. Jilly said that if Jin's story was published in the newspapers, he would be inundated with invitations from families and groups from all over the world. She was right. Jin will sort out all the meetings at once, namely, hold a banquet when Shiren arrives, so Jilly should be ready. It will be her responsibility to keep an especially vigilant eye on Murakan. If he turns into a human and makes his way to the reception, then this will be the end of them. Murakan protested. He wasn't a child. Jilly said she would take Jin's words into account. Murakan stared at Gilly, but the nanny simply avoided looking into his eyes and averted her gaze. 2 days later, the family began receiving letters, just as Jin had predicted. Since Jin was never shown to the public outside of the clan, the messengers desperately tried to get more information about him. The butler was very busy answering an endless stream of letters. When Gilly asked Pedro, it turned out that even the ruling family of the Bement Empire did not stay away. Through Khan, the head of the family sent a schedule of visits home. He planned to arrive in a month, and the arrival dates of other families were immediately scheduled. Gilly noted that the young gentleman had become quite quiet lately. Jin closed the book. He replied that if they tried to take control of him when everyone's attention was focused on him, it would be like a demonstration of either their fear or hatred, depending on the reputation. The man who ran up to Jin with a frustrated expression on his face was Pedro, the second butler. As soon as he saw the butler's face, Jin knew that the time had finally come. Pedro's whole body was soaked with sweat. It turned out that he had run through the huge sword garden to tell Jin this urgent news. He said that Jin was assigned a mission. Jin was being sent straight to the ruins of Colin. In total, 5 flag bearers came running to the main building with a rose challenge. These were Ran, Vigo, Mew, Anna, and, finally, Runsha. Rosa made them stand up straight in one row and stared at them with a dark, heavy gaze. The barrage of screams and reprimands she hurled at them subsided a little. But as soon as Jin entered the room, she raised her voice again. When Rose let out a deafening roar, the documents and pen holder on her desk flew in all 4 directions. In fact, the pen stand cracked and fell apart because of the energy in her voice. She took a deep breath and turned to Jin. The attention of his siblings also turned to him. Ran and Vigo's looks were tinged with annoyance and annoyance. Their reaction was natural, since they did not participate in the issuance of his mission. Mew and Anna openly demonstrated their dislike for Jin. Their lips were pulled up, but their pupils were red with bloodlust, as if they were warning him that they would kill him if they ever had the chance. Meanwhile, Runsha had a calm demeanor. Rosa asked if he had heard about his mission. Jin replied in the affirmative. Rosa said the mission was cancelled. There is no chance that he will go to Colin. Mew and Anna simultaneously raised their voices and took a couple of steps forward. Rosa ordered them to be silent. According to her, these mutts only thought about killing the younger ones. Rosa looked at her daughters with an icy gaze. However, the 2 daughters did not let themselves be intimidated. They said it was strange. They didn't understand why their mother was so protective of the youngest. Father and mother silently encouraged their quarrels. Isn't it because their family needs competition? Everyone here grew up fighting. So many times they were sent on ruthless missions when they were only of average rank. Mew and Anna were right. Conflicts and secret harassment between brothers and sisters in the Rankandel family were inevitable. In fact, it was the fate of all the children of Rankandel. Moreover, Shiren and Rosa never intervened to stop the bloodshed happening among their children. Rosa agreed with the words of her daughters. But did they reach the 5th rank at the age of 15? Junior was different from all of them. If they had jumped to Jin's level at his age, then she would have protected them too. Rosa openly said that she gave Jin priority, but they didn't deserve her protection. Mew and Anna's faces contorted. They could only lower their heads, burning Jin with a look full of hatred. Rosa turned to Runsha, Vigo, and Rana. Since they are also flag bearers, they are responsible for the noise that Mew and Anna caused. Runsha will practice self-discipline for a while, and Ran and Vigo will return one family sword each from their vaults. Runsha just shrugged and agreed to it, while Ran and Vigo protested. Rosa did not listen to their protest. If she had her way, she would confiscate all the prestigious swords they have, so they should be grateful that they got off so easily. The brothers could not say anything in response and lowered their heads. Ran and Vigo felt like they were being accused of a crime they didn't commit, and it's obvious enough that their frustration and anger shifted to Jin. Good. What will be the actions of her youngest son now? In this situation, when she involved his brothers and sisters unrelated to it, would Jin pretend and persuade her to relent? Or will he enjoy her favoritism? Rose wanted Jin to show her how he would solve this situation. If he just stood there with a satisfied smile because his mother was on his side, then that would be the end of him. Even though Jin was a rare genius who reached the 5th rank at the age of 15, if this was the degree of his intelligence, then Rose planned to immediately erase all her interest in her youngest son. Needless to say, even if she was disappointed, he would still remain her favorite younger son. He would have been simply excluded from the list of candidates for the succession to the throne. If Jin hadn't done anything when she gave him the advantage, Rose would have decided that he wasn't fit to lead the Rankandel clan. Jin finally turned to his mother. Rosa told him to talk, hiding her excitement. The boy said that he really liked the mission assigned by his sisters. Rose asked disapprovingly if Jin knew what a rotten place the Kalin ruins were. Yes, Jin knew. The Kalin ruins are part of the Zippel territory that the Rankandels wanted for themselves in the past and failed. He understood the risk, but he wasn't going to back down in this battle. Jin said that the mission they assigned him was wonderful. The place is really dangerous, but he didn't believe it was an irrational decision. They probably decided that he had high enough abilities for this. Isn't that why they assigned him this mission? Rosa was arguing. Was he trying to get her out of herself? Reckless bravado. It wasn't a bad reaction, but it wasn't what Rose was hoping for. Jin replied that if they were to replace a person on a mission so suddenly, it would be equivalent to their incompetence. Rosa said that they would not be suspected of such a thing. His sisters were just trying to hurt him. Since they can't break him in battle, they use their authority. It was just as Jin's mother had said. Jin told her that if he faced the sisters head-on, victory would be on their side, but if he succeeded in the mission, he would deal them a strong blow. In other words, he has a chance to win this battle. The Kalin ruins are a place where he can die if he takes even one wrong step. So Rose asked if Jin was sure he wanted to go there. Yes, Jin was sure. He also wanted to ask one thing. When he successfully completes the mission, can he take back those swords that were taken from his brothers? This mission is marked dangerous. He asked to be allowed to receive at least such an award. Ran and Vigo looked at Jin strangely, and Rose hid an enthusiastic smile. The younger one was provoking his older siblings, as she had hoped, as if reading her mind. However, Ran took a deep breath before expressing his opinion. They were just swords. What was the point of risking your life for them? If Jin wants them so badly, he'll give him one of the ones he has. Just let him forget about the mission. Doesn't it seem to him that it will at least be enough to stay alive until their father arrives? Ran acted like he was worried about this outcome, but Jin was confused. Jin replied that it was funny. If it was that important, Ran would have stopped his sisters before they assigned him a task. Ran pretended to be generous and kind, but Jin didn't buy it. Ran and Vigo did not go against Mew and Anna when they decided to entrust Jin with a mission in the ruins of Kalin. Jin could see that Ran was acting this way to get their mother's approval. Rose said that was enough. If Jin completes the mission, she will give the swords to Rana and Vigo. Rosa said they were all free. As soon as all of her children left the room, Rose began to think. She was afraid that Jin would act like Luna, so she trampled on the pride of the others. But it didn't seem to be necessary. Rose was sure Shiren would be happy to see Junior growing up well. There was a satisfied smile on her face. Jin was the last to leave the room. Runsha, Ran, and Vigo immediately went to their rooms. Mew and Anna were waiting for him at the wall. Mew asked if Jin thought that luck was on his side. Jin calmly told them that he wasn't too lucky. Mew stated that the mission is a team one, so he will not be alone. Soon his calmness will fly off. Jin thanked them for their concern. He gave them an icy look, saying that they would see each other again. Along with Jin, 3 more cadets were assigned to the mission in the ruins of Kalin. Kajin Romero, Mile Haas, and Lima Haas. All 3 were part of Mew and Anna's faction. The Haas brothers were slightly weaker than Kajin, but they were still true knights of the 5th rank. Their behavior has turned 180 degrees compared to what it was a few days ago. Their sarcastic remarks completely disappeared and were replaced by courtesy and humility. They asked for forgiveness for their past mistakes. They said they wouldn't fail on a mission. Even Kajin begged for forgiveness. It's an honor for them to be with Jin. Jin replied that they would leave the past in the past, where it belongs. It's better for them to work and not get stuck in the past. Jin didn't believe in their words at all. What kind of honor could they be talking about when they were in the faction of Mew and Anna? Jin wouldn't be surprised if they planned to stab him in the back and blame everything on the danger of the task. Milhouse was introducing Jin to the gist of the matter. This mission was a search mission. The place is the ruins of Colin. The artifacts to be found are 4 pistols. Colin ruins. Initially, a settlement of natives was founded on these lands, but now the territory belongs to the Zipples and is connected with the kingdom of Phylon. Although Colin was discovered several hundred years ago, the Zipples, who stumbled upon the ruins and the locals, killed and enslaved almost the entire population. Of course, now they say they respect the locals, but this is only at first glance. Although they seem happy with the conditions, in fact they are only slaves. The lives and rights of these natives are not important to most people, therefore they are ignored. The reason Zipple kept them alive was to rule the land of Colin. This is a hypocritical act of imaginary redemption of the past. Usually the Zipple family strives for rational management, and their people are sincerely loyal to them. Be that as it may, the Zipples have gone too far in the past. They blackened their reputation for a reason, all for the sake of an artifact in the form of a mirror, which the natives hid most carefully. His existence is the main secret of the Zipple family, but thanks to brave journalists from Jean's past life, the whole truth has been revealed. The published report contained evidence of the atrocities committed by the Zipples in their attempts to find the artifact. According to local residents, it turned out that it is called the Fountain of Mana, a thing that a simple glance at could raise the mana level to the 7. With his help, the Zipple family would create an army of magicians, but it will start in 10 years. So far, they have not found the source. This time, Jin won't let the Zipple bastards take the artifact. Jin and his squad arrived at the Zipple family base. Mile unfolded the map of the Colin ruins and pointed to each point where Zipple and patrol magicians were located. The artifact they were looking for was in the 3rd warehouse. A surprise attack by itself wouldn't be difficult, but there was detection magic there. Kajin assured them that they would protect him at the cost of their lives. No matter what happens, they won't back down. Kajin spoke with a determined look. Their game was pathetic. Grinning to himself, Jin took out a beef jerky from his pocket. It seemed Jin was noble to them. He said that safety directly depends on endurance. They will rest a little and start in an hour. Jin handed each of them a beef jerky. 3 cadets gladly accepted the dried meat. As soon as Jin saw that they had swallowed their food, he wished them sweet dreams. All 3 of them realized that something was wrong, but it was already too late. The dried meat was covered with a sleeping pill, from which even a knight of the 7th rank could fall asleep in a couple of seconds. Kajin and the Haas brothers were already feeling sleepy and could barely stand on their feet. All 3 fell, entering the land of dreams. Jin would have been less suspicious of them if they had behaved as arrogantly as usual. However, throughout their trip here, the 3 cadets were constantly fawning over Jin. They thought Jin would let his guard down, and when the opportunity presented itself, they wouldn't hesitate to slit his throat. Jin put on his mask properly and headed down the mountain road. The evening breeze, walking between the trees and branches, was refreshing. He wondered if only dogs tend to follow their master's orders with blind devotion. There were 2 guards at the entrance to the warehouse. In addition, the guards stationed at the main and back entrances to the warehouse were not magicians, as Jin had predicted. They seemed at best to be warriors of the 1st or 2nd rank. This did not come as a surprise. The Zipples didn't need to assign magicians, an expensive and valuable workforce, to guard an unimportant warehouse. The guards seemed bored and kept yawning, waiting for the time to run out. Sometimes they even joked among themselves, laughed. One guard lost consciousness after being hit in the chin by Jin. The other guard, who was waiting for the story to continue, immediately pointed his spear towards the uninvited guest. Jin quickly turned around, dodged the spear tip, and used his momentum to elbow his opponent in the throat. The second guard's eyes lost focus and he plopped down on the ground. Only 2. Jin suggested that there were no other guards outside. There was a simple lock on the door from the warehouse without any traces of signal magic. That's how much the Zipples didn't care about the 3rd warehouse. It was impossible to suppress the sound of the metal door opening. Jin could have used some noise-canceling magic spells, but decided not to. If there was a mage nearby, the chances of detecting his mana were high. Before entering the warehouse, Jin inspected the interior. After a while, he noticed a familiar magic circle on the floor right in front of the door. The magic circle of blood and detection. It is known to the public as a security magic that allows you to find out the pedigree. In fact, the circle distinguished between humans and demonic beasts, as well as victims of the epidemic. Therefore, it didn't matter whose blood it was, as long as it belonged to an ordinary person. Jin approached the unconscious guards again. He then used his dagger to cut his palm slightly and caught a few drops of blood with his palm. After that, he sprinkled blood on the magic circle. Jin used the guard's blood to avoid getting caught after completing his mission. If the Ziplams had come to investigate the invasion, they might have thought that the magic circle had been neutralized due to a mistake by the guards. Suddenly, the magic circle flashed bright red and let out a sharp squeal. The agitated Jin flinched in panic, but soon calmed down and looked back at the blood stain on his palm. The stain was caused by the blood of an unconscious guard. In other words, it was definitely human blood. However, the magic circle of blood and detection reacted. In other words, either the guard is sick at the moment, or he is not a person at all. The guards turned into a mountain of muscle. They had gray skin like stone and eyes that shone red. Moreover, they were both growling like beasts and breathing heavily. It sounded like the breath of an orc or a troll. Jin didn't have time to ask himself what had happened. Jin cast a spell, the Wind of Silence. A gust of mana instantly overwhelmed the inside of the warehouse and formed a thin hemispherical layer. It was a rank 4 spell that reduced all noises within a radius of 15 meters. Jin decided not to use magic earlier as he didn't want to risk being discovered by magicians in the area. But the situation has changed. He couldn't avoid fighting the guards who had turned into monsters. They were already holding out their hands to Jin. Sharp and long claws grew on their fingers. His two enemies were attacking him at the same time. Jin didn't even have time to unsheath Bradamante. The monsters swung their arms one by one, taking turns, so their target didn't have time to breathe. The claws tore through the air, drawing arcs. Jin barely dodged the attacks, ducking, and stabbed one of the monsters in the ribs with a dagger. He aimed for the heart, but the monster barely managed to escape death by bending its body. However, Jin definitely felt flesh tearing and bones breaking. The monster let out a terrible scream. It didn't seem to be a fatal injury. The monster did not bother to remove the dagger from its belly and continued to wave its claws. Fortunately, Jin took advantage of this brief respite to create some distance between them and expose Bradamante. When he hurriedly enveloped the blade with an aura, the dark warehouse perked up a bit. The monsters seemed to sense that the aura represented a dangerous force. The wounded monster took out a dagger from his stomach. Seeing what happened after, Jin couldn't help but show shock on his face. They could regenerate, which was bad news. The monster's deep wound on its stomach was healing quickly and closing. This kind of high-speed regeneration could only be seen in high-ranked and strong monsters. However, Jin's opponents were not typical monsters born from nature. These enemies were undoubtedly humans just a moment ago. All sorts of thoughts and hypotheses raced through Jin's mind with every passing second. However, he did not have the necessary knowledge to understand exactly how this mysterious and bizarre incident happened. Fortunately, although he couldn't figure out how it happened, Jin could to some extent understand the basics behind it, thanks to the fact that he was a magician in a previous life. Zippel territory. A lot of magicians pass through it, and the locals are enslaved. These strange monsters were living golems. Jin came to exactly this conclusion. Creating living golems is a grave crime. Could the Zippels have used the Colin ruins as a laboratory for experiments with forbidden magic? The monsters resumed their barrage of attacks. Previously, Jin had barely dodged attacks since he was caught off guard, but now that he had regained his composure, his enemies' movements seemed clumsy. They had the strength and speed of low-level 4th rank fighters. However, there was a huge difference between a trained knight of the 4th rank and monsters who only had physical abilities of the 4th rank. Jin easily parried the blow, dodged the claws of the monsters, and counterattacked. Usually, a magical weapon, a golem, does not stop even with serious injuries. To neutralize it, it is necessary to destroy the core. It can be the head, the heart, or the stomach. One of these places is the core of the golem. The illegal golems were no different from the rest. Jin stepped back and changed the attack pattern, easily punching one of them in the head. The aura around his sword was spinning rapidly, so that a large fist-sized hole was formed in the monster's head. The core was not in the head. If Jin had fought like he was facing people, he would be in a predicament right now, having dealt a fatal blow to one of the enemies. Most fighters would switch their attention to the enemy that had opened. However, the golem with a hole in its head continued to swing its claws. His speed and power were not affected at all. On the contrary, she became more violent and aggressive. Jin turned around to dodge the attacks and stabbed with his sword again, this time in the lower abdomen. But this time he guided the blade until he reached the heart. Such an attack would be almost impossible for ordinary people. At such moments, Jin was grateful to his Rankandel bloodline for giving him a blessed body with superhuman strength. The hideous sound of the monster's flesh tearing apart and ribs breaking echoed. As soon as he removed his blade, Jin realized that the core was in the heart, instead of a real beating heart. There was a blue ball of mana in the center of his chest. However, this core looked completely different from what Jin was familiar with. Instead of a mana vessel, it looked like a large glass ball filled with some kind of blue liquid. Jin cut the core with his sword. He was angry that the Zippels had done this to a man. The remaining monster pounced on Jin, as if in response to the boy's anger. Jin still had to improve his position after he finished off the first enemy. His claws cut and scratched Bradamante, making an unpleasant sound. Although they seemed stronger than ordinary steel, they couldn't compare to the blade of a powerful ancient sword from 1,000 years ago. Pushing the monster away, Jin pierced his chest with his sword. He felt a solid ball of mana burst at the tip of his sword. The body of the fallen monster trembled, and pretty soon it also returned to its human form. Only then could Jin finally breathe and relax. The Wind of Silence spell he had cast earlier was still in effect. Suddenly, Jin heard a voice. It came from a fallen monster. No, from a man writhing on the floor. He begged to be killed. He hurriedly sat down and examined the second victim. Surprisingly, he was still breathing. Barely, but still. However, he still had a somewhat inhuman appearance. It was obvious that all of their bodies had swollen and ruptured. Jin soon came to the conclusion that he could not be saved. He had countless questions. How and why they became living golems, who was behind it, how they became experimental zipples. However, the guard didn't have the strength left to speak. All Jin could do was relieve him of the pain and agony. The Jin pierced the skinny neck, and the victim peacefully closed her eyes. Jin also closed his eyes for a moment and raised his head. He didn't know about their circumstances, but no human in the world could voluntarily become a living golem. Moreover, after transformation, they become expendable without a future. A flame flashed in Jin's eyes as he gritted his teeth. But now was not the time to lose his cool. An unexpected incident occurred, thanks to which Jin witnessed the terrible actions committed by the Zipples behind the scene. And now Jin was suspicious of his older sisters, wondering if they knew about this truth when they sent him on this mission. However, he still had a mission to complete. He couldn't just go home and tell his siblings that he couldn't complete the mission because he was attacked by living golems. Even if he tells the truth to the whole world, the Zipple family will find a way to hush it up. Creating living golems was a terrible crime. The mere discovery of signs of living golems was more than enough to force the Empire to conduct an official investigation. However, the Zipples could simply feign innocence, even if convincing evidence was found. In this case, no one will be able to hold them accountable for this crime. That's the power they had. So far, Jin has decided to gather evidence and continue the mission, until the magicians made big steps. This meant that most of them were unaware of the real state of affairs. If they had known that the guards were living golems, they would not have been so careless with the protection of warehouses. Therefore, not everyone in the Colin ruins is involved in the crime. Jin started searching the warehouse. The defensive magic on the stone slab was simple, but the one on the dishes was strong enough. All this protective spell was the reason why the difficulty of the mission was so high. The standard procedure is to spend several hours trying to dispel the magic, as if untying a knot on a rope. Jin sheathed his sword and gathered mana with both hands. 2 of the living golems were dead, so the Zipples would have to bury all the mess he would make. The mana in his hands acquired the property of fire, but then Jin filled mana with shadow energy. Flames mixed with darkness cast large shadows into the room. Since the Zipples will cover their tracks, then Jin decided to burn everything here. Explosive flame. The entire warehouse was soon engulfed in a frenzied blaze. Luna was furious. How could they send Jin to Zipple territory? She hit 2 girls. It was Mew and Anna. The moment they were hit, they protected their bodies with an aura. However, the shock was so strong that they couldn't help coughing up blood. There was blood on the edges of their lips because of this. Luna asked if they were crazy. Jin was 10 years younger than them. The girls couldn't even look their sister in the eye. Luna wasn't just an older sister to them. Sometimes they were more afraid of her than of their father. Why did they do this? It was a question of the moon. Mew answered the question with a question. Luna was asking this because she really didn't know the reason. Luna said that's not the answer. Did the family's standard bearers start a battle for hierarchy with a junior of the middle rank? Flag bearers against flag bearers, cadets against cadets. It was an unspoken rule of war within the family. The 2 sisters couldn't say anything in response. Luna looked at her sisters for a moment. She said that Mew and Anna should be ashamed of themselves. Luna was sorry that they were the standard bearers of their family. The younger sisters raised their voices at the same time. The moon has never interfered in their showdown. However, the moon did not pay attention to this. If Mew and Anna had won after Junior's trial, Luna wouldn't have said a word. Jin had been successful on a mission in the Colin ruins and must be reporting to their mother right now. Luna asked if he understood now why she was talking about shame. The 2 girls bit their lips. In the end, they gave Jin the wings he needed to soar. Luna wondered if there had ever been a situation in their family where sabotage failed with the same shame as this one. She told them to leave. Luna spoke one last time before they could leave. Judging by her observations, Jin is not one to show mercy. She told them to be careful. She was only saying this out of concern for them. Although if something goes wrong, they are still her younger sisters. Mew and Anna left without saying anything. When she sat down at the table again, a cup was placed in front of her. Her nanny, who was waiting in the next room, returned to Luna's room. Raise your hand to your juniors immediately upon return. She already thought that Luna was going through a transitional age again. Luna grinned. What is the transitional age in her years? The nanny replied that her puberty passed unnoticed. The nanny said that she was worried about Mew and Anna. Given Jin's character, he would never forget about such a thing. Luna asked if she thought Mew and Anna were no match for Jin. Yes, she thought so. She thinks that in 5 years they won't be able to face Jin in a real fight. Therefore, they have 5 years left to live. Luna asked me not to say something so terrible. They're still blood relatives. Luna also asked the babysitter if she found what Luna asked for. Luna was referring to the incident when someone tried to kill Jin at Tempest Castle. She asked her nanny to study their other siblings to find out who was the culprit of the assassination attempt. The nanny answered in the affirmative. First of all, it wasn't Mew and Anna. They were of average rank at that time, so it was useless to look here. Luna said it made sense. Then it's definitely not Mary and Jonah and not the twins. Then the remaining suspects are Joshua, Diff, Ran, Vigo and Runcha. The nanny stated that apart from Rana and Vigo, she could not recklessly study the others, since the other two are known for their deception skills. She's more likely to get a headache trying to look at them. Luna decided that they would just watch them. She didn't want her babysitter to get into uncomfortable situations by taking care of her suspicions. The nanny replied that it was a wise decision. She said there was no need to worry too much. Even after the assassination attempt, Jin grew up well. As soon as Jean entered the room, Jilly ran up and grabbed his hands. There were tears in her eyes. She thanked God that Jin was safe and sound. Jin smiled. Everything was fine. He said that soon even she wouldn't be able to beat him. But he was sent to such a dangerous place as the Colin Ruins. If something went wrong, Jilly would take revenge at the cost of her life. Murakin nervously asked his strawberry pie not to say such terrible things. The black cat, wagging his tail, asked if Jin had reported. Yes, he reported. People would probably gossip that he had completed this mission with outside help. But right now he didn't care about gossip. Jin took out a glass bottle, into which he put the fragments of the core of a living golem. He asked Murakin and Gilly to take a look. The heart of a living golem. Murakin watched the core with interest. He said that Jin was a favorite of fate. Since he himself returned in one piece, the golem must have been the result of a failed experiment. Had Jin found him in the ruins of Colin? Jin explained that 2 guards turned into monsters and attacked him. They regenerated every time he hit them, and this appeared when he pierced their cores. Murakin opened his eyes wide and his pupils narrowed. Living golems. Last time there was a grave giant. Now there are living golems. What's next? What was the plan of the bastards from the Zippel family? This news spoiled Murakin's mood. Murakin turned to Jin. In any case, if his words are true, then this is the work of the Zippels. Considering that the ruins are their territory, Murakin suggested that Jin visit Colin again later. He wanted to ask them a couple of questions about what was happening. Due to the living golems, Jin was somewhat nervous about having to return to the ruins. But since Murakin would be with him, it would be a much safer journey than his recent mission. With luck, he might even be able to find the source of mana. Whatever mess they make there, the Zippel family will do everything possible to hide the situation. Jin nodded to Murakin. He will allocate time for this. Shortly after completing the mission, Kajin and the Haas brothers returned on their own, but Mayuana stripped them of their cadet qualifications and kicked them out of Rankandel. The expulsion of the cadets who had officially completed the mission was a cruel punishment, but no one felt sympathy for them. June 1795. Every time Jin lowered his sword onto a clean stone, a beautiful sound would be heard in the hidden training area. Zed stopped him. As of today, his training with the pure stone is over. Zed was expecting only twins tomorrow. Zed also said that Jin doesn't need to come to morning practice with the rest of the cadets. The head of the family will tell them something next week. The twins' ears pricked up. Although they were usually dumb, they could still understand what Zed meant by his words. These words meant that Jin was promoted to trainee flag bearer. The trainees of the Rankandel flag bearers were given one command: to accumulate achievements and win honor. It was a test. Honor is not something that can be obtained suddenly one day. Therefore, trainee flag bearers often left the clan for a long time and ventured out into the world on their own. Needless to say, the trainee flag bearers were not allowed to receive any help or support from the family during this entire ordeal. For once, Jin did not hide his emotions and express joy. Until now, his life in Storm Castle and Sword Garden had been filled with restrictions. He could only openly train his swordsmanship, but not his magic or shadow energy. The other 2 forces had to practice secretly, away from the public eye, as if he was a criminal. However, if he got the opportunity to spend a long time away from the Rankandel family, then he would be able to develop his strength the way he wants. Shiren was heading to the Garden of Swords. Not only was it an official visit, he was organizing a big banquet with all the guests. Currently, more than 500 Guardian Knights were escorting Shiren out of the Black Sea as a formality. Han reported that they would reach the Garden of Swords in 2 hours. Shiren said that the last son always interferes with his training. He planned to stay on the Black Sea for 10 years, but how many times does this happen again? Although Shiren seemed annoyed, there was a soft smile on his face. Khan had sensed in the Tempest Castle that Jin was unusual, but he could not even guess how much. What he was doing in the Garden of Swords really shocked the Khan. Shiren was silent for a while, and then replied, "Jin's fighting spirit is extraordinary. He was just a child." But his eyes betrayed deep regret at their first meeting, even though Jin tried to hide it. Remembering this, Shiren couldn't help but smile. Shiren Rankandel couldn't forget how Jin provoked his siblings as soon as he arrived at the Garden of Swords. He was sure that no one had taught Jin this, but Junior instinctively knew the rule of destroying opponents. His other children knew this and tried to keep Jin, but he survived and returned every time he was thrown into the clutches of death. And now he has the 5th rank. In addition to Mammoth and the ruins of Colin, Shiren was more interested in the first mission. Jin fought one-on-one with a warrior of the White Wolf tribe and won. Shiren had expected Junior to use his subordinates as a shield, but who would have thought that he could handle a wolf alone? But this, Jin was able to prove the weight of his own promises. Remembering the past, Shiren nodded to himself with satisfaction. Han asked Shiren if he really believed that Jin had killed one of the White Wolves on his own. Yes, Shiren believed that. In truth, it's not really alone. Shiren thought Jin was using shadow energy to kill the White Wolf warrior. Anyway, Jin was funny little. Shiren learns from Jin all the details of the first mission. The parade reached the Garden of Swords at noon. The Guardian Knights who were in the Garden of Swords had already lined up at the gate 3 hours before Shiren's arrival. The knights synchronously greeted the patriarch of the Rankandel family. Soon, Rose and the clan's standard bearers appeared from behind the Guardian Knights. Shiren said with satisfaction that Rosa had done well. Rosa replied that it was his children who had prepared everything. She didn't have to do anything. When she answered, Rosa's gaze shifted cautiously to Joshua. Shiren said that since adult children coped well without him, then he had no need to leave the Black Sea. Joshua's smiling face darkened and he lowered his head. The guests they will receive today will be overly attentive to Shiren. Won't this complicate the life of the children? Rosa replied that it was so. She personally prepared Shiren's favorite dishes, so she asked him to go inside. Shiren walked past Joshua and didn't even look at his eldest son. Strictly speaking, he did not look at his other children either, continuing to walk. However, Joshua must have felt humiliated as they were standing in front of the whole family. Shiren continued on his way, but stopped only once and stared at the 2 swords hanging on Jin's belt. Shiren turned to Ran and Vigo, asking if they had given away the swords he had given them. Ran and Vigo were undecided. Then, with a sigh, they replied that Junior had taken their swords. They agreed to hand them over if Jin successfully completed the mission in the ruins of Colin. Ran and Vigo wanted to dig a hole on the spot and hide. The humiliation was terrible, and they could not bear the thought that their father would be disappointed and lose all interest in them. However, Shiren just laughed out loud and patted his sons on the shoulder. It was just great. Let them make sure they get the swords back. Junior is as astute as ever. Sometimes he wondered if these qualities really came from his blood. Ran and Vigo breathed a sigh of relief. Not only did they escape their father's fury, he also made a joke, washing away all their worries. However, they did not know one important fact. When Shiren talked about blood, he wasn't referring to Jin's insight. He talked about the uselessness of Ran and Vigo. Shiren and Jin watched the banquet. Jin had actually attended several banquets in his past life thanks to his magic teacher. But this was his first time taking part in a banquet hosted by the Rankandels, even taking into account his past life. At that time, whenever the clan organized a banquet, he was not allowed to attend it. He had to stay out of sight like a criminal. The pure-blooded Rankandel, who became a knight of the 1st rank at the age of 25, was the epitome of Rankandel's shame. Now he was an honored guest next to his father. To think that he finally got to this place after he died one day. Jin felt proud, but at the same time a bitter taste in his mouth. In fact, if you look deeper into his emotions, bitterness overcame a sense of pride and joy. However, Jin didn't express his feelings and just waited for his father's next words. Shiren said that their family rarely arranges such events, because Rankandels celebrate only those occasions that deserve to be celebrated. In other words, Jin's achievements were quite high. Jin thanked him with a smile for his praise. Shiren gently patted Jin on the back. Jin was scared to death at first, but managed to hide his shock. Only his hand moved slightly. Shiren asked how many people they invited. Jin replied that maybe about 1,000. Right, since the last time 7 years ago, the number has increased by 200. Shiren asked what it meant. Jin didn't have to think about the answer. This meant that their family's authority had increased over these 7 years. From time to time, other families organize huge banquets, but all the 1,000 guests gathered today are outstanding people. Rankandels don't allow small fry or worthless people to attend their banquets. Jin nodded in response to his father's words. As Shiren said, today's thousands of guests were stars and celebrities. They were the leaders at the helm of the world, managing the billions of people inhabiting this continent. But even among all these rulers, Shiren Rankandel stood at the top. For 7 years, he did nothing but continue his training, destroying demonic creatures in the Black Sea. Nevertheless, the authority of the Rankandel family continues to grow, because in the current era he is the only one who has become the quintessential knight. If he disappears, it is very likely that most of those present here will turn their backs on the Rankandels. Jin knew this truth better than anyone else. Without his father, Shiren Rankandel, the family would never have been able to accumulate so much power and influence. Rankandels were one of the two main genera on this continent along with Zippels. But if we exclude Shiren from the equation, the gap in power and military power between the Zippels and the Rankandels will only increase and increase. Thus, the world is moving towards a system in which the Zippels will have full power over the continent. The Bement Empire, which was currently acting as an intermediary between the two clans, would definitely side with the Mage family if events took such a drastic turn. After a long silence, Jin called his father. If it weren't for Shiren, and if these people decided to turn their backs on them, if Zippels started to oppress them and drive them into a corner, then he would have abandoned his family. Jin stopped for a moment and met Shiren's gaze. Hearing the answer, Shiren looked at Jin. Meanwhile, Jin continued, if the Rankandel family fails without Shiren, it will indicate the incompetence of the next head. Jin wasn't going to die a miserable death under such a patriarch. He also asked the question of how many other people's vulnerabilities they have at their disposal. In exchange for the return of Brother Vigo's sword, Jin asked to see their family's custom contracts, which only the flag bearers have access to. The head of the Wernga family deceived the emperor and pocketed the treasures of the empire. But through the efforts of the Rankandels, his relatives can shamelessly attend this banquet. The Clover family recently asked them to remove the magicians from the Zippel family. Gerald's daughter sold family heirlooms to maintain her gambling addiction. Then she asked them to pay her back, and she still hasn't paid them this debt in full. At a glance, Jin got a bloodless weapon in his favor. He suggested that there should be a lot more weaknesses in the secret contracts that only Shiren and Rose are allowed to view. Shiren asked if Jin wanted to say that even without him he could have protected the family. Jin replied that if the head, without becoming the quintessence of a knight, heads the family, then everything will depend on his diplomatic abilities. Shiren said that all this is true. However, they are not the only ones who know other people's weaknesses. The Zippel family also has them in stock. Jin knew that. However, Zippels can never justify owning such things, because the role of villains belongs to the Rankandels. Regardless of whether the next chapter can use this weapon or not, Jin will abandon the family without hesitation. And then he will be preparing for revenge on the Zippels, no matter how long it takes. Whether they secretly experimented with forbidden magic in the ruins of Colin, whether they found a fountain of mana and used it to print out the magicians of the Seven. As in a factory, the Zippels were still a family that symbolized goodness and justice for society. They could not openly commit evil deeds like the Rankandels. Shiren left. Revenge means you have to be alive to get revenge. It wasn't that bad. Shiren was quite pleased with Jin's answer. The other children did not have the courage to talk in front of him about the possibility of the fall of the Rankandels. They were just bragging or whining. Not that his other children didn't have similar ideas in their heads, but their problem was that they didn't dare to assume that the Rankandel family would be destroyed and say it out loud to their father. Meanwhile, Jin's honest and confident beliefs were a breath of fresh air for Shiren. The boy was not conceited and did not get ahead of himself. Calculating wasn't exactly the word to describe him right now. Composure was the best choice, and this collected attitude of his was something that Shiren was very pleased with in Jin. Shiren only regretted that Jin showed up so late. It was as if Luna's talent, Marie's wild nature, and Deef's fighting spirit were combined in one body. Minimum 10 years, maximum 15. This was Shiren's prediction of how long he would be able to defend his position as patriarch. Now he was curious to see if Junior would be able to change the current hierarchy of candidates for heirs during this time. Now watching Jin will become his new entertainment and hobby. Most of the guests have already arrived. It was time for them to go to them. There was also something Shiren would like to discuss with Jin after the banquet. Jin's promotion to trainee flag bearer. That was what the conversation was going to be about. Since he had already heard about it from his uncle, Jin was not very surprised. However, hearing about it directly from the father's mouth was a completely different feeling. It looks like he will leave the family soon. The next 4 days of admission will be really long. Shiren and Jin left the balcony and entered the central hall. They went up to the second floor and waited for the guests to arrive and greet them when suddenly the butlers rushed to Shiren. They reported that guests had arrived uninvited, guests who have not sent an official request. The Zippels came. The butler continued to report to the patriarch with a worried look. There were 5 of them, assistant head Andre Zippel with his family. It was audacious of them. Shiren ordered Heinz to tell Andre to get out and invite the others inside. Only let it be done not by him, but by the servants. Andre Zippel really brazenly intruded, but Jin didn't think that his father would reject the deputy magicians like this. As soon as the butlers left, Siran turned to Jin and asked if Jin thought he was being too rude to Andre. Jin replied that it was quite suitable at the moment when Andre Zippel expresses his displeasure and leaves with his family. He will ignore the order of the head of the Rankandels to enter the rest of the 4, and this is forbidden in the Garden of Swords. Exactly. Andre will comply. If not, he will return home with his legs cut off. If Andre had come uninvited to a banquet hosted by another family, the head would have had to let him in, despite the discomfort. However, no matter how influential and powerful he was as a great magician, he was just a man compared to Shiren, who entered the demigod realm. A slightly strong man, but a man nonetheless. And even if Shiren turns Andre into a cripple, the Zippels won't start a full-scale war against the Rankandels. However, they will take revenge as soon as Shiren passes away. Shiren looked at the guests and said words of gratitude that they had walked all the way to the Garden of Swords. Having received such a beautiful son in his declining years, it seems that he will finally be able to get rid of his burden. Shiren wanted the others to express gratitude to his youngest son, Jean Rankandel. There were numerous claps, as at every official banquet, followed by cheers and applause. However, the banquets arranged by the Rankandels were known for their originality. Greetings were short, and the hosts did not accept gifts. Only 2 rules apply at the Rankandel banquet. If you get involved in a fight while drunk, you should follow the guards to the arena. The loser must submit, and the winner must show mercy. After all, they're at a banquet. Jin realized that battles were inevitable. 1,000 influential and powerful figures from all over the world gathered in one place. Many of them held a grudge against other guests, so confrontation and arguments were inevitable, since the guests would get drunk from the available alcohol. At ordinary banquets, 2 hostile parties simply looked at each other from afar or just had light verbal arguments. But the banquets hosted by the Rankandels were different. If 2 drunken sworn enemies met eyes, they just had to go to the arena without making a fuss. The only rules were not to kill and accept the results of duels. Some would be ashamed not to be able to kill their sworn enemy, but it was still quite pleasant for the winner to beat and knock his opponent down. The loser even had to admit that he was weaker and lower, which was very nice. Shiren wished them a good time. More applause followed. Jin couldn't help but think that their family was crazy without a doubt. Shiren turned to Jin. If he finds someone he likes, then let him drag him into the arena. However, he should not choose those who look weaker than him, unless of course they have offended him or his family. Losing was also prohibited. If Jin loses, then Shiren will take everything back, starting with Bradamante and ending with his nanny. Jin replied that he would know. Shiren was the first to go down and mingle with the guests. Although he organized this banquet for Jin, he did not plan to drag his son everywhere with him and show off in front of the guests. Jin saw his father off with a bow. Jin chuckled, watching his father's back. But it was the first time they had talked to their father like this. He couldn't even dream of such a thing in his previous life. They've been communicating like father and son all this time. However, his task in this life is not to get his father's recognition or become a favorite. His only goal is to surpass his father. In truth, this is what Shiren most wanted from his children. But there was no way Jin could find out about it. Jin took a glass of wine from the tray of one of the busy servants. Expensive and famous wine, which even a rich aristocrat opened only on special days, was distributed like cheap water. The first to speak to Jin were none other than the Tone twins. Jin looked at his brothers standing nearby and smiled. When Jin greeted them joyfully, color returned to the twins' faces. Among all these guests, they wanted to use Jin's fame to enhance their position and reputation. Something like we are close to him. When he awkwardly replied, Daytona gathered all his courage inside himself and put his hand on Jin's shoulders. Meanwhile, Jin found the twins' anxiety and desperate attempts quite endearing and allowed his brother to do whatever he wanted. Instead, he quietly whispered in Daytona's ear that it was enough to look natural. Now let them go. Daytona barely managed to contain the look of horror on his face, after which he nodded cautiously. The Tone twins then stayed for a while longer, chatting with Jin before leaving. The twins' departure was like a dam breaking. Having emptied the place, the guests, who were looking at the night star, began to approach him one by one. So, the guests formally but warmly greeted Jin one by one. Suddenly, one bulky man loomed over Jin, ruffled his hair and spoke loudly in a casual and friendly manner. The man said that he was just dying of curiosity, wondering what kind of child received the 5th rank at the age of 15. He said Jin was so small. Jin looked 10 years younger than him. He called himself a Wooger. Wooger didn't give his last name because he thought Jin would recognize him, and he did. He was a talented, strong and promising warrior from the Tuco family. Maybe it was because he was respected in the family, but Wooger seemed to have forgotten that he was in the Garden of Swords, the main house of the Rankandel family, and that he had to show proper manners. So, Jin smiled gently and replied that it was nice to meet you. The air around them immediately became heavy. Tension spread among the guests watching their communication. Wooger quickly withdrew his hand, asking if Jin was going to shame him for talking to him a little informally. He said that although Jin was a Rankandel, he was still his senior in the martial arts world. Wooger said he was a little excited to have such an exceptional junior. Jin realized that he needed to explain the current situation in great detail in order to fill the idiot's empty head. Jin told the Wooger from the Tuco family to listen carefully. His behavior was an insult not only to Jin, but also to all the guests, who showed him due respect. If Wooger really cared so much about the relationship between seniors and juniors, then he should have been much more careful than usual. First and second standard bearers of the Ken family, Knight Order of the Dragon King, Order of the Black King. Wooger was the youngest of them all. If he had eyes and ears, then he should have noticed how they had behaved towards Jin so far. Jin told him to admit his mistake and apologize. He will turn a blind eye to this incident, as he has just given his word. The rest of the guests came up to Wooger and patted him on the back and shoulders to defuse the situation. They were all senior martial artists who were close to Wooger. They said that young Master Jin had saved his life. They asked to do as Jin wanted. They knew that Wooger would get in trouble because of his long tongue. Since they were saying that, Wooger lowered his head and apologized. Jin was not narrow-minded and forgave Wooger's insolence. The situation, which could have escalated terribly, has ended. After a while, the guests around Jin slowly returned to their original groups. Soon, Luna, who was watching this spectacle from the other side of the banquet hall, slowly approached Jin, saying that he had a talent for finding enemies. In her opinion, it would be nice if he behaved like an ordinary child from time to time. The two of them lightly clinked glasses. Jin replied that if so many guests weren't looking at them, he would have shrugged and walked on. But now he was no different from the representative of the Rankandel clan, so he had to force himself to become a strict and uncompromising figure of power. Luna asked what Jin would do if Wooger challenged him to a duel. She assumed that Wooger had the 6th rank. Jin thought that was unlikely. And if he really challenged him to a duel, the patriarch of the Tuco family and the elders who were nervously watching would rush over at full speed to take the Wooger away from him. Jin imperceptibly shifted his gaze, and Luna turned her attention. The patriarch of the Tuco family personally scolded Wooger for his behavior. Did Jin really want to tell her that he had even considered this in his calculations? And when did you just learn how the elite hides all quarrels and agreements? Jin replied that if there was a person who could teach him such things, it would be nice to keep him around. Luna said that learning how to wield a sword was enough. What else is needed? Jin was sure that this would be hard for Luna to understand. There was a lot more that was needed to survive in a family where he was so hated. Luna tilted her head charmingly, as if she really had no idea what Jin was talking about. She was born a predator, and all her life she didn't have to be afraid of others. So it's no surprise that Luna found Jin intriguing. On the other hand, Jin watched his older sister with amazement and wonder. Meanwhile, Luna thought to herself that Jin is talented and has a head on his shoulders. Is that why they tried to kill him in the Castle of the Storm? She was wondering about which of their siblings had noticed Jin's talents so early. Anyway, she came to this banquet to congratulate Jin. But as she thought, this kind of event is not for her. Now she will go to another, more pleasant place. Jin asked if she was leaving. Yes, Jin is still too young to dance with her right now. As soon as he is old enough, she will take him to a fun place that she knew about. Jin replied that he would look forward to it. Before leaving, Luna should try to send a message in the elite way. She came up to him and with one hand tilted his head to her, expressing her love. It will become clear to everyone how much she values Jin. She whispered that then few people would dare to be rude to him in fear of her. After that she left. As the moon whispered, the guests watching this scene could barely contain the amazement and shock that appeared on their faces. The white whale, who was known for not contacting his siblings, openly and proudly demonstrated his love and affection for the younger one. Moreover, the men secretly in love with the moon were divided into two groups. One group realized that they needed to find Jin's good side and used the boy to get a chance to meet and talk to Luna. Meanwhile, the other group were crazy, jealous people. And one person in particular expressed his displeasure. He, who considered himself the biggest fan of the moon, was Buber Gaston. He said to Vishkal that he was ready to die of envy. He also dreamed of putting his head on the head of the moon. Buber Gaston decided that he would write a poem for the moon, and he will perform it all night. All night. Meanwhile, Vishkal Iviliano's head was ready to explode with irritation. He had come to this banquet using his position as the next patriarch of the Iviliano clan. But his true purpose was to observe the movements and actions of the Rankandel clan for Kanzilo. Initially, he planned to come alone, but Buber begged him to take him with him as an assistant and threw a tantrum until vice leader Kanzilo agreed to it. Vishkal irritably asked him to shut up. A woman with shining eyes turned to her brother from a wheelchair that Buber was pushing. Vishkal's only younger sister, Margella Iviliano. She asked her brother not to be cruel to Bubara. First of all, it was important for Buber. Secondly, she could safely attend the banquet only because Buber believed in her and took her with him. Therefore, she asked Vishkal to be patient. Vishkal irritably covered his face with his hand. Buber perked up. He said loudly that he knew that Margella understood him well. He, Bauber Gaston, would willingly become her legs. A group of 3 was quite noticeable because of the wheelchair. In fact, they attracted Jin's attention, and he calmly looked at them, but did not recognize either Vishkal or Buber. He didn't know that Vishkal was the vice leader of Kinzello in his previous life, while Buber changed his appearance thanks to his transformation skills. After a while, Jin looked away from them. People were coming up to talk to him again, so he didn't have the leeway to keep watching them. It was exhausting for Jin to play the role of host. He remembered the Zippels. They were nowhere to be found. He thought about it. Was it worth looking for them? Jin was looking for visitors who arrived at the last moment. Obviously, they were the guests Jin feared the most. However, Jin couldn't find Zippels among the thousands of guests in the hall. Maybe they were hiding in one corner of the room, trying not to attract anyone's attention. Someone put a glass of wine on Jin's table and stood next to him. She asked if he would mind if she dared to ask the rising star of the Rankandel family for a drink. Although her words were polite, her tone was different. It was the voice of a young woman who sounded like she was challenging him. Jin looked into the girl's eyes. Then he couldn't help but chuckle softly, asking who she was. She was Ceres Endorma of the Ice Palace. She said it was an honor to meet Jin. Ceres smiled thinly, narrowing her eyes. Jin had been expecting this reunion. He stared at Ceres for a few seconds before grabbing the wine bottle. Then, he calmly poured her a glass. Along the way, he said that he was also glad to meet the daughter of the master of the Ice Palace. Ceres asked, how did Jin achieve so much so quickly? They're the same age as him. She said she envied the genetics of the blessed Rankandel family. Although she expressed her envy, Ceres herself was not an ordinary girl either. She was already in the middle phase of the 4th rank and was still growing at an incredible rate. Jin told her that she was also very gifted. First of all, the blood of the Ice Palace itself is a gift. Jin didn't dare to guess how much the head of the Ice Palace treasured her. To the highest degree. After all, unlike Jin, she is the only daughter. She quickly apologized, saying it was rude of her. Ceres' gaze softened a little and she was already smiling. Jin wasn't offended at all. Everyone knows that he is the youngest. He said he envied Ceres with white envy. It was quite exhausting to have so many brothers and sisters. How strange. Jin was sure that the girl recognized him. Then why haven't you started talking about Mamita yet? Not that the soot could completely hide someone's face, and he couldn't change his voice either. Therefore, Jin was sure that Ceres recognized him today. Ceres suddenly leaned closer to Jin. She asked if his leg was okay. Finally, the real conversation was about to begin. Jin smiled and shrugged slightly. He replied that everything was fine. Although he could not respond to the mercy of such a great man who used medicine for his humble good, he answered casually, to which Ceres frowned. Ceres Endorma said that Jin was behaving more brazenly than it seemed from the outside. She demanded an explanation. What was he doing at the Moonwell that day? Why should he answer? Ceres stated that their people could not find the terrorist magician, and this dealt a strong blow to her pride. Then she wondered if the boy she had let go was not guilty. A magician. Did she think he was a criminal? Ceres was definitely aware of what kind of family he had. His hands from birth held only a sword, not a magic staff. Of course, she didn't think that the genius of the strongest swordsman family could be a magician. However, the Rankandel family assigned the task to Jin, and if he had hired a magician because the scope of the mission is beyond his abilities, then everything would have been different. Besides, of the possible targets of the Rankandels, only the members of the Ice Palace were there. As the head of the Ice Palace's 7-sword squad, she can't just ignore what happened. Jin understood what Ceres was thinking. She misunderstood everything and believed that he was hunting for her people. Considering that Jin inadvertently harmed the members of the Ice Palace by aiming at Alcaro, then there is truth in her words. After reading Ceres' intentions, Jin continued to feign ignorance. He said he didn't understand how it confirmed his involvement. Isn't what she said just her assumptions? She grinned. If Jin was going to play innocent until the end, then she just had to react. Ceres pointed her finger at Jin and loudly declared that she would drag him into the arena and then beat him to a pulp. She wanted to spit in that self-confident face. She wanted Jin to fight her. Jin's father had strictly warned him against fighting with those who were weaker, but if she wanted it that way, then he would make concessions. As soon as they entered the arena, the guardian knight standing inside greeted him. Jin said that everyone except the medics is free. He also asked for 2 swords in good condition. The knight replied that no one would be allowed in until their duel was over. The audience and those who are set up for a good fight will catch up by midnight. Ceres was still the daughter of the Ice Palace Master, so Jin decided that breaking her in front of everyone would be too much. Now there were only 2 people standing in the wide circular arena. Before they started, Ceres got a promise from Jin that if he lost, he would tell everything that happened in Mimita that day, without missing a single detail. Jin easily agreed with this. In return, if he wins, she must pretend that she has never seen him in the moon well. Ceres said that Jin seemed to have a guilty conscience. As soon as she finished speaking, Jin rushed over and closed the distance between them. He planned to overcome her with a huge difference in physical abilities. Suddenly, a strange cold energy swirled around Ceres' sword and froze her blade. This was the main reason why the Ice Palace could tower in the middle of the Western Sea, as well as the power that symbolized the Endorma bloodline. 10,000 ice swords. The 2 blades collided, and the sound of breaking ice echoed through the arena. If Jin hadn't instinctively covered his sword with an aura, his weapon would have shattered into pieces. Jin didn't expect her to use a secret technique from the very beginning. He said he was a little sad because he hadn't learned his family's secret technique yet. What should he do? Ceres grinned. What does it matter to her? She started attacking Jin herself. Jin didn't counterattack and just kept concentrating on his defense. Thus, Ceres believed that victory was assured to her. Horizontal slash, lower slash, now the diagonal. Ceres' fencing was fierce but flexible. Jin moved his whole body to dodge and deflect her attacks. Although it seemed like he was being pushed away, Jin was waiting for an opportunity. Moreover, the fact that he managed to deflect her sword every time proved the superiority of his swordsmanship over Ceres. Soon enough, Ceres realized that her opponent was more restrained than she expected. Jin was without a doubt of the 5th rank. Although he is in a hurry to block her ability, as the battle progresses, his real skills will be revealed. But even so, Ceres was sure that the difference of 1 rank would be more than compensated by 10,000 ice swords of the 3rd level. Jin was superior to her in both strength and endurance, so she couldn't let this battle drag on. He is studying her movements and will counterattack, so she has to put an end to this battle right now. Their messy and chaotic duel slowly but gradually came to a standstill. Over time, they both got used to each other's movements, but there was no reason to delay the fight, and Ceres wasn't the only one who thought so. Jin was slowly switching to footwork, which put him on the offensive, and he had the same thoughts as his opponent. Ceres is a 4th rank sword master. Even if she is able to use 10,000 ice swords, there is no chance that she will be able to defeat him in a fair one-on-one duel. Jin was sure that she was aware of the gulf between them and was preparing to end everything with one blow. She would definitely use a secret technique, but Jin didn't know how strong the ice sword's attack would be. Therefore, Jin decided to use the most powerful secret technique that he himself knew. When he was in Tempest Castle, he didn't just read secret volumes underground to kill time. Needless to say, Ceres didn't know that Jin already knew several secret techniques of various martial arts. Before Jin could decide on a countermeasure, Ceres boldly charged at him. She screamed loudly and swung her sword. Suddenly, a violent blizzard materialized in the arena, spinning in a circle with Ceres in the center. But unlike a blizzard, which forms naturally when the icy wind reached Jin, he received small cuts on his face. Sharp winds tore at his clothes, and cold air bound his neck and joints. The 3rd style of the ice sword is avalanche. As soon as Ceres finished creating this blizzard, the arena turned completely white. Ice crystals formed and exploded with a dull sound, and a pure white aura avalanched into obstacles. The landscape suddenly changed to a snow-covered mountain peak in winter. Snow blocked Jin's vision, and a wave of cold energy made it impossible to breathe. In the center was Ceres with an enthusiastic expression on her face, showing her confidence in victory. But then she saw Jin with the same expression on his face. It was the glow and grin of a man who knew he had already defeated his opponent. For a moment, she felt awkward. But the avalanche was already released. Jin can be a gifted prodigy who reached the 5th rank at the age of 15. But he was definitely not able to resist this secret technique. Then what is this unpleasant feeling? The blade of the sword was right millimeters from her face. She was able to dodge, but the sword began to crumble and soon exploded. He shouted at her to dodge. Either Jin had overestimated the power of the 10,000 ice swords, or the secret technique of the Attila family was much more powerful than he expected. Whatever the answer, Jin regretted using this technique. If she doesn't dodge, Ceres will definitely die. Otherwise, at least she will remain a cripple for life. This destructive power is not something that the 4th rank can handle. Jin's heart was pounding wildly in alarm about her possible death. Meanwhile, Ceres gritted her teeth to suppress her instincts, squatting down. And so a second passed. As soon as the storm of blades subsided, the 2 fighters exclaimed to themselves. One had a sense of relief, and the other groaned in humiliation. Ceres sat down just as Jin was asking about her condition. Jin threw away the remaining sword hilt in his hand and grabbed Ceres by the shoulders. She just stared into the void with her eyes wide open due to the intense shock. It was her first defeat since she took the sword. When victory was close, but the storm of blades turned the tide of battle, Ceres decided not to dodge the blow. She believed that she was not a weak person who needed to rely on the mercy and pity of her enemies. However, no matter how strong her pride was, no matter how important her honor was compared to her life, no matter how iron-willed she was still a 15-year-old girl. She was too young to voluntarily and forcibly suppress her survival instincts. Jin looked at Ceres for a short time, trying to figure out what to say to her. But he didn't need much time to think. He said that he, too, would have evaded in her place. Therefore, he asked not to discuss it anymore. He didn't know if those words would calm her down. Ceres called him and looked into his eyes. The light returned to her gaze. She pulled out a healing ointment and rubbed it on the place of the abrasion. Ceres claimed that this was payment for saving her life. Jin asked if she didn't rate her life too low, being the most successful in the Ice Palace. That's why she rubbed the ointment carefully. She would start appreciating herself again, so Jin didn't have to worry. They both moved towards the exit of the arena. As soon as they were outside, Ceres added a final comment. She said it was nice to meet you. Today was their first meeting. Saying that they would meet tomorrow, Ceres left Jin. He watched her go. Jin also attended the banquet the next day. There were fewer guests than yesterday. Now it was possible to watch the duels, so the real banquet begins now. Maybe he can meet those guys from Zippel. Jin was curious to know how high their skill in magic was, since he had heard that Zippel's 4 guests were between 15 and 20 years old. They were the best magicians he could compare himself to. Moreover, if he had the opportunity, he would like to ask them about the ruins of Colin. But Jin changed his mind, as it was probably a bad idea. In any case, when he becomes a reserve standard bearer, he will have some free time, in which he will calmly walk through the ruins with Murakin. With his help, finding a fountain of mana will not cause problems. So the Zippel bastards will not be able to continue stamping magicians. This time he will be able to prevent a terrible event. He suddenly noticed a black cat naively walking around the banquet hall. The guests were surprised by the presence of a small cat in the main house of Rankandel, so they could not help but look at him. Jin was sure that Murakin had snuck in without Gilly's knowledge. The boy wasn't sure if the dragon noticed his gaze, but Murakin straightened his tail and walked to the center of the hall. Then he arrived safely at his destination, the lap of Ceres. The girl was satisfied with the affection of the cute pet for her, and she began to stroke him. After a while, she looked at the name tag on the cat collar and burst out laughing. The Rankandel moth. That was the name written on the tag. Ceres laughed for a long time before calming down. The young man spoke to Jin with a sincere, friendly smile. Jin knew this boy, as well as all the exploits and achievements that he would achieve in the future. However, he didn't want to pose as a familiar, even though he was a Zippel that Jin was looking forward to. This is Veridin Zippel. He was finally able to meet Jin again. He can't even imagine how long he's been looking for it. Jin pretended not to recognize him. Veridin couldn't believe Jin was saying that instead of greeting. How could he forget about him? Veridin said he thought about Gina every day. Ceres seemed to have misunderstood Veridin's words. Veridin even gave a hint to Jin. Sighing, Ceres left with Murakin, calling Veridin a crank. Even after the tip, Jin didn't recognize him. Therefore, Veridin gave another attempt and a new hint. But even then, Jin didn't recognize him. At this point, Jin found their communication amusing, so he continued to feign ignorance. Veridin put his hands on Jin's shoulders, saying that his memory is worse than he expected. Veridin said to listen carefully and make sure he memorized his name. When Veridin wanted to give his name, he was interrupted by Jin. If he insisted on acting like he was seeing him for the first time, it should be obvious that he didn't want to show recognition. So Jin asked why Veridin didn't understand him and kept pestering him. He removed his hands. Just to think that by the age of 30, this boy will actually become a magician from the 9th rank and will be elected the next patriarch. Jin also realized how ignorant Veridin was when they first met, but that was just on another level. He was speechless at how ridiculous the situation was. Even though Jin bluntly said how tiresome Veridin was, this Zippel didn't let it bother him for too long. He briefly assumed a gloomy expression, but soon resumed the conversation. Veridin said he was looking everywhere for Jin yesterday. And the last 2 hours, too, but I didn't find a trace. No matter how big this hall is, it's just a banquet hall. Did he seriously mean to say that he hadn't found it after 2 hours of searching? Jin spoke as he recalled the previous day. He was the center of attention, and the guests continued to approach him. He was also located in the center of the hall, so even if someone did not want to see him, he inevitably noticed the boy at least once during the evening. Veridin sighed. If he could only use magic, he would find Jin faster. Anyway, Veridin was glad to see Jin, because it had been 5 years since their last meeting. Who would have thought that Jin was already of the 5th rank? He knew Jin would be the cause of some big event the last time he saw him. But Veridin has not been idle all this time either. He has already reached the 6th rank. Veridin received all 6 stars. Veridin was 3 years older than Jin, so by the age of 18 he was already a 6th rank magician. It was a real achievement. It was also worthy of celebration, as was Jin's exceptional growth. However, Jin was very surprised, as the level of Veridin was much lower than he expected, putting aside the stupid act of revealing his abilities in enemy territory. Jin was shocked that the most talented pureblood from the Zippel family was only a 6th-rank magician. If Jin had been in his place, he would probably have already received the 7th rank. For what reason did Veridin lie about his rank? Veridin laughed. He was looking for Jin just for that expression. He said he would look forward to the day when he could fight him, so Jin has to work hard to catch up with him. Jin didn't bother to reveal the true reason for his shock. Meanwhile, an unsuspecting Veridin stood with his chest out, thinking that Jin was struck by him. Seeing this, Jin thought that Veridin was hardly hiding his rank. Anyway, if Veridin was actually able to reach the 6th rank only in his 18th year, then after the current head of the Zippel family, Celiac, he is the closest to the top of magic. It was a good opportunity to objectively assess your potential. Jin repeated himself, telling Veridin to keep his mouth shut. He was too talkative. Veridin Zippel laughed. Jin sounded just like his father. Jin replied that in his place, everyone would say so. He asked why the Zippel family had come to the banquet uninvited. Veridin kindly explained to him. It was because of him. He continued to annoy his uncle Andre by wanting to see Jean. They were just on vacation in the Hufester area when Veridin heard about the Rankandel family banquet, and then he realized that it was fate. Jin was speechless. He told Veridin to be grateful that it was a banquet. Jin wanted him to be quiet and then leave. Jin waved his hand as if chasing away an annoying fly. Wasn't he too cold? Veridin knew that Jin's father had shown mercy to his uncle Andre. Since Jin mentioned it, what about the promise? Veridin said that Jin should also come to the Zippel banquet without warning. What if Jin commits a terrorist act? Veridin grinned. Even if Jin does that, he won't kill him. If a fight starts, he will not take part in it. Jin thought that Veridin was a silly romantic. Jin said that an unpleasant guy had been staring at him for some time. He walked towards this man. It was Bauber Gaston. Jin asked him if the man wanted to say something to him. Vishkul was not with him. He was looking around the banquet hall with his sister. That's why Bauber could behave so casually and without consequences. Until now, that is. Bauber asked about when the moon would come. He wanted to give her a notebook, inside of which were poems that he had been writing all night. Bauber said that he filled them with his love. Bauber was sure that when Luna reads his poems, she will understand that he is better than he looks at first glance. He also said that perhaps in the near future Jin will become his brother-in-law. At that moment, he blushed and giggled. Bauber overstepped his limits and angered Jin. Even Veridin, who was silently watching this conversation while sipping from his glass, couldn't help but spit out his wine after hearing these words. Jin took the papers from Bauber's hands and tore them into 4 pieces. The thick stack was easily torn, like a thin cloth. It looked like his dear guest needed a good beating. Bauber not only mentioned his sister's name, but also dared to call him his brother-in-law. Does the Rankandel family look pathetic in his eyes? If they hadn't been in the banquet hall, Jin would have immediately torn the guest's tongue out of his mouth. Bauber accidentally called Jin brother-in-law again, and the boy, under the influence of the moment, almost punched Bauber in the face. However, he closed his eyes and calmed his anger before raising his hand and summoning the guardian knights. 2 guard knights standing at the edge of the hall grabbed Bauber by the shoulder. Bauber still didn't understand why Jin was seething with anger. Bauber continued to scream as he was dragged away, but Jin didn't respond. It wasn't that Jin had nothing to say to this worthless man in return. As they slowly approached the arena, Bauber felt like a cattle being dragged to the slaughterhouse. 5 years ago, Jin left the Tempest Castle. Radical followers of the Zippels disguised themselves as the guardian knights of the Rankandel family and tried to kill Jin. The culprit of their perfect disguise was Bauber Gaston. Although he was associated with Kanzilo, he often lent a helping hand to the followers of the Zippels. Because of his personality, Bauber helped out anyone if he was going to commit acts that would cause chaos in the world. Of course, if he himself was not in danger. Did Jin find out about this? But Bauber quickly dismissed the idea. In fact, no one in the world knew that Bauber was the culprit of the attack 5 years ago, as he was informed that the followers of the Zippels who asked him for help had failed their mission and died. Jin coldly stated that the duel would be hand-to-hand. Vishkul Iviliano accidentally returned from a walk in the garden. As soon as he saw the spectacle involving Bauber, he was greatly shocked and looked in amazement. Bauber caused trouble in the short time during which the brother and sister were absent. Vishkul was sure that Bauber had asked Jin to introduce him to Lady Luna, talking about such nonsense as love and marriage. As soon as Vishkul successfully carried out Kanzilo's great master plan, he vowed to tear this pig apart and brutally kill it. Vishkul decided to come closer. Margella seemed happy to see Bauber and Jin fight. The siblings weren't the only ones heading into the arena. Ceres also watched what was happening in front of her with Murekin in her arms. She was annoyed. She tried to challenge Jin to a duel during the banquet, but then why was he fighting with a guy like Bauber? Her annoyance was not surprising. Although she wasn't sure if she could beat Jin even if they fought again, she wanted to continue fighting him in several duels until the end of the banquet. At that moment, Veridin came up to her, who wanted to meet her. Ceres told him to fuck off. A duel was announced. The rising star of the Rankandel family will participate in this duel. Hearing this, the audience cheered like crazy. Most of the audience did not recognize Buber, but even though his name was little known, no one looked down on him. They believed that anyone who was worthy of coming to the banquet would be strong. They wondered if this Buber was a master hermit. Veridin told Ceres that Buber had come with members of the Iveliano family. Buber Voper looks can be an experienced fighter. Buber shouted to be given the opportunity to officially introduce himself. Jin didn't care about his insignificant name. Before the host could announce the start of the fight, Jin rushed to his opponent. The audience came to the conclusion that Buber had slapped Jin seriously, behaving inappropriately, not expecting a sudden attack. Buber was hit in the face and retreated a couple of steps back. When he winced in pain, dirty words and curses instinctively burst out of his mouth. But Buber was no fool. Although it wasn't widely known, he was a 6th-rank martial artist. His fist flew forward with an incredible speed that could not be expected from a burly man like him. Although his strike seemed quite simple and unsophisticated, Buber's hand was shrouded in a piercing aura, a tough counterattack. But Jin calmly avoided the blow. At first glance, Buber's aura seemed much more destructive and powerful than Jin's. The audience was a little disappointed, as Buber turned out to be weaker than expected, but they still watched with excitement since he was stronger than Jin. Buber's subsequent hook hit Jin squarely in the jaw. Jin felt his legs go weak, and a grin appeared on Buber's face. However, Buber's smile did not last long. The stumbling genie should have fallen face first to the floor, but instead he pounced on Buber with his arm pulled back and bloodlust in his eyes. He definitely saw Jin's legs losing strength. However, it was just a bluff. The blessed bodies of the Rankandels will not collapse from a simple blow to the jaw. If Buber had fought Rankandel earlier, he would not have let his guard down after a successful strike. Jin hit Buber in the face with his palm, and a heavy blow echoed through the arena. Buber's nose was flattened and twisted, and a trickle of blood was running down his chin. However, he didn't have time to moan in pain. The Rankandels' fighting style was to show less and less mercy as the enemy was defeated. Another blow on the broken nose, one on the left cheek, on the right side, on the solar plexus. Jin's 2 aura-covered fists pummeled Buber mercilessly, and it was far from the end. In fact, Jin behaved somewhat sensibly. If it had been another Rankandel, Buber would have been hacked to death on the spot before he could finish brother-in-law, even if they were in the banquet hall. Veridin enthusiastically supported Jin. A young girl's voice was heard among the audience. It was Margella. She turned to Vishkal, saying that she was disgusted by Jin's actions. Isn't it obvious who won? The girl could not believe that Jin could beat a man like that after he had already lost. According to her, it is unfair for the young master of the Rankandel family to find fault with a weak person. Besides, was her brother going to just sit and watch? Gaston was their friend. Vishkal, shocked, stared at his younger sister in a daze. Margella reproached Vishkal, saying that she was disappointed in him. She wanted her brother to teach Jin a lesson using a much more noble method. Gaston. This unpleasant man was neither weaker than Jin, nor their friend. Vishkal wanted to say something like that, but he couldn't because the words of his only sister weighed on his mind. The other spectators also wanted to see the duel. In the end, Vishkal went down on stage because of his sister, the pressure and the expectations of the audience. He asked Jin to let Gaston go and fight him. Vishkal Iveliano was known as the Knight of the 7th, but in fact he had already reached the 8th. In other words, he was an insurmountable opponent of the current Jin. A duel with a Knight of the 7th rank. It was a great opportunity for Jin. Regardless of whether he wins or loses, the battle will greatly affect his reputation in a positive way. As long as he seemed like a good fighter to the audience, it was good for him. Besides, Iveliano's sword experience would be a great opportunity to learn it. Even Shiren considered the previous patriarch Iveliano a powerful man worthy of respect, so Jin always wanted to meet the swordsman of this family. However, Margella Iveliano, what a funny lady. Jin was well aware that the woman was enjoying this situation. The moral duty she mentioned was just a pretense. Her goal was just to watch an interesting battle, or she liked to put her brother in unpleasant situations and watch him get out of it. Whatever her real intentions were, Jin didn't like it very much. Jin noted that Vishkal seemed to cherish his sister very much. Vishkal replied that it was self-evident. As someone who also has a sister, Jin fully understood his feelings. The moon was important to Jin, so Jin said he wanted Vishkal to keep an eye on his servants from now on. Vishkal replied that perhaps Jin misunderstood one point. The man he made mincemeat out of is not a servant, but their companion. Perhaps Gaston made some mistake. Buber was present only to help his sister, who has difficulty moving around. Vishkal also said that Buber's abilities were not exactly suitable for a Rankandel banquet. Whatever it was, Vishkal expressed confidence that Buber had no bad intentions, so Jin should not pay attention to his actions. Vishkal pretended that he didn't know anything and asked Jin to explain himself, despite the fact that he knew what kind of offense Buber most likely committed. Meanwhile, Jin was stunned when he heard the name Buber Gaston. It wasn't an ordinary name. He beat this man without even asking his name, because of his arrogance. But to think that this is the same Buber Gaston and Vishkal Iviliano. What is their relationship? Jin's brain began to accelerate, and his thought process accelerated when Buber was captured and arrested in his previous life. There was not a single news that the Iviliano family was involved in the crimes of the magician of reincarnation. Does Vishkal know that Buber is a magician of reincarnation? Jin had found Buber Gaston, but now he had even more questions. In any case, Jin didn't have enough time to get all the answers. Right now, countless eyes were watching them, and Jin was still standing face to face with Vishkal. He couldn't afford to be distracted when his opponent was rank 7. Jin decided to focus on the duel. The duel has begun. Jin realized the truth as soon as their blades collided for the first time. Judging by the impact, Vishkal's strength was more than the 7th rank. It was Jin's intuition. Needless to say, Vishkal just didn't use his full strength. However, his swordsmanship and the trajectory of the blade were unusual. Jin could even tell that Vishkal's swordsmanship was as profound as his Uncle Zed's. He couldn't explain it properly, but Jin realized as soon as their swords collided that Vishkal was hiding his true skills. Vishkal's blade moved like a whip and cut Jin's shoulder. The wound was not deep, but blood spurted out of it and sprinkled the arena floor. Jin tried to avoid the next attacks, but was wounded in the thigh. Vishkal's blade flew in unpredictable trajectories, and the boy could not understand his opponent's fencing with his current skill. The Iviliano family's fencing was tricky and irregular. Those who have experienced this insidious style before have always tried to avoid meeting another Iviliano swordsman in their lives. Faradin grinned. In such situations, the Rankandels only shine brighter. If the swordsmanship of the Iviliano clan was like a cunning snake, then the Rankandels were an indestructible rhinoceros. Even if his horn breaks, he will never stop his headbutt. Rankandel's swordsmanship specialized in confronting enemies stronger. The problem was that because the Rankandels were often too strong and rarely faced opponents who were superior to them, they could not make full use of their fighting style. Jin's blade still stood strong and fierce. In fact, his movements were slowly changing from defensive to offensive. His senses sharpened, and the trajectory of the blade became bolder. Vishkal's sword struck Jin in the chest, but the boy took another step forward, as if he was risking his life to aim at the opponent's neck. The attack Jin launched in exchange for the wound on his chest went down the drain. The boy let out a low groan, as the deep wound interfered with his movements, unlike the small wounds on his shoulder and hip. Fortunately, his bones and organs remained intact. Jin was breathing heavily. Obviously, Vishkal is not beating at full strength, but Jin was quite pleased with himself. He managed to fight with dignity against an opponent with a rank above the 7th, while he was only at the 5th rank. His vision was starting to become increasingly blurry and dim, but for some reason, he still felt that he could read and predict Vishkal's next move. Jin has lost too much blood. He slowly decided to bring this duel to an end. As his vision darkened, Jin finally realized the purpose of his training with the moon and began to understand the principle behind the heart sword exercise. The boy's position has changed. Jin closed his eyes and held the sword with his hand in front of his chest. It was almost like the pose of knights during a wedding ceremony, or something like that. To show respect to young Master Jin, Vishkal finally wrapped his sword with an aura for the first time during the battle. His intention was to break Jin's blade and end the duel. He thought it was the right way to finish the job, respecting the spirit and perseverance of the boy. He said it was a good fight. Vishkal gave his all in this last attack and threw himself at Jin. His blade was covered with the powerful aura of a knight of the 8th rank. It cut through the air and flew horizontally. Jin's sword, standing upright in his hands, shattered almost simultaneously with Vishkal's last blow. The secret technique of the Iviliano clan smashed the sword and reached for Jin's neck, but froze right before touching the boy's skin. If Vishkal hadn't stopped his weapon in time, it would definitely have decapitated his target. Jin remained standing for about 2 seconds before falling unconscious to the ground. As soon as the host announced the results of the fight, a medical team ran onto the stage. Vishkal thought about it. What the hell was that at the end? Vishkal undoubtedly destroyed Jin's sword. However, at the moment when the blade broke, Vishkal felt something sharp graze his throat. It would have been the end of the duel if Vishkal's last attack landed 0.1 seconds slower. The instincts of a knight of the 8th rank told him this. If Jin had reacted 0.1 seconds faster, Vishkal would have been carried off the stage mortally injured. A sword standing upright in front of Jin's face would have pierced him below the chin. Moreover, since Jin was already in a semi-conscious state during their last exchange, the boy would not have been able to stop his attack in time to save Vishkal's life. Needless to say, the ability to close this gap in zero point 0.1 seconds makes a person a real master and expert. Jin Rankandel, what a terrifying kid. Such thoughts were spinning in Vishkal's head. Jin couldn't breathe. He could only let out soft moans when he was choking. When he frantically opened his eyes, he saw the reason for this. A small black cat was sleeping on Jin's face. Indeed, it was Muraken. It had been lying on Jin's face for more than 30 minutes. Jin slowly stood up and stretched out his hands, taking Muraken by the scruff of the neck. The sun's rays penetrated through the window and illuminated his room. His whole body was as light as a feather. The wound on his chest and the abrasions all over his body completely disappeared. The medic probably healed Jin while he was unconscious. Jilly sensed his awakening and went to the bed with a cup of cold water. It was from her that he learned that he had slept for 2 whole days. Jin sighed. The banquet was over. It looks like he couldn't even greet the guests who had come to meet him. Jilly said there was no need to worry so much. She said that in the last 2 days everyone had been hotly discussing him with Vishkal, and this in itself is a confession. And all because Jin showed the sword of the heart. The fact that he was able to do this at the end of a duel with a knight of the 8th rank was truly impressive. Jin thought about it. It wasn't a perfect heart sword, but he got what he wanted. The days when he was mentored by the moon are finally paying off. At first, Jin didn't understand the essence of training at all, but they really helped him. Jin remembered how the moon kept repeating "use your heart to observe" like some kind of religious chant, and chuckled to himself. For the first time, he realized what a feeling the heart sword produced during his training with pure stones. After that, he tried to recreate this feeling again, but to no avail, which upset Jin. It seems that his heart sword is still at the level when it is activated only in an extreme situation that threatens his life. It's a pity, but Jin couldn't do anything about it. It was already impressive that he somehow managed to imitate the sword of the heart, albeit carelessly. In fact, the sword of the heart was a realm accessible only to true masters, starting from the 8th rank. Besides, Jin got enough buns, confirmed Veridin's status, and he found a kind of friendship with the heiress of the Ice Palace. I also found out that Buber Gaston and Vishkal Iveliano know each other. It is very likely that the Iveliano family or Vishkal are behind the crimes of transformation. It is also possible that Vishkal was part of some organization not part of his family, and Buber Gaston is associated with them. Jin thought about many possibilities, but he couldn't jump to conclusions. He had to investigate them and unravel the truth himself. After Jin's thoughts came to an end, Jilly pointed to a certain vase by the bed. There were pure white flowers with a soft shape like a snowflake, faintly glowing. Gilly said that the flowers were left by the heiress of the Ice Palace. Did she really like the young master? No. Jin explained that in the language of the Ice Palace, these flowers meant endless duel. He smiled. It looks like Ceres wanted to fight him again. Muraken said that this was the first time Jin had received flowers from a girl. Although it's a challenge, it's still a memorable moment. He asked if his strawberry pie agreed with him. Muraken grinned and looked at Gilly. He was careful with her because of the incident when he snuck into the banquet hall without her permission. Indeed, for the 2nd day in a row, Jilly behaved as if Muraken did not exist. The cat's ears drooped. Ignoring Muraken, she informed Jin that the head of the family had told her to come to him as soon as he regained consciousness. It's time to prove your worth. A test to prove his worth for becoming a flag bearer. Although he had expected this, Jin felt a bit conflicted now that his father's instruction had arrived. Jin couldn't even dream of this day in his past life, but now it was right in front of him, within his reach. It looks like he will be living away from his family for a while. When Jin's siblings received the same invitation from their father, they all put on neat ceremonial clothes and combed their hair before going to him. Nevertheless, Jin lazily tidied up his disheveled hair and put on high-quality leather travel clothes. He also wore a bradamante around his waist before going out into the hallway. The mausoleum. Inside the mausoleum, on the lowest underground floor, there was not a single spot of light. The darkness smelled of metal, and Shiren's deep voice rang out. It had been a long time since his children had visited him in such comfortable clothes. Shiren asked Jin if he knew he was sending him away. Jin replied that he planned to hit the road today. Shiren really liked this side of his youngest son. The boy was not afraid of him and just clearly stated his intentions. His other children could not even imagine that they would behave like this in front of their father. They struggled to hide their fear and anxiety just by being in his presence. Jin knew about his father's character, so he specially came in casual clothes. He wasn't sure, but after rebirth, he began to read his father with ease. The father and son duo didn't talk for a while. However, it wasn't an awkward silence. Shiren was the first to break the silence by asking if Jin knew where they were. Yes, this is a mausoleum, a place where only those who have done worthy deeds in the name of the family are allowed to enter through the Garden of Swords. Great heroes are buried here. In other words, it is the last refuge of those who have protected the family for thousands of years. The first head of Temur Rankandel was not here. As soon as Temur's name left Shiren's lips, Jin had a premonition that his father would raise the topic of Solderit. He was confident in his intuition. Shiren said that Jin's dark power was the reason why they couldn't pay homage to the first patriarch. After his death, the Rankandels made a humiliating pact with the Zippels, a pact forbidding swordsmen to use magic. Moreover, they were forbidden to worship ancestors who used magic. This was the true reason for the relegation of the Rankandel family, a unique family of magical swordsmen, to a simple family of knights. It was an inevitable fate, as Soldret was no longer around to protect the Rankandels from the Zippel gods. As a result of the treaty, the Zippel gods joined forces and put a curse on the Rankandel bloodline. Thus, every Rankandel after Temur was born with a body that could not control mana. When Jin defeated the Tong brothers with his aura, Shiren did not ask how he gained this power. Then Jin lied that he would use this power for the benefit of the family. Fortunately, Jin was small then, but if it happened now, then Shiren would not have left everything so simple. Shiren asked a question. Had Jin heard Soldret's voice? Jin nodded, saying that Soldret had called him a contractor. Needless to say, Jin has not yet heard Soldret's voice since his rebirth. But there was no longer any need to hide from Shiren who he was. Shiren asked another question again. Didn't Jin think it was somehow unfair to his brothers and sisters? Can he use this power to surpass them and take care of the family? Jin has already come up with an answer to this question. He replied that he would leave and see the world. If there is nothing more valuable than Rankandel, then he is in business. Jin also predicted that this answer would greatly satisfy his father. It goes without saying that Shiren was smiling, showing his beautiful and even teeth. Others left the Garden of Swords for someone else's recognition, but Jin left to see if the family was worthy of his recognition. Shiren didn't know if he should say that he was proud of him or that Jin was arrogant. He held out his hand, showing 5 fingers. Shiren gave Jin 5 years. During this time, he must achieve recognition or recognize the family and return with an answer. There was no need to prolong the conversation. Jin unsheathed his bradamante and raised his sword. He thanked his father for everything. He will greet him in 5 years. Jin came out of the mausoleum. Jilly had already finished her preparations for departure and was waiting for him with a suitcase in her hands. Jilly had metal nails piercing her wrist. When Jin's gaze reached these anomalies, Jilly straightened her clothes and hid the oddities. The nails were medical instruments used to seal Gilly's aura. She won't be able to use the energy until Jin's qualifications as a standard bearer are proven. Jilly laughed awkwardly, which made Jin feel a suffocating throb in his chest. It was a family tradition. The Rankandels sealed the Nana's powers so that the trainee flag bearers could not get their help in gaining reputation and honor. If they ever remove the seal without the family's permission, the nanny will be mercilessly crippled. She asked Jin not to make that face. When you're a babysitter, you don't earn a reputation for yourself. It's based on the achievement of your master, so there was no need to make such a face. Jin promised that he would protect her for 5 years. He also apologized for that. Jilly closed her eyes and smiled. It was enough for her that she could be near Jin. She would still regain her powers when he completed his test. After taking a last look at the Garden of Swords, they left this place. This is just the beginning of his journey. Jin wanted to see the world. Shiren, who remained in the mausoleum, quietly thought to himself, will his youngest son get the power to free the Rankandels from the Zippels? He couldn't wait to see it with his own eyes. Even though Shiren had reached the demigod realm by wielding a single sword, he still couldn't break the pact made by his ancestors. The only hope of the Rankandel family was Soldret's contractor, his youngest son. Of course, at the moment, this hope was just a candle in the wind. One day passed. 2 people were walking along a path in the forest. Jin used his fire magic to light the way in the night. Jilly asked if it was normal that they left without saying goodbye. The cadets under his command and Lady Luna will be disappointed. Jin said not to worry. After all, the moon itself is freedom-loving. And the cadets, he wasn't going to die. If he had warned them, they would surely have arranged a send-off with their swords raised. No, he was sure it would be. Jilly asked where they were going. From what she had heard, most of the flag bearers went to Mammoth first, because destroying evil is the most effective way to earn fame. Rankandel's replacement flag bearers. Before becoming full-fledged flag bearers, they must go to the outside world and create a reputation for themselves from scratch. In addition, independence is one of the mandatory conditions. No support from the family. For example, his sister Mary defeated all the strongest people in the southern regions of the continent and became recognizable as the Fury of the Southern Land's Furious Wind even before being ordained as a standard bearer. Other siblings were absent from 6 months to 2 years. However, Shiren gave Jin all 5 years. There is only one reason for this. He must learn everything about the energy of shadows. Jin replied to Gilly that they would go to the kingdom of Arkan. Jilly was worried. This was Zippel territory. The Kingdom of Arkan is a nation that is affiliated with the Lutero Federation of Magicians. Jin said that when he was on a mission in the ruins of Colin, he heard that a large number of unregistered magicians were rampant in the area. As the name implies, unregistered magicians are magicians who have not registered their name with the Association of Magicians. Most of them are either criminals or evil mercenaries. They teamed up with martial artists and caused a lot of trouble to the locals of Arkan. Jilly said it was a great idea. Jilly said, shaking her fist, that she was happy to get rid of bad guys when she was on duty. It goes without saying that Jin didn't hear any of this in the ruins of Colin. It was just information he knew from his past life. Anyone who has been to the Arkan Kingdom knows that unregistered mages and mercenaries are wreaking havoc. A small number of unregistered magicians and mercenaries in Arkan were pawns and henchmen of the Dark Tessing family. Jin's real business was related to this family. In the underground auction house that housed the Tessings, there were countless items whose true value was not yet known to the whole world. He has a couple of grimoires and a ring in mind. However, there was one big problem. Jilly informed them that they would not be able to use the teleportation gate to get to the Arkan Kingdom. Following the rules of the family, she was only able to take 10 gold coins with her. As a backup flag bearer, Jin was forbidden to reveal his Rankandel affiliation, so the choice of transport was scarce. The trio went broke. In the Garden of Swords, none of them needed to worry about money, but right now they only had 10 gold coins in their pockets. Jin said he would sort it out when they got to the Jin Kingdom. The Jin Kingdom. But how will they get there? Gilly was interested in that. Jin replied that they would just fly. He told Murakan to transform. Jilly tried to talk him out of it. What happens if someone finds out? Murakan jumped off Gilly's shoulder and has already returned to his black dragon form. He said to hold on tight. We'll have to fly at all costs to get to the Jin Kingdom by tomorrow. Walking down the corridor, Luna felt a strong energy. Turning her head, she saw Murakan flying through the sky, as well as 2 people on his back. Her beloved younger brother rode the dragon when he became a backup standard bearer. She smiled. Jean was very special. He rushed off without even saying goodbye to her. Luna wished good luck to her cold little brother. The trio arrived in the Jin Kingdom. Unfortunately, Gilly's condition was bad. As soon as they landed on a hill in the vicinity of the capital of the Jin Kingdom, Jilly got off the Murakan and began to vomit. Murakan started blaming Jin for this. Jin replied that he had nothing to do with it. It's just that someone doesn't know how to drive. Murakan comforted Gilly for a while, patting her on the back. She was still trembling all over with a face as pale as a ghost. Murakan took advantage of this opportunity and hugged Jilly tightly. Whether she knew of his intentions or not, Jilly didn't resist. Then Murakan talked a lot while looking at Jin. He said he would look after Jilly and let Jin go and find them money. Jin decided to follow Murakan's suggestion. The center of the capital of the Jin Kingdom, the Villa family mansion. Fortunately, Samber was sitting in the center of the lake in the residence and looked pathetic. That way, Jin didn't have to deal with other guards and wreak havoc. Despite the grandiosity of the banquet in honor of Jin, Samber found out about everything only after the end. Even if it was a mission, Jin saved his life. Samber wanted to meet him again and thank him for saving him. At that moment, Samber appeared and covered his mouth with his hand. Samber tried to scream out of surprise. Recognizing his savior, Samber calmed down. Jin didn't say many words. He asked Samber to give him some gold and cash. Flag bearers are required to hide their identity. These are the rules. They should earn a reputation only on their own, without the help of their family. Most of Rankandel's temporary flag bearers spend their first 2 months in poverty. They have been learning how to strike, stab, and chop enemies since they were born into this family of swordsmen. Thus, their feelings and intuition in the economy were absent. They have never earned money themselves, so it is not surprising that, once in the real world, they will spend a couple of months without money. Therefore, most of the temporary flag bearers either killed criminal authorities in Mamita and brought their heads to the investigation group of Bement, or lived as mercenaries to earn money. But until then, they would be penniless. But Jin was different from them. Today was Jin's 3rd day as a temporary flag bearer. The boy, his babysitter, and the dragon were eating all the food in the best and most popular restaurant of the Jin Kingdom. Although they ordered dozens of dishes, the bill barely touched their funds. Jilly was incredibly pretty. She didn't expect that the food in the Jin Kingdom would be so delicious. To be honest, she was preparing for frequent stops like the other flag bearers did. But thanks to Jin, they got there in the blink of an eye. Murakan burst out laughing. Yesterday she said, "Isn't this extortion, young master?" Jilly didn't know what to say. Jin replied that everything was fair. Having helped with the money, Samber was able to repay his debt. Looking at Murakan's stomach, he asked if it was a girl or a boy. They will have to pass the teleportation gate. What will Murakan do if he throws up again? Murakan told him to be silent. He's a glutton. To eat to the brim is sacred, even if it starts to turn out. Murakan seemed to be himself. If it wasn't for Jin, Murakan would have to starve for the next few days. Jin told him not to talk about gluttony as if there was something to be proud of. Murakin replied that if Jin didn't want to watch him empty his stomach, then they could fly. Only Jin insisted on teleporting. Jilly's seasickness wasn't the main problem. They were on their way to the Kingdom of Arkan. This place was affiliated with the Lutero Magicians Federation, which is run by the Zippel family. Currently, 80% of active dragons cooperate with Zippels, so if they carelessly fly in there, it would be tantamount to a declaration of war. Murakin turned into a cat again. He said that more than half of these dragons would shit their pants after hearing just one of his names. Scoundrels hold their heads high. The world has become such a wonderful place during his absence. Dragons, gods who are indebted to dragons, and dozens of contractors associated with these gods support the Zippel family, and they all waited patiently for Shiren's death. On the one hand, Jin is the only one of the Rankandels who has signed a contract with God. When Shiren disappears, the Zippels can easily destroy the Rankandels who have been a thorn in their side. Stop. Jin thought about it. How did the Zippels manage to assemble a table of contractors? And even in one generation? It was hard to call it a coincidence. The trio headed to the teleportation gate of the Jin Kingdom, where they completed the legal procedures. Murakin didn't have an ID, so he turned into a cat to travel with Jin and Jilly. As soon as they took their seats in the quiet waiting room, an employee made an announcement. Jilly was impressed by the identification cards made by the family. They didn't have a single problem. They were sophisticated enough to deceive even the Special Affairs Department of the Bement Empire. Bright blue mana gently enveloped the three of them, and after a while they opened their eyes in the Kingdom of Arkan. Jin spent a year in the capital of the Kingdom of Arkan right before his rebirth. Although there was a 15-year gap between the current city and the city from Jin's memories, the view didn't change much. Street vendors, homeless people lurking on the ground next to them, people from the dark alleys of the city, etc. The shadows on people's faces contrasted sharply with the clean roads and bright sunlight. Indeed, the city was warm all year round. Jilly also noticed the discrepancy and was wary of their surroundings. The city was too gloomy, despite the good weather. Jin assumed it was the looters. He heard that it was especially bad at this time. He offered to stay first, and only after to find the victim. In truth, Jin had already chosen a hotel, as well as their first target. Standing in front of an old and dirty hotel, Murakin turned to Jin with displeasure. Was he seriously going to stay in this god-forsaken barn? Jilly supposed Jin must have had a plan. Murakin was not convinced. Jin was rich now, so does it make sense for them to stay here? Jin did not plan to show himself as a regressor to Gilly and Murakin in the future. Thus, Jin needed good excuses to convince them whenever he made plans using his knowledge from his past life. Just like now, he asked if it was a good idea for a bunch of unregistered magicians to come to such an environment and show that they have a lot of money. But even so, Murakin was not convinced. Why should they stop where even orcs wouldn't go? Jin came up with some excuse and led them to the hotel. One thin man was sitting behind the counter with his head on a hard table, and his drool formed a puddle. He didn't feel the presence of the trio and just snored loudly when the smell of alcohol filled the air. He shifted his position uncertainly and quickly examined the three guests from head to toe. Then he immediately marked them for fools that he could fool. A gigolo, a swordsman on his first journey, and a woman. Well, she's pretty. The maid, obviously. This is a young and stupid aristocrat with his servants playing adventurers. Despite such thoughts running through his head, he was just smiling brightly from the outside. His name was Jet, and this was his hotel. He offered the trio a special orange juice. Jet made his decision as soon as he saw the trio. He will drug them with sleeping pills and sell them as slaves at an underground auction Tessing. Quick mind and quick execution of their plans. The blessed bodies of the Rankandels have little resistance to most poisons, so these cheap sleeping pills are unlikely to work on the genie. Jin thought for a moment. Should he drink a cup and tell him that the sleeping pills were delicious while beating up a man? Or should he tell Jet to try the drink first? However, there was one option that Jin completely overlooked. Murakin wasn't in a good mood for a while. The dragon looked at the bubbles floating in the orange juice with spikes. Murakin in a rage threw a glass of juice in Jet's face, and then kicked him in the face. Murakin couldn't help but be angry. How did this insignificant worm try to poison him? Jilly stared at the glass of orange juice in a daze. Jin just poured the juice on the floor. The tyrannical aura of the shadow dragon broke free, which terrified Jet. Murakin threatened to kill him, saying that he would die today. Luckily for him, Jet was quick-witted and adaptable. He did not hesitate to change his behavior, as he was very attached to his life. The best plan now was to immediately kneel down, admit his wrongdoing, and beg for mercy. Needless to say, Murakin didn't give Jet time to apologize and continued the barrage of attacks. The dragon in human form spat out all kinds of insults to the tavern owner. Jet is a self-proclaimed high-class informant, the one to whom Jin owed a debt in a previous life. Thanks to his help, Jin, who was expelled from his family and had no foundation, was able to settle here in Arkan. Over time, he and Jet became closer, but it didn't lead to anything good. under the pretext of getting to know the underground auction houses of Tessing. He deceived Jin countless times and took everything except clothes. Just thinking about it made Jin mad. However, this time Jin was going to use Jet to the fullest. Jet threatened Muraken, saying that he was of the 5th rank. But who cared? Muraken just started hitting him harder. Seeing Jet, with whom Jin had a terrible relationship in his past life, get beaten up gave him a whole new sense of satisfaction. However, a scammer would be quite useful. If this continues, Jet will soon turn into a cold corpse. Jin stopped Muraken. He wanted to hear what Jet had to say to them. Muraken stopped beating and turned to Jin. Why should they listen to an idiot who tried to poison them? Muraken was still angry, seeing a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Jet immediately began begging for mercy from Jin. Despite his broken ribs and flattened nose, Jet spoke clearly and articulately. His tenacity and will to survive were admired. Jin sat down and said he would ask a couple of simple questions. If Jet lies, he will die. If he tells the truth, he will live. Jin warned that he would judge Jet's answers subjectively based on his feelings and instincts. So Jin asked his first question. What did Jet do? Normally, the first question that could be asked would be something like, did you really poison our drinks? Or why did you put poison in us? However, Jin's interrogation started with a more advanced question. So Jet realized that Jin is not an ordinary child. He knew that it was useless to try to win Jin's sympathy, so all he could do was reveal the truth as objectively as possible. He started with his name. Jet was a hotelier and an informant. He also said that he is a fraudster and a human trafficker. From Jet's to-do list, Muraken and Gilly's faces contorted. Jet crawled to Jin's feet in the blink of an eye. Jet said that if Jin spared him, he would be very useful to him. He knew all about Arkan. Jin asked the second question. It looks like he was trying to get them drunk in order to sell them somewhere. Where did he want to sell them? Everything was like that. Jet quickly confessed, lowering his head even lower. Jin stepped on Jet's hand. Jet screamed in pain, quickly calling the name Tessing. The underground auction house of Tessing. Jin pressed harder, asking for details. Tessing is a dark organization that runs auction houses. There are slaves, Illustrian poisons, stolen treasures, and even artifacts. In other words, a place where everything is. Jin removed his foot. He said that by the evening he would ask someone to heal him. Jin also asked a question about whether Jet knew what to do next. Jet understood everything and thanked Jin for his mercy. Jet will be useful to them during their stay in the kingdom of Arkan. Although Jin hated Jet in his very existence, he still highly valued the skills and knowledge of this scum. Muraken asked why Jin was going to spend money on medical bills for such scum. Gilly agreed with Muraken. If they spare Jet, he will try to deceive them again. A dark organization in an underground auction house. Jin asked if there was anything better than destroying them. It will never be too late to get rid of Jet. He said they would trust him. They still need an Arkan guide. But first you need to find someone who will take care of Jet. The babysitter and the dragon didn't argue anymore and agreed to the boy's plan. In order for the journey to go smoothly and without complications, sometimes it was necessary to agree with the decisions of the leader. Muraken and Gilly stayed at the hotel to look after Jet, while Jin left to find someone to cure the crook. Jin really considered the two of them good friends. However, as soon as the boy took a step outside the hotel, he felt an unprecedented sense of freedom. Now he could use his knowledge as a regressor as much as he wanted. Jet was cured in the evening. It was a mage from the Luthero Federation. He turned out to be a skilled healer. It was a magician that Jin met by chance. Jet, meanwhile, was looking at his new teeth. This crazy trio was first beaten, and then cured. He couldn't help but think about who they were. The man who beat him up was an extremely experienced fighter. The maid seemed used to seeing violent scenes. Finally, the boy Jet thought was a young and stupid aristocrat naturally commanded the other two as if they were his vassals. It was a sight Jet had never seen before. Was the boy the heir of a martial arts family? Or are they from the Special Affairs Department of the Bement Empire? Anyway, there will be nothing left of him if he decides to stab them in the back. At that moment, Jin came over. It was time to move out. They need to go to an underground auction house. The place where they arrived looked at first glance like an ordinary aristocratic villa. However, it was actually a place where all kinds of illegal operations took place. The guards greeted Jet. They asked if the trio was behind him. Jet told them to stop talking nonsense. These people are his guests. Then, the three of them followed Jet into the auction house. Despite the fact that they were run by small street bandits, the nobles of Arkan held parties in the courtyard. As soon as they entered, the chatter stopped, and the air was filled with the pleasant melody of a violin. A group of musicians in tuxedos constantly played for the public. Jet brought the masks and distributed them to the trio. If they wanted to go to the auction house, it was better to hide their faces. Although everyone knows that the boss of Tessing is called Salka, the real puppeteer is someone else. The real boss was someone called Aluk Spiderman. Everything here was decorated to his taste, because he wants to hide his uncouth and uneducated by all means. For a small fry like Jet, it's different. Not only does Allah have the ability to pacify these dirty streets, he was also a 7th-rank martial artist from the lands of Arable. It was rumored that he had connections with a family of pure-blooded Rankandels across the sea. Rankandel. Jin was interested. Murakan told him to just ignore it. Rankandels do not communicate with scumbags from the very bottom of the neighboring state. Gilly supported Murakan's words. She said there was no one matching the description. No, there is one. The bastard who put a curse on Jin that made him unable to wield a sword. If there is a connection with the Federation of Magic, then it is very likely that it is him. The curse of the 9th rank, hindering the use of the sword. The illusion of the blade. Jin didn't think there was a magician in Tessing who could cast such a complex spell. However, Jin couldn't do anything but grab at straws. He spent 10 years in the Tempest Castle and 5 in the Garden of Swords. All this time he was looking for the culprit of the curse, but could not find a single clue or trace. Okay, they came to lift this place up in the air. As a nice bonus, they will learn the identity of this Aluk. Murakan asked about their plan. Something in the spirit of destroy all gangsters on the first day of arrival in Arkan. Gilly whispered that the guards they saw along the way were pleased with the strong ones. There were also many unregistered magicians nearby. A sudden fight in the middle of enemy territory is a bit of a bad idea. Jin told them not to worry about it. He had it all figured out. He called Gilly and Murakan to him. Jin told them his plan. Murakan sometimes couldn't understand what was in Jin's head at all. How does he even come to such things? Even Gilly was a little shocked. Jin's plan was definitely unusual. But was Jin sure about this plan? Jin told them not to worry, because they could always run away. They finally arrived at the Flower of Tessing, an underground auction house. Jet deliberately took a seat that was not too conspicuous. After talking to himself for a while, the auctioneer finally came on stage. At the same time, a dozen slaves in rags joined him. At least there were no children. Jet also tried to sell them. He apologized again. Jin was glad he hadn't seen any children among the slaves. Murakan was somewhat annoyed when he asked about the plans. Jin told him that they would be waiting. He had heard that sometimes curious things slip through at these auctions. If there is such a thing, first he will buy, and then he will make a move. There was one artifact that Jin wanted to take for himself, if his memory did not fail him. This ring was rotting somewhere in the vault. He will be able to get it only after their plan is implemented. A week later, the auction started again. Jet asked Jin to buy something. Otherwise, the people from Tessing could cause him problems. Jin wasn't going to buy something just for the sake of it. Preventing problems was Jet's job. Jet could only agree, but inside, he cursed Jin for it. Soon, the slave auction ended, and when the books and artifacts appeared on the scene. The first point, the grimoire of the magician who once ruled the world, the magical grimoire of Matthew Wannick. They haven't deciphered it, but there must be some incredible spells written on it. After that, the bets immediately flew. Jin grinned. The auctioneer made a mistake when placing the lot. The correct name was Matthew Mornick. And, as Jin remembered, his grimoires were already under the control of the Zipples. This meant that the chance of originality of this lot is 0. Weekly auctions have always been like this. The auctioneer spat some nonsense, then greedy wizards made stupid bets. The next lot. The author of this grimoire was Chenmi. The initial bid is 50 gold. The auction house was quiet. Even Jin didn't know that name. Sometimes such grimoires were exhibited. Such a grimoire is a gambling game, and it is extremely rare to win in such a game. In his opinion, there was no need to buy such a grimoire. However, Murakan thought otherwise. He told Jin to buy this grimoire. If this grimoire belonged to the Chenmi he knew, then they needed this grimoire. Dragon's advice is a strong recommendation. Jin had no reason to doubt his words, so he raised his hand. 150 gold pieces. That's how much Jin offered. For an ancient, magical grimoire, the price was neither too high nor too low. However, the other guests thought Jin had gone crazy. There were also wizards who were curious. After all, the guy who hadn't bought anything in the last week just bet on a magic grimoire. Chenmi's grimoire was soon sold to Jin. Murakan had a serious expression on his face. He wondered, why was Chenmi's grimoire in a place like this? There was another lot that intrigued Jin. It was Shujil Easter's grimoire. Easter, the name that Jin noticed when he first walked into a bar in Mammoth. As soon as he heard that name, he doubted his own ears. Easter was the family of Jin's teacher, but it was also a family that was destroyed hundreds of years ago. Jin bet as much as 200 gold pieces. As before, the crowd began to whisper after Jin announced his first bet. At first they thought he was special, but now they thought he was an idiot haggling for shit. Murakan asked if he was familiar with this grimoire. Jin replied that he bought it for nothing. I thought it would be nice to buy something else. The grimoire was quickly sold. Jin decided that he would give the grimoire to his master as soon as he met him. That was enough. Jin decided to make his move now. The purchased grimoires have arrived. Murakan made sure that Chenmi's grimoire was genuine. When he opened Easter's grimoire, he couldn't understand a word. There was a bizarre and strange code. This strange and complex encryption system was known only by two people, Jin and his teacher. And since Jin learned about it from his mentor, Shujil Easter was his ancestor. Jet happily stood by. Jin finally bought something, and now they won't get kicked out. Jin turned to Jet. He wanted to meet with Aluk. Jet usually said he understood. However, this time his expression changed. He said it was impossible. Jin leaned over and told him in his ear to tell Aluk that Veridine Zippel wanted to meet him. It seemed that Jet's eyes would pop out of their sockets. This crazy bastard wasn't from the Special Affairs Department of Bement. He was a purebred Zippel. 5 minutes ago, Jet's main goal was to become an informant for the alleged Special Affairs Department of the Bement Empire. Then he could have saved his life and received a reward greater than from Tessing. What about becoming a servant of the Zippels? There is no greater honor for a member of the Lutero Magic Federation than to serve the Zippels. He already imagined how he would leave this hole. His future life will be easy and free. Jet quickly walked past several employees and opened the door. Jet shouted for Aluk to come out. Veridine Zippel is here. He was met by hostile bullies. Soon they came to Jin in a crowd. Next to them was a battered Jet. The big guy told Jin that his boss wanted to see him. In a split second, Jin hit him and attracted the attention of the entire room. In his left hand, Jin created a crimson sphere of flame. He asked if he was a fool. He wasn't, Jin asked, despite the fact that he knew Aluk's face. The big guy looked confused, but he couldn't fight back or anything like that. Jin said that they revealed their name, but Aluk dared to send his pawns to him. Jin told Aluk to crawl on all fours right at his feet. 5 minutes have passed. Aluk really crawled up to Jin. A rather large middle-aged man crawling on the floor was not the most pleasant sight. As for Aluk, millions of thoughts raced through his head. He had a herd of his subordinates with him. The other agents, who were standing awkwardly, quickly dropped to the ground. If the situation had continued as it is, the rest of the work would have been a piece of cake. After scaring Aluk, they could inspect the vault and pick up the artifact. However, Aluk was not a simple man. If he ever saw an opportunity, he would break out and kill all three of them. Jin stood there as if he was used to acting like a boss. Frankly speaking, he behaved the same way as at home. Aluk asked for forgiveness. He made the mistake of not recognizing him, the Lord of Heaven. The battered Jet was grinning. If someone claimed to be Veridine Zippel, he would have laughed in his face, but Jin was different. His aura is different. Before that, he used a fireball. And this is at least rank 5 mana. Being fluent in rank 5 mana at that age would be difficult for others, but not for Zippel. A week ago, Jin's plan was to pretend to be Veridine Zippel. Even if this Aluk knows someone who is familiar with Zippels, it is unlikely that this someone is above the status of an old servant. Aluk will not be able to prove that Jin is not Veridine. Jilly was worried. If in the future this becomes known to the family or, fate forbid, to the patriarch, then he will not turn into problems. Jin ordered Aluk to get up. The man was more than 2 meters tall. Meeting with Aluk created the feeling that he was standing in front of a wall. However, the head of the teasing clan was constantly looking down, never meeting Jin's eyes. It was an obvious reaction after meeting the supposed purebred Zippel. Jin showed 2 recently purchased grimoires. Aluk lowered his head when he saw the magical manuscripts. He apologized for requesting the magical manuscripts without Zippel's permission. Jin stated that these manuscripts were highly valued by his family. How much money did Aluk earn on this? Aluk said that it might seem like a pathetic excuse, but he is a master of martial arts. He was stupid enough not to be able to determine the value of these texts, and inconvenienced him. He will do everything possible to get them back. Aluk only asked to give him another chance. Jin patted Aluk's chest with magical manuscripts. He said it would be easier to get them back himself than to rely on a guy like him. Jin told him to shut up and bring him a list of auctioneers and a ledger. Starting tomorrow, the Zippel family will launch an investigation. When Jin skillfully lied, Aluk realized that he had nothing to say. That was the end. No matter how hard they try, unlike the Zippels, they are just a small local gang. If something comes up during the investigation that the magicians will not like, then Tessing will come to an end. Jin was reading notes in Aluk's office. Aluk said that this was almost all that was at the auction. Jin asked if there were any more recordings. Yes, but in a strictly guarded vault. But it was located in a residence for workers. If Jin allows him to temporarily leave, Aluk will deliver them right away. It will take a couple of hours, so Jin will have to wait. Jin looked at him and said, what kind of bullshit was he trying to pull off? Was he really going to get away and destroy important documents, and then check if he was a real Veridine and why he came, asking the guys he bribed? Aluk knew that his plan was obvious, but he had to take a chance. He trembled with anger and shame. Jin told him to spin around as much as he wanted, but let him not forget that he was still sitting on his hook. Aluk bit his lips in rage and turned away. He said he would be back soon and asked his people to show Jin the vault in his absence. As he left, Aluk whispered to his subordinate to keep Jin in the mansion until his return. With a serious expression on his face, Aluk headed for the exit of the auction house. Only Teasing's agents remained inside, as well as Jin and his comrades. Quick-witted agents approached Jin and immediately escorted him to the warehouse. Aluk was seething with anger. Does that arrogant bastard Veridin think that everything obeys him? Damn it, he spent a huge amount of money on Zipples. Aluk decided that he would find a way to buy them back. The trio scattered everything in the vault. Everyone was looking for something valuable. Jilly asked if everything was okay. Murakin replied that everything was stolen anyway. The dragon threw out all the things, saying that there was only trash here. One of the grimoires fell on the head of the Aluk man. He turned to Jin. It was about this oaf. He'll know for sure that Jin lied to him when he gets back. What was Jin going to do then? Jin calmly replied that they were just buying at a 100% discount and running away before Aluha returned. Jin opened the small chest and found the artifact he had come for. It was a low-quality silver ring. Jilly asked if they would continue to throw themselves into the pool with their heads. She couldn't get over the shock. Jin chuckled. He took it as a compliment. Jet came running with a stack of papers. These were the slave papers that Jin had requested. Jet recorded everything, from the region of birth to age. Jin praised him. Jet has done a really good job in such a short time. Jin said they were done here. The guard blocked his way, saying that his boss would be back soon and would bring the account books. Until then, he should stay in the mansion. Jin knocked him out with one punch to the jaw. Jet was shocked by this. He started praising Jin. Not only a powerful magician, but also a great fighter. Inside, he was feverishly thinking why Veridin had knocked out the subordinate Aluk. Suddenly, Jin asked Jet if he had a family. Yes, Jet had a young son. Jin told me to grab him and run. And it's better to run to the Bement Empire. Jet was stunned. He thought that Veridin was abandoning him. Jin also told Jet to hand over the bills and introduce himself as an informant. That's the only way he can survive. Jet started saying that he would stay with him until the end. No, he won't give up so easily. He was busting his ass for this opportunity. Jet asked him in a righteous tone to let him serve Jin in his great deeds for the rest of his life. Jet wanted to succeed at something for once. Jin said he wasn't Veridin Zippel. For Jet, it had to be the eye-popping truth. 2 hours later, Aluk came and saw an unconscious subordinate. There was no trace of Jin and the other two. Aluk had already realized that Jin was an imposter. He found out that Veridin Zippel has long silver hair. Aluk was informed that the imposters had taken information about slaves and other clients, and then ran away, saying that testing was over. The veins in Aluk's neck bulged with rage. Aluk was ready to explode. He took one of his subordinates by the head and slammed him into the wall. As much as he wanted to kill all his workers, catching the imposter was more important. Aluk ordered to take all those who remained, and the crooks will be returned. Aluk's face was distorted from overflowing negative feelings. He decided that he would personally skin them. Jin didn't leave Arkan. He and his companions were waiting for Aluk on the outskirts of the kingdom. Murakin asked why they were idling. He didn't think they would get anything by fussing over this Aluha. Jin needed to check if Allah had any connection with the Rankandels. It was very important for young Rankandel. Although Murakin didn't particularly like it, he decided to take it as a farewell before leaving. In the end, Aluk gave Jin a Chenmi grimoire and even gave him a masterpiece. Murakin almost went crazy when he saw this thing in Jin's hands at the auction exit. How did Jin even find out about something so old and was even able to find it? Some time later, a group of the Tessing family found the trio while they were sitting around a small fire. The employee started a signal firework. However, they could not openly attack 3 targets. The imposter was a child, but they remembered that he possessed at least rank 5 magic. It was a strange confrontation. Jin, who wasn't going to run away, was just waiting for Aluha, and they were waiting for reinforcements. The evil Aluk came running. He was wet with sweat. Behind him were about 100 subordinates who were also panting from exhaustion. Aluk was finally able to catch up with the scammers. How dare they deceive him? Did they really dream that they could trick him and escape? Yes, he will hang them in the market for the edification of others. Aluk will show you what happens when you contact the head of Tessing, Aluk the Spider Armed, the register in which the names of the kidnapped slaves from Bement were recorded, the ledger of transactions with the ancient grimoire that the Zippel family is looking for, as well as the customer register, which lists all the aristocrats who turned a blind eye to Tessing. Jin will spread it all over the world. Jin said that from tomorrow the world will be watching Aluk. Magic mail was incredibly convenient for this kind of thing. Jin was honest. Aluk was already finished. Aluk finally exploded with anger out of desperation. He said he wouldn't let Jin die easily. He'll skin him alive. Every time Jin loses consciousness, he will return it by burning it with flames. Jin turned to Murakin, saying that he wanted to fight Aluk one-on-one. Murakin sighed. It's too much for Murakin, but he could only take on Aluk's people. Aluk in a rage ordered to attack Murakin. Jin had to be kept alive and brought to him, and the others had to be killed. Of all the employees of Aluk, half were magicians, and the rest were mercenaries. The magicians began to conjure from afar, and the mercenaries began to shorten the distance. Unlike them, Murekin was practically naked. He was wearing only a thin shirt and bare arms. However, despite the lack of equipment, Murekin broke the jaw of the first attacker and rushed into the crowd of mercenaries. They weren't well trained, but they weren't unskilled either. In the middle of the crowd, every time Murekin struck, someone either died or fainted. In the eyes of Aluk and his bodyguards, Murekin looked like an invincible fighter. The mages couldn't attack. They just looked at it in fright. If they open fire, they will hit their comrades. Seeing this, Aluk ordered them to attack Jin and Gilly. The magicians changed their target after hearing the screech of the Aluk. Jin grinned at the incompetence. Jin told Gilly to stand here for a second. The mages raised their staffs at the same time. Ice icicles, fireballs, and wind magic formed. It all went to Jin and Gilly. All this magic was below the 5th rank. Jin didn't even need to dodge these weak spells. Thanks to the Orgel Demon King's pendant, Jin was immune to any spells of the 5th rank and below. The spells scattered before they reached the genie. The spells of the unregistered Tessing mages were blocked in the blink of an eye. The magicians were stunned by what they saw. Jin thanked his sister Luna for the training. It was much easier after them. Gilly sighed and rebuked him. Jin didn't even say goodbye to her before he left. Murekin is almost done with the mercenaries. It doesn't matter if there were 50 or 100 of them, 6s or 6s. It was too easy for the Shadow Dragon. 5 minutes have passed since the start of the fight. The fighters flew away like rag dolls. Tessing's mercenaries were losing the will to fight. But their crushing defeat from those was not only because Jin and his comrades were strong. After learning that Jin was an imposter, the elite forces of the Tessings fled. They predicted that Aluk is dead. Until now, the Zippels have not noticed the illegal activity of the Tessings. But after the imposter deceived them, they realized that the family would inevitably fall. It was clear that after sunrise, the Zippels would take action, so their escape was a wise decision. At that moment, Aluk realized that his underground empire would soon fall. Aluk smiled painfully as his sword emitted a white aura. He laughed like a madman. Aluk started chopping down his magicians. They failed to escape from their crazy boss, so most of them immediately died on the spot. Aluk killed each of his subordinates with a straight face, justifying the nickname. It seemed Aluk had gone crazy. It was even good for the Trinity. This will save them some hassle. Murekin has already dealt with the small fry, as Jin requested. Now Jin could do whatever he wanted. Aluk asked who sent them. He spoke with bloodshot eyes. Jin replied that it didn't matter. After all, he's going to die soon. A flash of light. Aluk swung his sword and hit the rock next to Jin. He was very fast. Aluk grinned. Right, how would he know if Jin was telling him the truth? He wasn't going to go to hell alone. They should also go with him and keep him company in hell. Murekin giggled. Finally, Jin has found a worthy opponent with whom he can give his all. Rumors that Aluk was a martial artist of the 7th rank turned out to be true. Murekin shouted that Aluk was different from Vishkul. Vishkul tried not to hurt him too much, but Aluk dreams of killing Jin. He needs to give his all and try not to die. Aluk thought Jin was a magician, probably because he demonstrated the magic of the 5th when he posed as Veridin Zippel. Aluk quickly closed the distance between them and swung his sword. However, his eyes widened when Jin retorted. So the imposter wasn't a magician. Bradamante was glowing with an aura. All Jin did was repel Allah's attack, but it felt like his bones were rattling. Jin quickly retreated. As soon as he increased the gap, Aluk shortened the distance again. He could read all of Jin's movements. The next blows tore Jin's coat. Drops of blood flew into the air, but it wasn't a serious injury. Aluk was fast. He was not fighting at full strength, but even so it was difficult to cope with him. The fight went according to Aluk's plan. It's unbelievable that he was so strong. Jin barely had time to react to every attack. He was constantly thrown back. At that moment, Aluk thought that the child was a knight. To think that he was in such a situation because he fell for a primitive trick of Jin. Although he knew that his opponent was not Veridin Zippel, he controlled himself and attacked in cold blood. His enemy's rank was about 5th, but still he didn't know the opponent's trump cards. And yet, despite this knowledge, Aluk was not worried about Gina. He was more worried about Murekin, who was smiling as he watched them. Murekin single-handedly dealt with all his 6s. He was sure that Murekin was stronger than him. But why did he just stand there and watch? After killing dozens of people, Murekin simply stopped fighting. Aluk didn't know about the guy's intentions, but he wanted to think about it after killing Jin. Murekin, on the other hand, liked to watch the young Rankandel fight. Murekin grinned. The clash of Jin's and Allah's swords was music to his ears. Gilly asked if Murekin was going to interfere. Of course, this is her young master's wish, but perhaps it's too early for him to stand up against a 7th rank sword master. She thought Jin would lose. As Gilly said, Jin was barely holding on. His dodges were accurate, but his movements were definitely getting slower. Murekin replied that everything was fine. Jin must realize the value of life. And does she really think Jin will lose? It was funny to watch the constant attacks on the boy, but Muraken already knew the outcome of the battle. A long time ago, when the Rankandel swordsmen were still fighting, the difference of 2 ranks was nothing to them. A pillar of flame came out of Jin's hand. It was a fire spell of the 5th rank. This was the first time Aluk had retreated in battle. His eyes widened. If it's not an artifact, then his opponent must be a swordsman mage. A lightning spell followed. Jin cast the spell he used in that in, and lightning struck the place he chose, lighting up the night sky. Aluk felt the imminent blow and quickly moved away, throwing the body aside and repelled the lightning with his sword. At the moment when Jin was left unprotected, Aluk planned to shorten the distance and cut his throat. It was a great opportunity. For a split second, Aluk's legs were filled with energy. When he pushed off from the ground, an explosion rang out, leaving behind a funnel. His sword was aimed at Jin's neck. Whether it was a knife wound or decapitation, Aluk was sure that Jin would die. He would never have guessed that this whole situation was created by Jin himself. Normally, Aluk would have noticed this trick. He was of the 7th rank for a reason. However, he was desperate. Since this was his first fight with a magic swordsman, he decided to end it as soon as possible. After all, the longer the fight, the more chances a magic swordsman has to attack his opponent with more spells. Alua's sword was ready to cut Jin's throat, releasing the helmet. The sword should have smoothly passed through the flesh, but instead something stopped it. This was because Jin activated his newly acquired artifact to create a black helmet. That's why every knight dreamed of taking possession of this artifact. It was the only helmet that could completely negate the impact of a knight of the 7th rank. The helmet stopped the blade of Aluk, which caused the man to lose his balance. Jin took advantage of this opportunity. Bradamante cut the bandit's shoulder. He could have pierced the heart, but Jin stopped his sword. Barely breathing, Aluk fell to the ground, and he managed to delay his death a little longer.